Chapter 1901 The quintessential Kainos Emperor enters the main reality. The eyes of primordial legends watched in silence as the existences that could be considered heroes that had survived a shocking ordeal entered into the vessel of a representative of the primordial assembly. This was something of great distinction, as Acarus alone was well known as one of the distinguished geniuses in the main reality. Her older brother, well, he was something else entirely. The vessel that this being called out was unique, as it already had many existences in the firmaments of ascendancy acting as servants within it. After its golden transparent glass dome opened and Noah and the others floated in, these servants came with silver plates in their hands, carrying multicolored drinks, offering refreshments to the weary hearts of those that just came from a tough battle. Noah settled on the deck as he seemed to be lost in his thoughts, gazing at the still glimmering domain rift at the center of the clustering primordials, as Ezekiel and Caitlin were not too far behind him. When one gazed at his figure, they would see a mysterious existence that one couldn't truly wrap their mind around, as even his authority as an emperor was currently hidden. Rumble, golden essence buzzed as the vessel they were on lit up with glorious light, and at the same time, the voice of the Ultima Strata legend rang out. The remaining ones to come out can be brought by you all into the main reality. The chosen location is the Niberia's holy city. These words were meant for the Alpha Strata legends that were put aside due to the grandeur that Aileron released. Those that had immediately come out with Noah would gain the honor of leaving with the representative of the primordial assembly, while the others would come with their own pure-blooded lineages. Boom, with the flash of golden light, the weak Dharma vessel surged with essence and turned into a streak of light that shot even deeper into the primordial domains. It left behind legends that gazed at each other while still stunned at the events that had occurred. Many of them wondering how things would play out in the future. What this emperor that they just saw accomplish from here on out? What name would he make for himself now as he carved into the main reality? Boundless golden light wrapped around the vessel as it traversed across the folds of space, those within it being able to stare out of its transparent golden glass dome as they saw the wondrous scene of coiling multicolored waves of light. The unique vessel was carrying the trace of a natural law of reality, its speed being something that would leave average Alpha Strata legends in the dust. And such speed could be maintained for an obscene amount of time. At the helm of this vessel, the figure of Acarus could be seen standing with Aileron as he spoke calmly. I won't ask how your destiny somehow did not perceive the dangers that were coming in that domain. What I will ask is about that existence below us, Alexander King, and the two currently gravitating around him. Representative Aileron spoke while gazing at Noah and the visage of Caitlin and Ezekiel to his left and right. Acarus had her eyes clear and powerful as she replied calmly, as she also gazed at Noah in the corner of her eyes. Representative Aileron, you ask the wrong questions. The question you should be asking yourself is why the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler was capable of manifesting in a grotto sanctum within these vast realities. What exactly is the primordial assembly that is granted all the resources across the vast realities doing? The younger sister was speaking in a cold tone towards her older brother, an existence that many would not even dare to talk down upon. As she spoke, Acarus looked straight at Representative Aileron without an ounce of fear, still maintaining a small sense of respect and decorum as if the two were not siblings. Representative. What exactly did this word mean? In the main reality, the governing body was that of the Primordial Assembly. The Primordial Assembly was made up of representatives that enjoyed the resources from all the stretches of reality's primordials, controlled with existences in the Assembly holding shocking power in realms, as this honor was only brought due to the immense responsibility the Assembly had. The protection, preservation, and prosperity of the primordial bloodline. Those who became a part of this were extremely distinguished, as to gain a position, a representative had to be elected by extremely powerful, influential, and leading figures of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines. Each of the 5 pure-blooded bloodlines gained a vote when it came to appointing a new representative, where the majority vote would grant one a position: the Astral Bloodline, Dragon Phoenix Bloodline, Reality Ursity, Infinite Willow Tree, and Royal Human bloodlines had those holding the positions of bloodline royalties cast their votes, with each bloodline eventually giving their single vote that would be vocalized by the currently presiding bloodline master. What was unique was coming to an agreement even in a single pure-blooded bloodline, as some held 2 lineages within their bloodline or even more, as they had multiple leading figures, and amongst the representatives appointed to serve in the Primordial Assembly, there were ranks among them as well. But one thing was crystal clear. All of those anointed were existences at the peak of power in the realm of reality, or distinguished figures who used to be past bloodline masters of pure-blooded domains outside the main reality or even within, or those in the Grotto Haven realm and above. It was a position much revered and desired as those in the assembly progressed the fastest in their realm and understanding of natural laws and decretum of dimensions with the resources attained and focused into them. Unless there were special cases, it was extremely unique to see someone as young as Representative Aileron already serving as a representative. The more astounding thing was that this existence had gained the vote of 4 of the 5 pure-blooded bloodlines when he was anointed. The qualifications to be a representative were tough and extremely strict, as these existences were those who protected the many lineages of primordials. So Acaris asked her brother, why were they not overseeing something that fell under their jurisdiction? They, who were supposed to have a tight grasp on destiny and control any access of dimensional existences into the vast realities while they forged alliances and led expeditions into dimensions. How could they have not foreseen the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler coming through? Chapter 1902. The quintessential Kainos Emperor enters the main reality. LLL, Representative Aileron was briefly silent as his eyes seemed to shine with innumerable thoughts. He went on to reply lightly. The unexplored grotto sanctum was not the only domain where something unexpected occurred. It is why the assembly wished for a debriefing across all who had come across attacks and even to count the losses that we came across this time around. Losses? When Acaris heard this word, her eyes turned grave as she asked, how are the losses? Not everyone had Noah Osmont in their domain as when the well-planned and carried out attacks from ancient races came. Worse than expected. Most of it is due to the fact that the ancient races had the aid of dimensional existences. It will put a strain on the alliances we have formed so far. Boom, a shocking revelation rolled in as Representative Aileron gazed at Ezekiel when he spoke of alliances with dimensional forces. The tides of destiny continue to spin in an unknown direction as the vessel they were on went past the depths of the pure-blooded domains and forged towards the main reality. On the clear and clean deck of this vessel, Noah's eyes were gazing at the pulsing tendrils of the essence of a foreign natural law of reality that coursed all over this Dharma vessel, his eyes also capturing the figure of Aileron as his values rose up before his eyes. Name, Aileron Lycaos, lineage, mixed, realm, reality, titles, the Golden Boy, Seeker of Truth, true dimensional vitality values, 310 billion, innate ultima barrier, 100 billion, reserves of essence of reality, 43 million, mana, 350 trillion, destiny, 66, fate, 65, overall battle power, ultima strata. He was a stupendous existence to see, and it also gave Noah a peek at an example of an ultima strata existence, and his stats were glorious, to say the least, as his innate barrier alone was something no alpha strata legend could easily overcome. He would have to deal with many beings like him and those even more powerful as he delved into the main reality and began to understand the structure and intricacies of this land better. The place that was known as the Desolate Mausoleum, and yet, it was the location that most fate, destiny, karma, and fortune clustered around as the primordial bloodline thrived within these lands and accumulated immense levels of wealth and resources. This was the domain that Noah neared, due to how powerful the vessel they were on moved. They would not have to wait for too long as Noah's eyes could already capture the changes in the outside boundary between realities. Even with the shocking speed they were moving in, he could still see the dazzling rivers of realities becoming more and more frequent. Their size and stature increased ever so brightly as they went further in. Something unique was that he found every time they would cross an imperceptible domain barrier as they passed the vast stretches of realities, a barrier that the Dharma vessel they were on would flash with a white light every time it crossed. This white light was a verification that granted rights and access to those designated, otherwise one would not be able to peer and delve into the lands of primordials so easily and so deeply. Anyone crossing through these lands would easily be seen as if you did not share the primordial bloodline. You would have the hidden force of primordial legions, whether it be normal adjudicator legions or obsidian adjudicator legions, or even the will bearers that moved under the commands of legends rained down on you. With the authority of representative at the lead in this fantastical vessel, it did not take long for Noah's eyes to begin capturing a magisterial river of reality unlike anything he had ever seen. His mind buzzed as he felt his very aspects of existence begin to come to life. He felt them buzz with activity and wonder as they neared a vast reality that seemed to cover all of his eyes. A reality where he could not see the top or the bottom. Even when he gazed to left and right, he could still see its extending domain across these directions as well, and the further in they went, the more massive and titanic this river of reality seemed. Shing, the vessel they were on came to a halt as the swirling mass of essence surrounding it stopped and their surroundings became clear. They were still in the bounds of space, but they had stopped in a region where vibrant and powerful auras of adjudicator legions of primordials could be felt. Unique vessels of all types littered the surrounding space, along with thousands of enormous portals that were guarded by an adjudicator legion each. Uniquely, every single adjudicator commander was either someone at the peak of the primogenial strata, with some of the larger portals having those at the beta strata leading them as they protected important domains within the main reality. The voice of Aileron rang out as they stopped and the vessel's transparent glass opened up once more. We will proceed into the waypoint that leads to the Niberius Holy City from here on forward. His words were more so for someone like Noah and Caitlin who had never been to this location before, their eyes currently gazing at their surroundings with curiosity. Noah's eyes went over the many adjudicator legions stretched throughout the boundary of space, as well as the countless rivers of prime realities that stretched out behind them, with his eyes always being pulled back to the massive and endless main reality that put everything else to shame. Countless dazzling realities could be seen stretching from it as if it was a huge pillar shooting out countless branches of stellar light, Noah not even being able to appreciate its vastness and genuine bounds as he would go through a portal, a waypoint that would lead into a domain within this reality. Representative Aileron was in the lead as a golden robe had gone on to drape over him, the wings on his feet and back as vibrant as ever, while he took the whole party towards a crimson blue portal that had a powerful beta strata adjudicator commander and his legion surrounding it. The commander and his legion saluted respectfully while looking at Representative Aileron, making way as Noah and the rest followed behind while disappearing into the waypoint, into the main reality of these vast and endless domains of space. Into the land that was known as the Desolate Mausoleum. Chapter 1903. The main reality, a feeling as if he had returned to the infinite reality, a feeling of returning home. This was the sense that Noah attained when he went through the portal that sent him and many others into what was known as Niberius Holy City. From the memories of the primordial geniuses Noah had attained, he knew there to be 5 pure emperor domains within the main reality where the core powers of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines dwelled, as well as 5 asomatous lands that were grand domains vaster than thousands of realities put together, domains where all the races congregated in a primordial asomatous temple where the primordial assembly could gather and resided. Niberius Holy City was the capital of one of the 5 asomatous lands where the races of pure-blooded astral, dragon phoenix, reality ursity, infinite willow trees, and the royal humans gathered around it, lands filled with primordials that would be seen as vast empires and kingdoms by others stretched out all around for light years, but none of them compared to this capital that was one of the 5 places that the assembly could be called upon. After recent events, an assembly was determined to occur in Niberius Holy City. And Noah's figure materialized near the center of this grandiose domain as the first thing he felt was the denseness of essence. And the familiarity of the natural laws of reality. Familiarity. He felt as if he had been moving through darkness in all the areas he moved around in, but when he appeared in the main reality, he felt like he had a blooming flashlight in his eyes that illuminated the way forward. The natural laws of gravitation and polarity that he barely gained preliminary understanding in were pulled to the forefront of his mind as his main body took charge of utilizing the unique environment the clone was in and making the best of it, the clone itself gazing around it with luminous eyes. A wave of unseen light had resonated from Noah's clone the moment it stepped in as he, lavalier, nor anybody in the surroundings felt it. Only the silent and abstruse heart of destiny vibrated somewhat as it only settled down a microsecond later. This unseen wave of light that spread from Noah and wasn't befelt anyone continued to spread silently across the Niberius Holy City and began propagating even further across the asomatous land, but it could not be seen, so none would understand what it meant for this moment. As the clone collected more information, behind him, the massive waypoint could be seen as it was surrounded by massive stellar fortress walls to the side that were filled to the brim with adjudicator legions, each of them commanded by beta strata legends, as if anyone somehow got through into their portal into the main reality that wasn't allowed. Survival would be an impossibility. Above these stellar fortress walls were endlessly blue skies that held magisterial creatures crossing through. From mythical purple-beaked birds to the visage of normal drakes, dragons, and phoenixes, as to those on the ground, they were akin to pets or animals of nature that they didn't pay too much attention to. Past the fortress walls and where Representative Aileron was leading them were the stretches of tall structures and buildings that climbed towards the skies. Technologically advanced structures, as some even floated in the air as they pulsed with blue mana below them, countless auras being seen moving within. As Noah noted all of this down as possible architecture he could add to the infinite reality, among the many massive buildings, a single one stood the tallest as it stretched up endlessly in the skies. This building glowing gold and white as it had a single aperture rotating around it that read, Isomatus, Throngs of countless beings who had at least formed a cosmos within their origins busily moved in the marbled white roads that gave off waves of rejuvenating essence. The whole Liberia's holy city seeming like a hubbub of destiny and fortune. Is the one area that wasn't heavily populated and swarmed was the distinguished skyscraper that swirled with the écriture of Asomatus. It was because only those with permission and distinction could enter this primordial Asomatus temple, and this was exactly where Representative Aileron began leading Noah and his group, as the assembly had already called for its distinguished representatives to gather. For some, this was home as they merely returned, while for Noah and Caitlin they absorbed what they saw around them, while Noah gauged the power of primordials from the wonders he was seeing around him, with his heart being clear that what he had seen was barely an inkling of what the vast stretches of lands actually held. They would slowly be explored by him in time, but for now, he and all others didn't know that a resonating wave of essence had begun to spread out as the vibrant winds of the lands it passed across changed. The leaves began to sway as mountains began to give off sheens of golden grandeur, unseen changes occurring under the eyes of all beings. As Noah delved into a small area of the immensely vast main reality, his main body continued consolidating his power as he was making advancements on all sides, with his focus currently on the two natural laws of reality he had attained and the decretum of dreams. With these concepts, he could make Damra or heresy concepts and relics as he had to understand them and use them well. Apart from this, 100 infinite reality passages surged with profound light as they gushed down mountains of essence onto Noah, his body continuing to undergo refinement as a portion of his bones went towards the stage of Emperor. Even more infinite reality passages would soon follow as the cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique. Were already working on the 28th cycle, as it would soon reach 30 and show even grander changes. But there were randomized loot crates to open, new relics to observe, and mountains of loot for Noah to utilize as he went towards saturating his first dimension. Chapter 1904. Attending the primordial assembly, Ruination had sextupled all that she could, as the mountains of false grotto acres, liquefied soul seas, and physique refining pearls were simply obscene. Noah planned to utilize these for his first and more than likely his second dimensional reality, as he planned to isolate large chunks of them to lavalier. There were many things he wanted to do, as breaking the shackles of this existence would only aid him, and if I want to use that, his majestic voice rang out as he gazed at the vibrant golden emperor appendage that lay silently in his expansive space. He would need a significant amount of absolute dream authority to dispel the authority of a dimensional Hellion ruler and make something as glorious as this into his own strength. Apart from all this, there was Noah needing to look at skills to utilize skill succession on, and utilizing concept amalgamation, as the question was whether his most unique and powerful edicts should even be touched. Then there remained the efforts of which edict to elevate to Dharma or heresy, as once more, Noah had many things on his plate for him to achieve. The great thing was that his surging will could handle all the multitasking. And he also had many clones to send out to the many locations that were calling out to him. While Noah did all of this, his will turned towards a corner of his expansive space where the visage of an existence that was close to death but had been infused with the vitality of life could be seen. Valdez, Noah's eyes shone with a light of power as he called out to wake the tool that had been used by Lilith. He had taken him and even saved him for his own means, as he didn't do things without meaning, and he had saved Valdez because, with all the falsehood of a connection to Commander Fong, Noah's destiny saw there could be a semblance of a truth as he kept this being alive to see the possibilities. The primordial Asomatus temple was grand inside and outside, as after one entered the massive gold and white doors that were made of pure essence of natural laws. They didn't appear on any floors or halls. The surroundings were instead dazzling artificial stellar space, an endlessly stretching domain where the entrants were feeling powerful waves of natural AWS pressing down on them from all around, as all around them shining star-like floating thrones could be seen, floating thrones of different colors, as each of them represented a seat of a representative. They seemed like dazzling stars in the field of space, as those on the lower levels were shining purple, with the thrones above them shining a wondrous gold, and above them were obsidian thrones that released terrifying waves of power. Even further above, towards the peak of this artificial spatial domain, were barely perceptible crimson thrones, as whether anything lay past them was unknown. Well, this was the status of those ignorant. The truly powerful and influential beings knew that what stood above all the thrones within the primordial assembly were the thrones of those with the destined names, existences looked at with reverence, as only Oppenheimer stood above them in terms of status. Whether they were in attendance or not was something even those on the thrones below them would never know unless they chose to reveal themselves. Purple throned representative, golden throned, obsidian throned, and crimson throned. These were the ranks of representatives that didn't include the penultimate and highest seats, as the higher one went. the more powerful and influential they were, and also the more resources they received. Representative Aileron at the Ultima Strata level. Was shockingly adorning a golden robe as he floated towards his golden throne far in the space above, while he left behind Acarus and Noah's group on the stellar platform they teleported on when they first arrived. No sound could be heard in this unique space as Noah gazed around with sharp eyes, seeing that barely half of the purple tier thrones were filled, while barely a fourth of the golden thrones showed the visage of those intended. And the obsidian thrones actually only had 5, being occupied by the visage of existences with terrifying waves of power. And it didn't even seem like their true bodies were here. This was a unique feature of the primordial Asomatus temple, as those holding a seat of a representative could send their will through it to appear whenever meeting were called, with those absent having reasons to be so, as there would always be at least the 5 obsidian tier representative from each of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines who were present in case the meeting brought forth heavily important issues. As for the Crimson Thrones, they were empty most of the time, as the existences holding these were few and far in between, and the reason why it was utterly silent in this stellar domain of thrones was due to the authority of this domain, as the discussions of the representatives of the assembly would only be privy to the audiences when they chose for them to be. The assembly today had not yet kicked off, as more beings were coming. The stellar platform Noah and the others stood on becoming filled with more and more primordials that gazed respectfully at the thrones floating in space while talking amongst themselves. Beside Noah, Caitlyn's silvery eyes reflected the gazes of a few beings that had turned to her direction, many of these being primordial geniuses that were either already on this stellar platform or entered before them. Her identity was unique, as she was known amongst the circles of those knowledgeable as a dimensional royalty. In the face of attaining the power and physique of dimensions, some could not stop themselves from gazing at Caitlyn's astounding visage. Look at these cheeky children gazing towards you. Noah's brows raised as he locked onto all the poor souls gazing at something they would never touch in their lives, as Caitlyn replied calmly, merely the gazes of fools. I always have the expectation that it will be different here or there. And I've learned to not be disappointed now. Her words were laced with power and coldness as these two-dimensional beings waited to see what destiny would have in store for them. Quiet down. Wham! A booming voice resounded out as the low discussions began to rise in volume. The surging lights around the many star-like thrones shining bright as those seated on them revealed themselves. A commanding voice from an obsidian throne filled with volume and power began to emanate out. We must commence the assembly. With the core testing being the commencement of the first age of the Kainos era, and the raging waves of destiny that the ancient races have begun riding with the aid of dimensional races. Chapter 1905, Attending the Primordial Assembly. The vibrant spatial domain filled with floating thrones calmed down after a single voice had spoken. The voice called for the start of the assembly as those talking amongst each other quieted down, with a select few not being able to fully stop as their wills still stared towards the visage of Caitlyn while sending mental messages to each other. Noah was able to know this as under his eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor and the unique changes he had begun to feel ever since he entered the main reality. He felt his perception rapidly expanded as even the minute vibrations of essence sent across space into the wills and minds of weaker beings were picked up by him. The focus of the mental messages that drew Noah in this time around was filled with new information about none other than Caitlyn, with a group of prideful-looking primordials who should have come from other domains and had no contact with them being at the focus. That is truly her, right? The daughter of Emperor Saigon ruling over the clear water domain. The dimensional royalty, a primordial shimmering with power at the primogenial strata, sent these words to another at the same rank, who replied with a sly smile, yes. We learned the mystery around her more as word from the primordial dimensional stronghold in the mirror dimension is that her mother might hold an even more shocking identity than we previously expected among the mirror dimensional royalties. To this day I can't believe Emperor Saigon actually managed to bed such a woman. The words these beings exchanged were spanning within microseconds as while the stellar domain of space settled, Noah's eyes turned sharp as he picked up their last vestiges of conversation. Who the hell would believe it? That during one of the incursions that Emperor Saigon led in the mirror dimension, he would save a woman who was gravely injured at the time as they fell in love over the years and had a daughter not too long after. Only for this woman to regain her memories soon after as she left behind Emperor Saigon and the new daughter. Her identity being so high that Emperor Saigon does not even dare to step back into the mirror dimension lest dimensional royalties swarm him for tainted their royalty. WAA, how fickle destiny is. I also want to coincidentally bet a dimensional royalty who conveniently lost their memories. The thoughts turned towards a vile direction as beside him, Noah's Will felt Caitlin's eyes flash with a silver light as she turned to stare with extreme sharpness at the being that had just this last mental message. Her gaze seemed to indicate that she was using her own shocking means to also grasp this conversation relating to her as her eyes silently burned with anger, yet the usefully informative side characters continued. Can this dimensional royalty herself even go back to the mirrored dimension? The fight for rulership is extremely brutal in the dimensional lands as her birthright would grant her a chance. And any of those she threatens the chances of rulership would want to rip her apart before she can reveal herself. Why do you think father and daughter have remained in the vast realities all these years? What interests me now is what drew her to finally enter the main reality. Their mental conversation slowly died down as the wills of the enthroned representatives weaved out around the stellar domain. Noah attaining more information on the happenings and ongoing histories of those around him as he wondered how the angered Caitlin would move from here on out. The theory of dual cultivation that Lavalier had proposed still fresh in his mind as he also sought destiny for how he would move. But the authoritative voice of the representative that had spoken earlier rang out once more as the air filled with the essence of natural laws, the age of quintessence. I am sure you all are aware of this by now. This age began at a time that others disdained and looked down upon our reign as we faced attacks from many sides. Hung, the occupied rows of dazzling purple throned representative, golden, and obsidian shone as the full authority of the seated representatives revealed themselves, their faces and figures becoming clear as the atmosphere turned extremely serious. A heavy voice rang out next from a gold throne as it was from a massive reality ursity whose body shone with curling streaks of stellar lava light. Many dimensional strongholds faced attacks as some ended in the deaths of representatives. This shocking truth was laid down as Acarus, Ezekiel, and many other knowledgeable beings who knew what such a reality meant turned somber. It was then that the strong voice of Representative Aileron rang out, an illusory image beginning to play in the center of the stellar enthroned space. Many events and schemes unfolded recently as one in particular was the unexplored Grotto Sanctum. That should have been filled with fortune and opportunities for those yet to break through to reality. And instead it was filled with millions of primogenial legends and beta strata commanders, as it should have been a ploy of surefire annihilation against a segment of our future generation. The illusory screen began to display the events that Representative Aileron had witnessed through Acarus and the Koan-Peng's cataclysm nest, the eye of all beings drawn to it with coldness and ferocity. Millions of legends formed rows of legions while the primordial geniuses who had entered the unexplored Grotto Sanctum were at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. And at the end of this all, they didn't perish. The minds of those who had yet to hear this piece of news buzzed with shock and disbelief as they wondered which few existences were lucky enough to escape the grasp of millions of legends. They did not run from the enemies that schemed to annihilate them, as instead, a single being led the charge to counterattack and eradicated all of these enemies. The glorious scenes from the Koan-Peng's cataclysm nest began to play. The visage of the protagonist and his supporting cast was shown as the valiance of Acarus, Ezekiel, and Caitlin was on display, but none of them could compare to the glorious display of a single being. A being that had been overlooked as he stood on the stellar platform below all the thrones, surrounded by throngs of other primordials invited into this assembly, their eyes now turning towards him. Chapter 1906: An Incursion into a Dimensional Stronghold. The representatives wielded immense power and authority as a golden representative like Aileron held some weight. With those above him not speaking out, he continued to control the current space as he continued to speak while the illusory screen showed scenes of Noah decimating tens of thousands of legends. I bring these images up to remind us all of the power and destiny of our lineage, that even amidst the plots and schemes of others, we can easily withstand them as our bloodline thrives on the destiny of powerful beings taking reins and leading others forward. That is why, from his relative obscurity, I wanted to bring forth and recognize Alexander King, the existence that wiped out a manifesting will of a dimensional Hellion ruler. The spotlight and eyes of many turned towards none other than the quintessential Kainos Emperor. What, a will of a dimensional Hellion ruler appeared in these vast realities? Multiple powerful auras at the same level or exceeding the Ultima Strata rose began to buzz as to silence them all. The last voice that had spoken was from one of the 5 obsidian throne representatives in attendance. This aura had exceeded the stage of reality, as when one gazed upwards, they would notice the vibrant allure of an existence holding more than a single illusory reality. Grotto Haven. There were many obsidian thrones, but only 5 were filled, as there was a reason why so few Grotto Haven existences were in attendance. It was also why none had been able to come to lend any aid in the Koan-Peng's cataclysm nest. Because these powerful existences were stretched out across the vast realities and dimensions currently to withstand the unfolding attacks from all angles. their power could not be accurately measured, as those starting at the grotto sanctum were normally the ones who could attain the authority of an obsidian-throned representative, with the true power of primordials being unfathomable when there were still tiers above such beings. Even as Noah gazed up to obtain information, he found that powerful waves of the natural laws of reality swirled around the obsidian thrones, as he couldn't ascertain the difference between the Ultima Strata and those who stood in the grotto haven realm. The attention of these powerful beings were roused as Representative Aileron nodded, pointing towards Acris at the same time. The Shield of Dawn can attest to this stuff, and also to how Alexander King wiped out this will before it could fully manifest into these vast realities. The title and identity of the Shield of Dawn were special, as when Acris remained standing straight and nodded simply, the eyes of many beings released a terrifying light as the air turned extremely unique. Nobody else spoke as Noah stood with an unblemished visage even under all these gazes, simply gazing towards the many representatives as he eventually settled on Aileron to see where he would steer these talks. As another representative spoke, "Recognition is indeed in order. Saving the lives of his brethren and wiping out a budding will of a dimensional hellion, though this may deserve more than just recognition. Yes." A royal human representative sitting on a golden throne spoke lightly when looking at the young genius from his bloodline who seemed to have hidden himself very well. At his words, Representative Aileron smiled as he replied, "Yes, Representative Elnos." Before proceeding with the debriefing of the other events, I believe that the rewarding of the great feat of protecting others from certain annihilation and destroying a budding will should be addressed first. The vast stretches of enthroned representatives were silent. Nobody was against this motion, as the actions this being had taken were clearly seen to all as their meaning and results could not be ignored. The only question was what would be a sufficient reward to a hidden genius who could wipe the floor with Alpha Strata legends, and what did a genius like him need the most? Acris, who stood in front of Noah this whole time, locked her languid eyes onto Representative Aileron as he nodded with a light nudge, her older brother reacting soon after as, while everyone debated silently, he brought forth a wondrous idea. Recognition and rewards go hand in hand. As for rising geniuses, the one thing they lack to continue elevating their power is time and a robust foundation in natural laws. How about granting Alexander King entrance to the Northern Emperor domain of nature? What was said seemed to be too heavy, as finally, some representatives showed opposition. The Emperor domain of nature, a name granted to a special domain that could be accessed from any of the four directions of the main reality, a unique land where the essence of natural laws had liquefied and even further crystallized over the many years, as it was a location that only golden-throned representatives could even access. It was a perk granted to a representative to continue raising their power, as even they were privy to do it once every 1,000,000 years, and this was only for a day. This was because those entering the emperor domain of nature could draw upon the liquefied and crystallized essence of natural laws to very quickly develop their understanding and increase their power. But they would deplete these vibrant essences, as if all primordials were allowed to freely access it at all times. The resources would slowly be depleted and thinned, as it wouldn't have the shocking effect it currently held. Among the perks golden-throned representative received, this was at the peak, so this was why the powerful Ultima Strata legends who held purple-throned authority, too bold of a reward, raised opposition, as this existence would be getting something even they had yet to taste. You might as well grant him the authority of a representative while at it? A dazzling astral existence on a purple throne raised her brows as she also raised opposition to this. The rank of a representative, it was too pristine to be granted to a primordial for a single contribution, even when the one displayed was a shocking one. The debate continued as some were in favor while some thought it was too much. But everything slowly came to a halt when the will of a powerful royal human sitting atop an obsidian throne echoed out, a deserving reward. There is no harm in increasing the strength of one of our own geniuses, and his actions and contributions are too great to merely mention him in recognition with minor rewards. Let us put it to a vote. A feminine voice filled with authority rang out as everything quieted down. Noah's luminous eyes shone as he felt the waves of destiny begin to steer into an unknown direction. His main body feeling a sea of golden destiny begin to wrap around him as once more an ability from the heart of destiny was cast. Chapter 1907, an incursion into a dimensional stronghold. Chapter 1907, an incursion into a dimensional stronghold. An unseen wave of destiny permeated in the primordial Asomatus temple as representatives voted for a motion. The voting was unique as it was a majority vote most of the time, with the vote of those with higher authorities being taken with much more weight. Aileron raised his hand to cast his vote as his eyes lit up soon after, seeing a number of hands rising up around the stellar enthroned domain, as the vast majority were royal human representatives and even 3 of the obsidian throned representatives. Then it is settled. WAA, the feminine voice from one of the obsidian thrones that had brought the motion forward continued. Alexander King shall be granted a day's access to the northern emperor domain of nature. This voice came forward powerfully as it stopped any opposing opinions, its will surging to press down into the surroundings as it continued. With such talent, you also have to be utilized well. What do you think about joining an incursion into a dimension, apart from the rewards? They also had to see where this genius could go to continue forging himself and put to use his power. So he was asked. But it wasn't truly a question as who could deny the words of a grotto haven existence with a shocking level of authority? The focus came to Noah as the eyes of many lingered on him, an existence that had gotten the right to enter a location only Golden Throne representatives could access. Which dimension, if I may ask? His words raised eyebrows as the voice of the Obsidian Throne representative rang out again. Fantasia or Nibelheim? Some strongholds need more reinforcement as you will come under the command of a Grotto Haven Crimson Adjudicator Commander. A choice between two options when it came to Noah moving with the identity of Alexander. Silent waves of destiny surged as Noah replied with a calm nod soon after. I shall lend my strength to the strongholds in the Nibelheim dimension then. Good. Aileron, you shall lead him to the northern emperor domain of nature and be in charge of his deployment. Now we must discuss the movements of the ancient races and primordial beasts, as well as their movements with dimensional races. Representative Nixon, have we gotten word from the 12 domains of Avalon and why a stronghold in the Avalon dimension suffered a defeat under the aid of Avalonians? The primordial assembly continued as there were many topics to discuss, the question moving to the alliances that primordials forged with dimensional races as there were specific representatives who took the lead in communicating with their counterparts, before the representatives called forth could answer. The voice of none other than Ezekiel beside Noah echoed out with valiance. It was not our people, Huum. His words were stout and resolute as the weight of the gazes of many powerful beings landed on him, but he remained steady while continuing to speak as at this point Noah was able to get a glimpse of another side of the glory of the primordial assembly, the talking. There was too much damn talking involved as everyone truly shared information on what had occurred in the movements to be made thereafter. Ezekiel answering questions from the representatives as they moved from issue to issue thereafter. This was a different version of leadership than Noah was used to as he was the ruler of the infinite reality and did not seek the opinions of others. The 5 pure-blooded primordial bloodlines and their thrones of representatives, Noah observed their practices as his eyes were on the thrones past the obsidian ones and past the crimson ones, the thrones of the destined names, Noah, Ezekiel, Agon, names of existences who were revered among the primordials. Where were they? And were all the vast majority of beings missing from the current primordial assembly simply spread out across the realities and dimensions? Noah's purpose in the main reality was to understand the movements of primordials as he had easily accessed the location of authority where they made their decisions, observing their workings as for the next few hours it was only talks. Only after all the information was collected from all those involved in incidents with ancient races and dimensional races were laid out were Noah and the others dismissed, from the dazzling stellar spatial domain of thrones. They came out past the massive golden white doors as Noah received a message from Aileron who remained within. Get settled for the next day. I shall bring you to the northern emperor domain of nature tomorrow, a day for Noah to continue absorbing the uniqueness of the main reality and exactly what wonders there would be in the emperor domain of nature. The geniuses that had returned were locals as they went back to their bloodline domains, Noah allowing Ander to do so as well while Acharis lead Noah, Caitlin, and Ezekiel who let it be known that he still wanted to discuss something with Noah. They were led out of Niberia's holy city as Acharis took them through the bustling thrones of people and into multiple portals, eventually coming to an entirely different domain light years away as before their eyes. An expanse of golden grassland stretched out while circular crystal and floating islands moved above them, massive castles filling these crystalline islands that numbered in the thousands. Across the blue skies, this is a domain under Representative Aileron. You all can rest here for now and plan your paths thereafter. You will be introduced to the legions reinforcing the strongholds in the Nibelheim dimension after the northern emperor domain of nature. This is as much as I can do as thanks for your actions today. To let me know if you need anything else. Her golden eyes were just as valiant as from the skies. 3 of the massive crystalline floating islands came down, 3 golden plaques appearing in Acharis's hands that she gave to Noah, Ezekiel, and Caitlin each, a domain for each of them to rest in, with Acharis turning into a glimmer of light towards the skies and leaving the 3 of them behind. After all the talks in the assembly and all the decisions made, there was now a chance for these 3 geniuses to talk themselves as Noah spoke calmly while remaining in the skies, a powerful domain erupting around him to cover Ezekiel and Caitlin. It was a domain that would keep away prying eyes as the quintessential Kainos Emperor has decided his destiny. Chapter 1908 Caitlin, BZZT, surging waves of the essence of reality formed the domain Noah had called out, with wisps of the essence of the natural law of gravitation surging in the surroundings as Noah made this circular domain and divided it in half. One half held Ezekiel and the other half held Caitlin, with Noah's voice ringing into Ezekiel's mind first, "I'll hear you out." In a bit, he neglected the Avalonian last as his body was on the other side of the isolated domain with Caitlin, the wall separating this domain not allowing for even the wisps of a will to pass through as they would have the privacy to speak in this location. Caitlin gazed at the multicolored essence holding this domain as her silver eyes released an unbound luster, the natural law of reality. She had seen him utilize the essence of a natural law in the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest, but it was still surreal to see it now as this was only something geniuses in the Alpha Strata and above could proficiently grasp and utilize. It once more affirmed the shocking and unreasonable strength this being displayed as after seeing this and knowing they were alone to freely talk, Caitlin spoke while her fair hands twirled with the essence of the natural law of gravitation around them. "My whole family seeks strength and power as I have not seen my mother for millions of years. And my sister has half perished, and my father is not even himself in a domain somewhere in this main reality." Her words carried a tinge of self-depreciation as she continued, "All of them and many others seek power and authority, but none of it compares with what I have seen you display. I've made it my goal to achieve this same power they so fervently seek as maybe after I stand over all of them with it, we can look at each other eye to eye, so?" Her fair hands left behind the twirling essence around them as she turned to lock her gaze with Noah, who was forming a multicolored throne of essence and getting situated on it grandly. "I wanted to ask you two things. Your source of strength and how I can achieve something like it. And why you have continued to aid me this whole time. What is it that you wish to attain from me?" Sha, pristine waves of essence surged out as Noah waved his hands to form a throne similar to his behind her that he motioned for her to sit on while he thought about her words, how she could achieve his level of exemplary lower and what he wanted from her. Well, the two can be considered somewhat connected. His vibrant voice rang out as he pondered how to best word it while Caitlin in her silver while battle dress sat down on the essence throne. "I attained this power by being proficient in and listening to destiny. It is also the reason that drew me towards you, WAA." He tapped on the hand rest of the essence throne as he gazed at Caitlin closely. "Let me give you an example of destiny. From the primordial assembly, I will be going to the emperor domain of nature and then follow an adjudicator legion under the command of a grotto haven existence. How much fortune and destiny do you think there will be for me to attain from this?" Caitlin's eyes flashed as she read between the lines and asked quizzically, "You do not plan to go?" "No." Noah shook his head as he tapped on his throne, spatial essence weaving around them as to his right. Another figure looking exactly like him appeared, this being another true sanguine clone. "I plan to go, but this will merely be one of the paths I take. It will not even be the path that I consider the most important." WAA, surging waves of tyranny and power echoed out as Noah spoke his thoughts freely. The quintessential Kainos Emperor moved as he wished, not merely following along the whims of others, as he wouldn't treat a mission to aid a grotto haven existence as his main pathway at this time. There was the prana dimension, the Apollyon dimension, not to mention the dream dimension that he had established a dimensional layer of. His first and foremost task was to delve into the dream dimension and see just how grand the changes would be when his main body, which had always remained protected in the infinite reality, stepped into this endless domain that he built an origin of inside himself. And destiny told him it had to be the main body or a clone that he granted the right to be a quintessential dream dimensional chassis. There were many profound paths for him to take, as acting as Alexander of the primordials could be considered a side mission. With his means, his current focus should be on entrenching his authority into the dimensions that even primordials were trying to grasp. The current owners of the desolate mausoleum were reaching out to the 9 anchors as there were many mysteries to solve within this cluster of destiny. His focus would be the conquest of dimensions and absorbing dimensional lands and realities into his gormandizing dimensional reality, back then and now. It was always conquest. Caitlin gazed at Noah's two bodies with sharp eyes as she felt the same level of strength in each, the enthroned Noah continuing to speak as his words carried powerful majesty. "You want to know how I achieved my power and how you can do the same? Let me ask you, apart from going after the strength your family so desperately desires, what is it that you seek? What do you personally want? Because just simply chasing power is an abysmal way to live." What did she want? Noah's question caught her off guard as she began to ponder, but he didn't let up as another one came soon after. "What makes you happy? What do you enjoy doing? Question after question came as Noah tried to point this dimensional royalty to where she had to go. Back in his home world, what did all humans wish for as they went day in and day out? Everyone sought happiness, wanted to live for as long as possible, wanted to do the things they loved doing, and they wanted to be around those that made them happy, what Caitlin wanted and what was taken away from her due to her circumstances, family. Her silvery eyes became blazed as she once more thought about this. Wasn't this why she was seeking strength now? Because all of them were rushing towards such a concept, yes. Noah nodded at her reply as he continued, but you do realize that it doesn't only have to be from your family members? That you can form other relationships and bonds that can be elevated to even become another family in the future? His words thundered down and caused Caitlin to lock onto his stellar eyes as she shook her head with a smile. Others, yes. Other beings have solely disappointed you as the women gaze at you in jealousy and the men merely gaze at your body, with none of them being up to par. Then, I come along. Have I disappointed so far? The domineering essence of the quintessential Kainos Emperor flashed out as the silver white hair draping over Caitlin's shoulders shimmered. Her eyes turned sharp as after a second, she shook her head to affirm Noah's words. She didn't feel a pervasive gaze nor one of disgust when gazing at this being as his tyrannical eyes seemed pure. Then let me plainly answer your first question. As I have learned to trust my destiny, I continue to follow it even now as it is currently telling me to obtain your heart. Noah's voice resounded with majesty as Caitlin's eyes flashed with light. A depreciating smile came to her lips as she replied slowly, my heart. Why would your destiny be leading you to that? When I am right now coming to you asking your source of strength, when you are stronger than I am. What destiny would there be with my heart? The essence of the natural law of gravitation buzzed in the surroundings as Noah tapped on his throne once more while speaking with a devilish smile. The answer to that will also go towards answering your second question of power. You heard the insignificant side characters in the primordial assembly. You are dimensional royalty whose lineage connects to one of the lineage rulers of the mirror dimension. If you truly want power, you will not find it mixing around the royal humans of the pure-blooded domains outside of the main reality or the pure-blooded primordials within the main reality. It will be in the mirror dimension. Why don't you set your aspirations higher? Higher than even the goals of primordials who have strongholds in the mirror dimension. Why don't you make the bid to become a dimensional ruler since your lineage supports it? Multicolored essence spun in a unique manner as destiny began to bubble up. Caitlin feeling her heart tremble as her own destiny burst with possibilities in her mind. Dimensional ruler, yes. Noah's astounding visage rose from his makeshift throne as he floated towards hers, a title that will accomplish your goal of power, and maybe your goal of family. And my destiny is telling me to obtain your heart, the heart of a future ruler of a dimension that I will raise to that position with my bare hands. His overpowering visage came before her as his right hand went to lift her chin and raise her pondering head. Family, power, happiness. You can forge it yourself, and I can be there to help you with it. The part that I am most confident in is power is this. I am most proficient in. The quintessential Kainos Emperor held up the head of a dimensional royalty as destiny maddeningly buzzed around them. Chapter 1909 Lancelot. Waves of the essence of gravitation tumbled and toiled in the surroundings. A shocking scene that any local of the pure-blooded domains would lose their minds over occurred as the visage of a dimensional royalty who was seen as untouchable came in close contact in a somewhat intimate manner with another being. The motion was a simple one, her chin lifted up as she was made to focus on the being before her, yet, this was something entirely foreign to her as no man had ever neared her space like this before. She was millions of years old. But she had never faced this before as she would normally never leave herself so defenseless. Her silvery eyes blinked as she spaced out for a second, coming to as she gazed at this man that was now close to her as she tried to find her words. You said you were most confident in the aspect of power. What means do you have for this? She actually didn't know what to do as this mirror dimensional royalty continued to stare on the robust visage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor that was also something unmatched in this age of quintessence, bloodline, and physique. His hand lifted from her chin as he stood before her and said these simple words. He spoke with a devilish smile as he actually sighed thereafter and spoke with a tinge of melancholy. You see, I have a unique dimensional bloodline and physique that any woman would want as it can grant the power of dimensional essence, but unlike you mine is only my secret. This is one method of raising both your power and my power. His visage remained right before her as every part of his muscular form and tendrils of powerful essence coiling around his very skin were clear to Caitlin's eyes. When she fully realized what his words meant, her fair face slowly became tinged with a tiny bit of red that caused her to be entirely confounded, blushing. What the fuck was this? She was millions of years old, as emotions such as these were considered useless to her and those of mere children. The tinge of red faded away soon after as the dimensional royalty collected herself, confidently staring at Noah's specimen of a visage that anyone would go crazy for. Again, that is just one method in what I can speculate why destiny is leading me towards attaining your heart. The other methods are tools and techniques I had forged over the past weeks. Caitlin tilted her head to make sure she heard correctly. Over the past weeks? Not over the past years or something similar to that. Everything about this being before her was confounding her, as after she listened to his words, she found herself surprisingly calm as her intrigue towards him only increased, but she didn't answer him yet. She instead asked, "You've asked me what I want. What about you? What is your overarching goal?" Yes. What did this being before her want at the end of it all? Was it the same goal as everyone else, seeking the true throne? Noah seemed to read her thoughts as his body erupted with a domineering sense of power while his gaze went upwards, past the barrier surging around them and onto this vast main reality that was causing his destiny to fluctuate ever so greatly. What did he want? It was always clear in his heart as his love of the exploration of all things wondrous and the experience of fantastical levels of power remained, but it was molded by what he learned and experienced as currently. The overarching goal in his mind was clear. It is not merely to attain the seat of the true emperor. The oh so great Oppenheimer achieved this and did what he did, but he didn't place the 9 dimensions under his feet. I want it all, rumble, the vast stretches of realities. The 9 dimensions. Eventually, all of them shall come under my authority. BOM. Waves of destiny erupted out from this grand proclamation. Another unseen burst of power boomed out from this area and spread out wildly all around, nobody being the wiser about it. In the other half of the barrier domain where Noah and placed Ezekiel, the clone that he had called out when talking to Caitlin appeared as Ezekiel turned just in time to see the boundlessly raging destiny. The gaze of this other dimensional royalty was unique as it held firmness and power, his thoughts unknown as Noah spoke towards him lightly. You invited me to the 12 domains of Avalon after the will of the dimensional Hellion ruler perished. Why is this? A prince of the Avalon dimension had seemingly seen something with him as he had not left his side since then, and Noah wondered why. Ezekiel nodded firmly as essence began to buzz around him, his fair skin shining as his hair changed. Purple stellar strands of hair coming to occupy his head as his body also became adorned in his stellar purple suit of armor. His hands grasped onto a vibrant purple sword buzzing with the essence of Avalon as he brought it to his chest and spoke valiantly. I, Lancelot, first of my name, have traversed the lands of primordials following words written in stone, words of destiny and fate that speak of doom and extinction unless something is changed. And the change is not dependent on a vast majority of beings, but a single one. One exceptional enough to excel against all others, as his destiny shall be able to reverse what was done before. Shocking words echoed out from this being as Noah raised his brows. In the surroundings, he and Lancelot were confounded to begin hearing a slow hum of a symphony that Noah nearly shook his head about soon after as he ignored it and asked with his brows raised. And you believe I am this one being written in stone? I cannot be sure, even though my destiny tells me I do not need to continue searching. This is why I invited you to the Avalon dimension. There, this conjecture can be affirmed. Chapter 19:10. A profound revelation. So long as he entered the Avalon dimension, the conjecture could be confirmed whether he was the one. So long as you are able to grasp the true sword of Avalon and command the dimensional rulers of this dimension. We can affirm that the one who shall possibly stop the advancement into cataclysm has finally appeared. The true sword of Avalon. Ezekiel grasped the purple sword he held within his hands as if it held great weight and responsibility, this sword being merely one of the many imitations that those of his bloodline could wield. But it was just that, an imitation. Noah gazed at this prince of the Avalon dimension closely as he read the waves of destiny, going on to ask about something this being had mentioned multiple times now: the cataclysm, mass destruction, apocalypse. What could possibly be calling for such a foreboding thing at this time? The gaze of Ezekiel hardened at these words as he grasped his sword tightly before he continued. The actions of the past true emperor gave way to many possibilities, but the actions still remain an impossibility. Even though the splitting of the main reality was achieved in the end to it was still something against nature, as if it cannot be rectified, there only lies the path of destruction. The constant propagation of realities is not feasible. The essence of reality cannot sustain it. Even the rate of destruction of realities by primordial beasts to return the core essence back to the main reality is not keeping up. Ezekiel spoke dangerous words as his identity as a primordial could be brought into question when he mentioned the destruction of realities by primordial beasts as a good thing. The actions that the last true emperor took went on to even affect the 9 dimensions, as their domains now continue to expand endlessly, constantly draining the core essence of these dimensions, as when they are stretched out thin enough, there will only be apocalypse. Apocalypse, then and now. It was always apocalypse. The weaving of destiny surged as time slowed. Noah's will vibrated with power as back in the infinite reality. His main body, in the form of a massive preponderant Irminsul, glowed with astonishing life force as he voiced out, Lavalier. He called upon the unique existence that was bound and shackled but knew many things, as mountains of loot in his expansive space dissipated soon after. Then, she spoke, he speaks a semblance of truth. It is not in the immediate future, as the foundations of reality and dimensions are robust, but the continued singularities of new realities forming and constant expansion of dimensions cannot be sustained in the long term. Eventually, it will all fall apart, as one of the fundamental natural laws that holds together reality and the 9 dimensions continues to be violated. The fundamental natural law of manodynamics. The fundamental natural law of manodynamics, essence cannot be created nor destroyed, only changed into different forms. The constant propagation of realities and expansion of dimensions violates this, as it is using up essence and breaking apart the harmony of nature, putting reality on a path of destruction, as this has also caused another fundamental natural law to overtake all others in its influence and power, the natural law that will eventually cause the breakdown and apocalypse of everything in these barren lands, the law of entropy. Shocking bits of information one after another surged down as Noah's mind burst with essence and destiny, the fundamental natural laws of manodynamics and entropy. These foreign concepts swirled in Noah's mind as Lavalier decided to hit the nail in the coffin. Even though this constant expansion caused the birth of profound destiny and fortune, among many more things, all of this has to have a source, as the balance between the laws that hold together the fabric of reality has been disrupted. It will eventually mean apocalypse after a long period of time passes. And this is why I was waiting for you to attain the seat of emperor of this age and exceed the Grotto Haven realm, to finally leave these barren lands just like the last emperor of this age did. But you have set yourself on a different path, as whether it is capable of success or not is unknown even to me. A booming horn of destiny resounded in Noah's mind. His destiny surged as it showed many paths, with 2 of them shining with utmost glory, as it was all up to him which path he took. He had already forged his first dimensional layer that corresponded to the 9 dimensions, as if he was capable of assimilating all of them into his infinite reality and also assimilate the vast realities in the main reality. To it was unknown what the results would be, as this was a possible path, or he could follow the outline path that the last true emperor had taken, as he could leave behind the desolate mausoleum and its 9 anchors that bound it down. Heading to paths unknown, as this path was fairly easy to follow, it also left behind the knowledge that Oppenheimer was not even in these vast realities and dimensions anymore. Silence permeated everything as Noah's will calmed and glanced at the chaotic weaving of destiny. Why did that being do what he did? Was it simply for the expansion of resources and destiny? What benefits did he gain after he left the desolate mausoleum? Questions upon questions, and no answers. I see. Noah's resonant voice came out as this was his only reply to Lavalier. He had his own path, he knew what it was, and he could do nothing but continue moving forward, back in the barrier domain where Noah held 2-dimensional royalties in talks. His clone with Ezekiel had a clear gaze as he replied to this being's words. Then we shall go to the Avalon dimension, SHA. The eyes of Lancelot flashed with power as he nodded with a question. The incursion into the Nibelheim dimension you agreed to in the primordial assembly, a clone will take care of that. Let us make way to the Avalon dimension. Noah wasted no time as he had the clones to spare. So why not use them? The path ahead was tumultuous and unknown, as Noah only had himself to rely on. He had his destiny and profound path of a new realm he was constructing as he went. He had treasures and relics that would aid him on the way there. He had his infinite reality to withstand and possibly prevent the coming cataclysm. He had his infinite mana in this coming apocalypse. Chapter 19:11 Glorious Natural Laws. Surrounded by a protective barrier of the essence of reality, Ezekiel affirmed Noah's resolve as he grasped the sword in his hands tightly and pressed it down. The sword of Avalon. It shone with a grandiose purple luster as through it the decretum of Avalon erupted as from Ezekiel's body. The least he could do was be capable of controlling this essence to open a pathway into this dimension, just like how Noah could now utilize dream dimensional essence freely to cross the folds of space and enter the dream dimension. Ezekiel could do the same under the correct conditions, as he was a dimensional royalty. This also allowed one to ponder just what locations could the dimensions be considered to be in? One could easily access the 9 dimension with the prerequisite control of its essence to a certain point anywhere in the vast realities. So were the 9-dimension layers on top of the vast realities and inaccessible layers of space? Were they on another plane entirely? How exactly did all of these domains come together for the desolate mausoleum to have the dimensions as its anchors? It was many questions coming through with no legitimate answers as before Noah. A massively pristine purple gateway rose that led into the unknown. Ezekiel was adorned in his royal purple armament as he had already made his own preparations for the Adjudicator Legion under his lead before coming here. Nodding towards Noah as these two beings didn't waste words and instantly went through the purple gateway together, into the foreign dimensional lands of Avalon. Whap, the gateway closed on this half of the barrier as on the other side. Caitlin had made her decision. She gazed at Noah's unshakable figure as while thinking of the possible future, she chose a certain path. Let's take it slow. I know that I do not owe you anything, so I won't be shameless to ask for your resources and treasures. That's where I'll have to stop you. Noah smiled lightly while stopping Caitlin from proceeding forward. My goals and what I want happen to coincide with the path you may choose. It will benefit me if you step up and seek the role of a dimensional ruler in the mirror dimension. And since I also seek your heart, don't be afraid to take from the things I offer you. My resources and techniques. Holding them back from you after I tell you such things wouldn't make sense, would it? His stellar eyes revealed their tripupilled authority as Caitlin once more found herself not being able to hold his gaze for too long, her will still questioning her state of mind and why she couldn't remain unfettered before this being now. Let's go. The first thing to do is to solidify your foundation and at least make you a limit breaker of all aspects of existence before you forge your reality. Then, there are some methods of forging reality passages and abilities that have somewhat high resource costs, but you should be able to handle a few. The dazzling essence of a natural law began to fade as the scene of the outside blue sky filled with fantastical floating landmasses became clear. 3 beings were wrapped in this domain as only 2 became visible thereafter, Noah beginning to float towards the massive floating landmass that was granted to him as he sent a mental message to the dimensional royalty who still seemed somewhat shaken from his straightforwardness. You haven't received too many things from others, right? The things I have are innumerable as even Grotto Haven masters would grow envious of them. Allow me to spoil you with all these things as after all, I am chasing after you now. Caitlin watched Noah's receding figure as she thought about his words and her own path, her already made decision being solidified as she didn't go towards the floating landmass she had gotten the plaque of from Acarus. She instead floated towards the domain that the quintessential Kainos Emperor would be residing in as she wanted to see his means and techniques that had gotten him the exemplary power he held. Far away from their location, a pair of women's eyes were watching this scene as the fiery stellar one from behind could nearly erupt into flames. Sis Acarus, a perfectly good man is being taken before my very eyes because you held me back. There's very few in our generation that are even close to him. Juliet was fuming as she spat out stellar flames when she spoke, Acarus affirming Ezekiel never came out of the barrier of natural laws as she spoke coldly. You'll get your chance to get close to him during the incursion into the Nibelheim dimension. Representative Aileron has tasked us with understanding his character and allegiances as he is an eventual representative candidate. Acarus spoke so simply as she began to move away from the domain of space they were hidden in, Juliet seeming annoyed as she followed from behind while shouting out, "It's your damn brother. Stop calling him Representative Aileron." A flash of essence erupted as their figures were covered with it, time moving forward as always. The many events that had occurred over the past days were extraneous as many beings returned to their bloodline domains to plan their next moves, some waiting patiently as incursions into dimensional strongholds would soon begin. As the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest fully came to its conclusion, everybody who went in and out was accounted for as from the royal human side. Beatrix returned to Brightborn in mourning as Empress Genevieve never made it out alive. Many candidate emperors of pure-blooded bloodlines that had entered fell as very few destined ones survived, the revolving events having their own widespread repercussions as for some beings, they didn't matter too much. The hours passed into the next day when Representative Aileron was supposed to take the genius Alexander King to the northern emperor domain of nature, this event alone drawing some attention from nearby domains as only Golden Throne representatives were granted this honor. Those who knew about this matter went to gather and see whether this visit for this being would be fruitful, or whether such an event would be wasted on this being. Chapter 1912 Glorious Natural Laws. The blue skies of the main reality were pristine and clear. They were like this in some regions, and in others fantastical scenes of coiling stellar bodies of realities could be seen stretched out across the skies. Massive rivers of realities coiling around each other ranging in the tens to hundreds could be seen in some regions, which existences living in or occupy these domains as the sheer number of existences within the main reality were countless. Other regions had crystallized. Acres of grotto sanctums formed from the hundreds or thousands of weaving realities. Forming vast endless domains within these spaces, as well as pure-blooded bloodlines had their domains in regions that had clusters of realities or grotto sanctums as their bases. This was because such areas were dense in essence, resources, and the concentration of natural laws. It was why the scene Noah was staring at became all the more fantastical as time had forged on into the next day, and Icarus had appeared to lead Noah and Caitlin across multiple waypoints to appear before their current location where Aileron was waiting for them in the dazzling skies. A decent number of events had happened in the past day as Caitlin had a different look in the eyes when she gazed at Noah. And this was because he had revealed the methods of false grotto nakers, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls to her as a small semblance of his means. All of them could be considered limit-breaking tools with the correct usage, as the goal was for Caitlin to exceed her aspect of origin with these tools and more. Noah had also given a glance to some of his techniques and their resource cost as this dimensional royalty had shaken her head in disbelief, her mind being expanded as she followed along to see the region of the northern emperor domain of nature. Even though she wasn't allowed entrance within it, this brought them to their current location where all of them were dazzled by what they saw. The skies were littered with colors as in the distance, a massive cylindrical beam of dreadful essences shot upwards to the skies endlessly, and countless glorious rivers of reality seemed to be coiling around this pillar of essence as they stretched out from it in a circular manner as if they were branches sprouting from a tree. Even from afar, the air was thick with all different types of liquefied essence as the skies held seas of destiny, fortune, karma, and fate that knew could freely swim in. The essence of common elemental laws and the essence of Tao's could be felt all around. But nothing as potent as the thick and oppressive tendrils of essence of the natural laws of reality. The closer one went towards the beam of cylindrical light and the surging givers of reality that fantastically seemed to be spinning around it in a perpetual motion, the more oppressive of a pressure they would feel. As part of the reason why the emperor domains of nature were reserved for Golden Throne representatives was because they had sufficient power to even reach close to it. Golden Throne representatives were at the peak of the stratas of reality, as many were half a step into the stage of Grotto Haven, beings like Aileron who were considered young and at the peak of Ultima Strata being very rare, but they had the power to at least get close to the majesty of the emperor domains of nature. As the closer one went, the more concentrated the tendrils of natural laws became, as if they were powerful and destined enough, they might be able to cleanly absorb some of this essence into their bodies and awaken the understanding of a natural law. Think you can handle it? In the dazzling skies, Aileron pulled out a golden star that showed spinning rivers of realities in it that he handed towards Noah, this being the key to allow one past the thick and massive barrier one would come across the moment they neared any entrance of the emperor domains of nature. If you didn't have this key that Golden Throne representatives had and it wasn't your ordained time to be at this location, you could potentially be stripped of your ranking or face punishment. Aileron was granted the authority to allow Noah to enter under his banner since he stood for him in the primordial assembly. Noah taking the key and floating towards the dazzling location surging with essences as nodded calmly. Icarus and Caitlin watched from behind as past them. The gazes of many other beings who even held the authority to be in this region were watching things unfold. Normally, I would ask whether he would even be able to near the emperor domain of nature, but after what I've seen in the unexplored grotto sanctum, far in the skies, some of the existences that had been with Noah in the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest watched on with elders of their bloodlines after they passed word of this being's ridiculous power. The young emperor was gazing on with a pondering gaze as a Golden Throne representative stood beside him, with Juliet's figure standing beside her parents, as many other beings were also spread out across different areas near this northern emperor domain of nature to see the results of this existence nearing this pristine location. There were rumors that he already understood a semblance of a natural law, and it was how he had managed to wipe out the budding will of a dimensional hellion ruler, and all of this conjecture could be confirmed here and more. If true, the power of this genius was something the royal humans or any of the other pure-blooded primordial bloodlines could not lose out on. Destiny weaved silently as they watched on. Noah moved across the gradually changing skies while bypassing the thick barrier with the authority of a key granted by Aileron, his body feeling the oppressive force of the essence of natural laws all around him. As the closer he went towards the tendrils of spinning rivers of reality, the more his eyes could differentiate many types of essences. He could barely glean the essence of gravitation and polarity as he wondered, what of the fundamental natural law essences of manodynamics and entropy? Could he manage to see them or even grasp them ever so briefly when the only way he attained his first two preliminary understanding of the natural laws was from wondrous loot and his own unique ability? Chapter 1913 Glorious Natural Laws. An emperor domain of nature, a cluster of swirling essence of natural laws that had tendrils of reality swarming a massive beam of light that endlessly shot into the skies. Golden Throne representatives reaching Ultima Strata and above were capable of reaching into it as its oppressive force could be withstood with one's realm. Or if they already had a semblance of control over the natural laws that were raging in the surroundings, for Noah, it was the latter as when he began to feel the pressure that would have stopped one from proceeding forward. He called upon the natural law of polarity. Everything had its opposite in this world. White articles of this natural law that Noah attained first weaved around him as he had already begun to infuse this into the nomological edict of the dictum emperor to forge a dharma edict. When it wrapped around him, he felt the chaotic tendrils of natural laws and the surroundings gradually calm as the white particles of this law nearby. Became clear in his tripupilled eyes. Resonance of nature buzzed in his soul as soon after. He felt the outside particles drawn to him as polarity. Began to surge into his origin, body, and soul. As his soul began to attain just a little bit more clarity into this natural law that he gained a preliminary understanding, the natural law of polarity is undergoing quantification. To Noah, a promotion rose as he began to easily absorb the essence of a natural law that he already understood. To those watching him, they merely saw his figure that was slowly walking upon the multicolored earth release a gorgeous white light as a dazzling stream of milky white began to flow out from the surroundings and surge into him. His advancement towards the tendrils of reality swirling around the massive pillar of natural laws becoming even faster. Of course, he can already control a single natural law. Those who had entered the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest nodded with shining eyes as they prepared themselves for something like this, while those from the pure-blooded bloodline spectating this for the first time sent word to their people. Especially the royal humans who began to increase in number as one of theirs was involved in this matter. On the multicolored earth, Noah went in even deeper as next, he called upon the little preliminary understanding he had in the natural law of gravitation. Pristinely purple particles of essence wrapped around him as his eyes closed, feeling the resonance of nature as a clear stream of purple light surged from the surroundings and into his body, his visage becoming astounding and majestic as he gave off an indubitably shocking authority while surrounded by the essence of natural laws. The natural law of gravitation is undergoing quantification. Two natural laws, something that only unique Ultima Strata legends and those in the Grotto Haven realm could possibly do. This being was doing it before their very eyes as his figure forged seamlessly even deeper into the emperor domain of nature, streams of white and purple surging into his body as the other particles of nearby natural laws danced with fervor and power. There were many traces of natural laws here. As if one had any understanding of their nature, they might be able to draw them into their soul and gain an understanding of how to utilize them. After Noah called out polarity and gravitation, his soul buzzed as it began to see what laws he had affinity with and could even grasp a semblance of. He thought of mana. He thought of the fundamental natural law that governed all things. The law of mana dynamics that stated essence cannot be created or destroyed, only changed into a different form. Are you not curious as to why you have the reality-altering concept of infinite mana that is also violating the core principles of the natural law of mana dynamics? His calm mind buzzed with Lavalier's voice as she stated something Noah had begun to think about the moment she revealed the law of mana dynamics. I told you how weird you were when I first saw this reality-altering quality within you. Yes, you can draw upon what you consider an infinite source of mana, but under the laws of mana dynamics, that does not stand to be true, as once more essence cannot be created or destroyed, only changed into a different form. You are astounding, yes, but you are still a creature that falls within the bounds of natural laws, as even you have to follow this ruling. So what form of essence is being converted every single time to grant you the mana that you utilize? What is it and how are you accessing it when you do not even understand it? Infinite mana. Before, he used to borrow essence from the vast reserves of his world, then galaxy, and then universes. Ultimately, the trait of infinite mana was crystallized into a reality-altering concept that stood true to its name even without drawing essence from other sources. As far as Noah knew, he didn't understand how it was possible, but he only knew it was possible as a ridiculous reality-altering tool. But what was truly behind it? How did its mechanics work and how did it follow the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics? His figure began to buzz as it entered the proximity of the swirling rivers of reality, space becoming bent whenever a tendril of reality neared him as a wondrous gravitation force moved it away. When it was too massive to be raised by gravitation, an opposing image of a tendril of reality would appear to deflect the first as polarity also insisted itself, and ever so easily. Noah went even deeper as when one looked at his figure from the outside, they could only see a being made of purple and pristine white. Surging storms of light begin to disappear into the folds of natural laws. As he went deeper in, Noah was searching for none other than manadynamics, for the working of essence that kept together the very fabric of reality. Chapter 19:14 Glorious Natural Laws. LV, Representative Aileron watched the shocking scene of Noah easily disappearing into the folds of the natural laws of reality as he spoke with a smile. Another genius of our race might have just appeared. He spoke wondrous words as he thought about primordial geniuses, beings not considered geniuses based on their pure-blooded bloodlines, but purely as primordials, as their names were on everyone's minds from the new generation of primordials. Acarus was considered one such being due to her uniqueness. There were others across the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines granted this identity as they either grasped natural laws and brought to fruition many dharma concepts or forged such a tier of relics, or they simply had their own uniqueness that made them stand out over all others, but they were considered geniuses above their peers. This existence, being cradled by natural laws as he disappeared into the temporal domain of nature, had more than enough qualifications to be considered above his peers, an atmosphere of fantasy and majesty. This was what Noah's clone felt as he opened his eyes with wonder after crossing the gateway conjured by Ezekiel into the Avalon dimension. The mirror dimension and dream dimension were unique with their landscapes, and the Avalon dimension was even more so as when Noah spread his will out. He saw mystical floating islands, countless in number, stretched out across purple-lit skies. There were no major landmasses to speak of as north, south, east, west. Every direction one turned to had glittering floating landmasses that were wrapped in pristine purple essence that was abundant in nature as it beautifully dripped off the sides of the floating islands to cluster into clouds and streams of purple essence right below them. The islands themselves each had their own uniqueness and environment, as some were verdant lush islands filled with mystical vegetation, others were freezing cold and filled with glaciers, and others were hot deserts that seemed to burn with intensity, yet each of them held their own sense of beauty as the essence of Avalon wrapped around them and cascaded off like waterfalls all around, with one never seeing the ends of these floating islands no matter where they looked. We're currently in a domain under my father's jurisdiction that is normally kept empty, but we might start coming across others the moment we leave here. Lancelot spoke out calmly as he stretched with a sense of freedom and happiness after returning to the Avalon dimension. The true sword of Avalon is something protected under the authority of all 12 domains of Avalon, and it is located on Insula Avallonis that has remained free of influence from anyone until now. But getting to it, Insula Avallonis, a massive continental floating island vaster than thousands of realities, as when one began exploring the Avalon dimension, the variations of floating islands would change in size from something as small as worlds to islands as vast as realities. But Insula Avallonis was something too mystical in the Avalon dimension as even to this age. It had not fallen under anyone's influence. It was not that they did not dare to, it was simply that nobody couldn't. This was because the true authority of the Avalon dimension was sunk into the heart of this island as the one capable enough to unearth it. Would come to control Insula Avallonis and all of the Avalon dimension in time. We have many things to worry about, but the ones we have to watch out for the most and those who will hinder us as we go are dimensional ruler Morgana's forces, who believe themselves to be the pure blood of Avalon as they remain free of influences from primordial beasts, ancient races, and Hellion rulers from other dimensions. Anyone foreign is an enemy to them. Dimensional ruler Morgana. She was also known as Enchantress Morgana. A little bit more background was revealed to Noah as this clone twirled with the weaving of destiny. How exactly would he begin to move in the Avalon dimension that was filled with valiance and magic? In the main reality, ecstasy was currently running through Noah's heart. Ecstasy. This was because a vast majority of his will was focused on his clone of Alexander as he experienced a swarming storm of natural law essences. His emotions and very aspects of existence enjoyed this sensation as if someone told him 2 years ago, before he even awakened, that in a short period of time he would be trying to grasp the very fundamental laws that made up reality. He would look at them as if they were crazy, yet here he was now, his mind expanded, boundless experiences that opened up the doorways to unbelievable things that he couldn't even imagine were possible before. This was what he loved and why he wanted to continue forging forward as the quintessential Kainos Emperor. Understanding the mysteries and fantastical nature of things he didn't even know existed before, and now that he wanted to grasp a third natural law while the first and second were still being quantified. Let's see, his hands rose in front of him as the only thing he saw were swirling waves of essence, his body having long since bypassed the tendrils of swirling realities as he reached the outside boundary of the enormous pillar of light that shot upwards endlessly. The further in he went, the More particles of the essence of gravitation and polarity that were absorbed into his body as their meanings and capabilities gradually became clear. But he wanted to grab more. As if he couldn't have them forcefully pulled towards him, he would reach out to grab them himself. BZZT, the multicolored waves of essence were like chaotic bursts of light that were uncontrollable and wild, but Noah's tripupilled eyes shone as his origin gushed out. None other than manna, a pristine blue covered his body as his dazzling eyes shone, observing closely to see a particularly distinct essence particle that was constantly changing colors from blue to red to purple to gold. He saw many of these particles flash as if reacting with the sudden surge of profound mana, and his hands reached out to grab onto these particles. The will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor was powerful and wild, as even though he didn't show it, he was currently fused with all his halos and was taking his ascendant quintessential Kainos Emperor true form, as it didn't cost him any essence. Yet when was forcefully grabbing towards the cluster of particles he had targeted, he only managed to contain and immobilize a single one that Noah's surging waves of endless mana surrounded. It began to oscillate with pristine power and authority. A glorious symphony began to play in the surroundings. Your aspects of existence are reacting to an unknown natural law. A prompt rose before his eyes. Chapter 1915 Magnifico. Your aspects of existence are reacting to an unknown natural law. His dimensional reality buzzed. Currently, it was an expanse of an earthen gold plain with sandy gold mountains of dream essence rising and falling, with Kainos' dream dimensional cosmos constantly forming from singularities as Noah's mountains of false grotto acres disappeared. It was continuously expanding as it tried to go towards saturation, but it trembled at this moment as it felt the pulling of something that felt extremely familiar and yet at the same time, extremely foreign, extremely sublime. His main body had this reaction as in the main reality. His clone grasped the singular particle of essence tightly as it sank into his body, but it wasn't enough. His aspects of existence felt like a barren desert that had received water when this essence was brought into the picture, as it now sought for more, with Noah's understanding being increased as he collected more and more particles of this natural law essence. So his will surged as the boundless waves of mana within him rumbled, locating the constantly color-changing particles of the essence as his will surged out to hold onto them once more. Thus, an arduous task of pulling upon the particle essence of a pristine natural law began, while the ones that he already had an understanding of and had their purple and white essence continue to surge towards him had reached an area sufficient enough to provide a quantification of their details, while his will focused on grasping the essence of an abstruse natural law. Noah's mind lit up with the details of gravitation and polarity. Natural law, gravitation, a ruling authority that governs the working of reality. Understanding it to completion means comprehending this aspect of reality as you can easily influence it in an unimaginable manner. With the understanding of gravitation, one can realize that every single particle in reality attracts every other particle with a force that is proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to their square distance. After this realization comes greater and more direct control, as the force of attraction between two particles or objects can be altered by you in unique ways. The gravitational force of a grain of sand can be made heavier than millions of realities, and the force of a reality can be thinned and pulled upon akin to the weight of a feather by interchanging the mass and square distance of objects. The workings of this natural law can also be infused into concepts or relics to produce the attainments of Dharma, a stage that can allow dharmic essence to be infused into REIFIED abilities and grant them increased autonomy, power, and size. Current understanding of the natural law of gravitation. 0.59% current boosts granted to abilities infused with the essence of gravitation. 5.9% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. The closer you are to fully understanding a natural law, the closer you are to the truth. Natural law, polarity, a ruling authority that governs the working of reality. Understanding it to completion means comprehending this aspect of reality as you can easily influence it in an unimaginable manner. With the understanding of polarity, one can realize that there exists duality and polar opposites among nature, with this duality being capable of being manipulated in unique ways. Current understanding of the natural law of polarity. 0.55% current boosts granted to abilities infused with the essence of polarity. 5.5% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. The closer you are to fully understanding a natural law, the closer you are to the truth. The two natural laws were quantified as best as they could for this moment in time, with Noah knowing and feeling they still held much more to understand, as a majority of the power of natural laws didn't lie with them being used to forge Dharma concepts or relics. but in how manipulated this aspect of reality to their whims, and Noah wanted to understand nothing more than a particular fundamental natural law as after gazing at the details of polarity and gravitation, his surge to grab into the wild and powerful particles of a new and magnificent essence that would slip from the hands of many. Normally, it required one to power and resonate with their surroundings until they linked and attained understanding in a natural law, but Noah did it forcefully. As he chose one in particular and infused its essence into him, it was ever so slow, it was ever so arduous as shockingly, hours passed while he continued to collect the regal particles of essence that constantly change colors. Until, the swaths of mana he was releasing and his raging will managed to pull in a cluster of the essence he targeted that only became easier with time as he accumulated more and more of it, and after taking in this cluster. The disdainful particles of this essence from afar finally didn't stay away as wondrously, they began to flow towards Noah, ever so slowly. But he didn't have to make an effort now after collecting so many as soon enough, a multicolored stream of constantly changing lights formed and began to sink into his body that began to tremble with grace and honor, and wondrously, your aspects of existence resonate with a natural law, your aspects of existence seek an understanding of the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics. Boom! Glorious and blinding rays of pristine multicolored lights began to shine from Noah's body as his tri-pupiled eyes released three different beams of luminous light, as his aspects of existence began to feel a shocking fundamental law and what implications it would hold. His soul couldn't help but cry out with joy as his mana surged in a maddening fashion. Magnifico! His bellow echoed out as streams of natural law essences were surging into him in droves, his body beginning to deplete the nearby region as he walked further into the emerald domain of nature. He walked in with purpose as he wanted to know. Noah wanted to know. Since essence could neither be created nor destroyed, only changed into a different form, could he be capable of entirely changing his mana into dimensional essences and the essence of reality freely. A reality-breaking question as Noah walked forward with luminous eyes when suddenly a buzzing voice shockingly rang out as its source was unknown until now. You are better than most, but only half a day remains until you have to leave here. A voice that buzzed all around from a source Noah didn't even know existed until it spoke. It screamed of ancientness and vicissitude, like a voice that did not belong in this era and age. His tri-pupiled eyes flashed as they saw past many falsehoods and gazed deeper into the emerald domain of nature. His vision was obscured by the many swirling storms of the natural laws of reality, but an overpowering and bestial essence calmly resided in that region. As if it didn't reveal its voice, Noah wouldn't have known it was there. Chapter 1916. The gourmandizing dimensional reality moves to devour. A shockingly ancient voice had reverberated in the surroundings as if it didn't announce itself. Noah wouldn't have known it was there, even with his expanded senses. He wasn't able to catch it as it seemed to be at the depths of the emerald domain of nature. It was a guard, the single existence who overlooked this place and made sure that golden throne representatives came and left for only their one day, as thereafter they would have to leave. Noah's mind was calm as hearing it only further solidified one thing: the primordials and the main reality still held many unknown things as they could not be underestimated. With the small section of power he saw in Niberia's holy city being absolutely nothing, as he had yet to even see the cluster of powerful existences in their own regions of pure-blooded domains, he didn't fully quantify the differences between Ultima Strata and those that had entered the Grotto Haven realm. He didn't know how his own realm would relate to this system of progression when he formed his second and third dimensional layer. He didn't know how many terrifying Grotto Haven existences primordials held. Or how many of those exceeding this stage existed, if any. But one thing was clear: the legacy that Oppenheimer had left behind could not be looked down upon. The beings that had controlled destiny since the last age could not be underestimated. Towards the voice that had echoed out, Noah gave a slight nod as he continued to walk deeper into the emerald domain of nature, streams of natural law essence flowing into him as understanding in gravitation and polarity slowly increased, while he sought preliminary understanding in the natural law of mana dynamics. Half a day, it should be enough to accomplish what he wanted, as thereafter this clone would join legions led by a Grotto Haven primordial to an incursion of defending a dimensional stronghold in the Nibelheim dimension where, similar to the Kuanpeng's cataclysm nest, major movements and moves were made there among many other strongholds, across the folds of space and time. In the debris and death of a cluster of realities, the essence of pandemonium weaved and obscured everything as necrotic stellar bodies floated listlessly in the surroundings. Atop one of these necrotic stellar bodies, the visage of a young boy could be seen, as it was none other than little Henry. Though his body currently gave off a shocking feeling of power, as he didn't seem to have broken his shackles yet. And yet his aura was more powerful than what any ninth firmament existence could achieve. This was because he had already broken the limits of one of his aspects of existence as he utilized the physique refinement techniques his father passed down as well as the methods for how he broke his limits. While giving him and his family mountains of false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique refining pearls, as he told them the minimum base goal was for them to break 3 aspects of existence before they became legends. The minimum, it baffled them as from their knowledge, this was something unheard of in the last ages and era. Yet they didn't know that Noah had not just broken his limits multiple times, he had even forged an entirely new path that nobody else would be able to trek on but him. Infinite dream automatons were ready to have their foundation layered over others. Among the many preparations made for them, many things were put in place by his father, as the vast majority of the influential beings in the infinite reality would soon become primogenial and beta strata legends who had broken the limits twice or thrice while in the firmaments of ascendancy. With this overpowering aura, little Henry sat on a dead stellar body as his dark and blue hair glimmered brightly, his small figure adorned in tight-fitting white and blue shirt and pants that showed off a sculpted body and his still childish face that carried a trace of regality. Behind him, on the debris of other stellar bodies of dead realities, the obsidian panther, blue slime, emperor penguin, Kazuhiko. Many of the vassals under Noah could be seen talking silently or training their abilities, as the words they had received from the little commander was for them to wait silently. The little commander was waiting for someone to return in order to confirm something important, as he didn't wait too long before a rip in space occurred. And the wild figure of a draconic elephantine beast came through with a somber expression. Little Henry's kingly visage gazed forward as he raised his brows. Well, in this region and multiple others, clusters of ninth firmament primordial beast legions led by advanced legions of primogenial, beta, and alpha strata legends have secretly gathered and seem to simply be waiting for the word to move. I couldn't go too far in, as even though my aura is the same, they would have noticed me soon, as even more dreadful auras keep on appearing. Hyperion spoke about shocking information while returning to human form. His devilish visage of a middle-aged man revealed itself as it was filled with amazement and worry. Little Henry heard his words as he pondered with seriousness before replying, "I shall pass this information to Father. We seem to have arrived at a wall we cannot cross alone." What little Henry and Noah's vassals had been doing this whole time, following the traces of primordial beasts with Hyperion in the lead, as after all this time, they observed their larger movements that weren't privy to others, as these beings moved and hid in clusters of destroyed realities in Grotto Sanctum, with some of them even hiding an obscene number of their legions and emerging in prime realities not under the jurisdiction of primordials, as the vast primordial seas and seas of ruination within some realities would have every single part of their surface area covered with countless bodies of primordial beasts. What would his father do after he collated all this information? He didn't have to wait long, as the moment that his main body sent the mental message to his father, the fluctuation of essence reverberated behind them as the figure of the blue slime that was boiling happily from the chests of Natalia to Valentina released a bright luster while a domineering will descended on it, this will ascertaining the coordinates of space before an instant later, the folds of space twisted and churned as a true sanguine clone of Noah's appeared. "You all have worked hard." With a light smile, Noah nodded to the clones of his people as his will coalesced before the leading figures of his son and Hyperion. Tendrils of destiny beginning to swirl as something was afoot. Chapter 1917. The gourmandizing dimensional reality moves to devour. LL, how in any way is that possible? Hyperion's heart and mind were screaming out with disbelief at this moment as they stared at Noah's single clone that had appeared. The power and aura this mere clone gave off were unfathomable, as when Hyperion compared it to the auras of many powerful primordial beasts he had seen, he felt like it far exceeded primogenial and beta strata, as it more than likely went into the alpha strata. How had this being done this in the span of weeks, when not too long ago, they had fused together to be capable of dealing with a primordial at the first firmament of ascendancy? Hyperion felt so far behind when gazing at this being, as they didn't even seem to be in the same place, his heart settling any semblance of competition as he realized some existences just could not be competed against. They were too exemplary, and now, this being spoke with an air of regality and authority. Legions of primordial beasts gathering in hidden clusters of realities in all the 5 regions of the pure-blooded domains, pointing towards the main reality. Ready to set off at a moment's notice, while coincidentally, primordials faced attacks in their domains of realities and dimensional strongholds that has made them send out Grotto Haven experts to quell any insurgencies. The defenses of the primordials were being thinned, and just as Grotto Haven primordial experts took powerful legions into dimensional strongholds and other locations where primordials were being attacked, the primordial beasts were ready to strike at such a time as at the lead of their legions were cataclysmic Ultima Strata and Grotto Haven apocalypse beasts that could cause unbelievable destruction. Ancient races had begun to make their moves as they targeted a portion of the next generation of primordials. Dimensional races worked with them and even moved in their own dimensions to attack dimensional strongholds as primordials had to expand their forces to deal with this. And coincidentally at the same time, primordial beasts were ready to move. There is no such thing as coincidence. Noah spoke with power as little Henry and others gave him all the information they had collected so far, and he came to the dazzling conclusion that the highest echelons of ancient races, dimensional races, and primordial beasts were moving together in some way as they all targeted the reigning bloodline of primordials and their hegemony. Tendrils of destiny surged as this was ascertained, a smile etching itself on Noah's face as the mere start of the age of quintessence was sparking off a war between four races, and each of them had their own ideologies as three were wondrously moving together against one. And with the means of primordials who controlled the main reality and had access to things like the emperor domains of nature where their most powerful could absorb the essence of natural laws to strengthen themselves. They more than likely also knew about the movements of primordial beasts as they must have planned something for it. A single reigning primordial bloodline against three other terrifying bloodlines. Were they feigning weakness while baiting their enemies, or was an entirely different game afoot? There were many possibilities with no surefire path set in stone as Noah consulted with destiny. His heart buzzed as it felt this unfurling weaving of destiny, gazing at his people as he locked onto his son and Hyperion while speaking sternly. Finish breaking your limitations in the next few days and enter the stage of legends. The soul library is now filled with millions of taboo edicts for you all to choose from as normal primogenial or beta strata legend will not be capable of stopping you. An air of unbound tyranny surged as the quintessential Kainos emperor imposed his will. This war of ancient races, dimensional races, primordial beasts, and primordials who have lived and warred for millions of years. We shall join in to muddy the waters and see our own destiny. The hearts of those listening to him trembled as they bellowed out in the next instant. Oh, they could also feel the winds of destiny as they rode on the coattails of a single being. A being that looked at the many things happening as he began to make even grander moves himself. Since all of them are making moves, I should begin as well. His own grand moves. A clone had already entered the Avalon dimension to start things off as there was still much to be done. There was the crux of everything. There was the gourmandizing dimensional reality that had to begin its job of devouring the lands of dimensions and the continued work of swallowing realities, and Noah could do both at the same time as his will moved, his main body lighting up as he still enjoyed the form of a preponderant irminsel and the surging life force of the prana dimension, at the core of it all. Deep in the dimensional Holy Land, the vassals that stayed the closest around Noah and those most perceptive turned their eyes where the dense life force was stirring and spreading across many cosmos. Among those that understood the most, the existence that was Dr. Hall, who had watched the birth of the dream dimensional reality with his eye of nature, was at the forefront. As he felt the surging verdant life force that had been spreading out this whole time, his eyes that could pierce through the mysteries felt barely perceptible changes to the rotation of the nearby cosmos his senses could cover. A change in the stellar movements and rotation of the cosmos, as it wasn't just that they were rotating differently. But Dr. Hall's eye of nature revealed synonymous movement, as it wasn't just the cosmos of the infinite reality that were moving, it was the whole infinite reality. Yes, Dr. Hall couldn't be too sure, but his theory affirmed that at this moment, somehow the massive cluster of many layered realities that was the infinite reality had begun moving across the boundary between realities. And right he was as at this moment, Noah's will gave the command for the gourmandizing dimensional reality to begin its movements across the bounds of space. Circling the periphery of the domains of primordials as it would swallow any reality it came across. This was the feature of gourmandizing dimensional reality that allowed for autonomous mobility to swallow realities and also devour the domains of dimensions when it crossed through into a dimension. Drifting alone cost pure mana, but the swallowing of realities cost 100,000 for emerging realities, 1 million for prime realities, and 1.5 million for unique realities. But for swallowing the domains of dimensions, 1 million units of the essence of reality and 50 million units of dimensional essence were required. Per second. Wondrously, with his titanic infinite reality passages that had exceeded 100, he could handle this. All cards were in place, like a beast moving across space. Any realities that the gourmandizing dimensional reality came across would now be swallowed, and for beginning to swallow the lands of dimensions? The features of Dimensional Gateway and Pocket Dimensional Reality were ready to be put in play. Chapter 1918. The Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality Moves to Devour. The gourmandizing dimensional reality was one that was filled with many different types of essences, but it was overflowing with dream essence as swirling storms of them could be seen across many regions. At this moment, an area began to condense with countless particles of dream essence as Noah called upon Dimensional Gateway. He designed it to be in the depths of the dimensional Holy Land and near the massive golden stairway that led to his throne, or even his massive figure of a preponderant Irminsul still releasing dense waves of life force could see it form. A massive outline of an archway began to form as it shimmered with dazzling gold, a portal forming at the center of this archway that would lead anyone into the dream dimension, whether they were connected to it or not. Noah didn't form it randomly, as this gateway was only half formed, or another half had to be erected on the other side if Noah wanted to appear in a specific location and not randomly displaced across the vast dream dimension, and this was something easy to do as currently, there were many clones that were sent to move around in the dream dimension. Their purposes were many, and one of their achieved purposes after seeking dream legends for Noah to dominate was to ascertain the location he was in and what major powers were nearby, and since he was in the periphery of the dream dimension, it was mainly lone dream dimensional creatures, as even the domains where primordials would have their strongholds were nowhere to be seen, so the clones within the dream dimension had the job of securing a perimeter around a region and making sure nothing passed through, and at the center of this perimeter, the other half of the dimensional gateway began to form. Under the gaze of one of Noah's clones, radiant golden light surged as it was completed in no time. As both sides of the gateway were called upon and stabilized, the feature of pocket dimensional reality was also called upon as from the depths of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. A radiant glimmer of stellar light dripping with authority flowed out. This was a representation of the infinite reality itself, as this stellar point of light swirled with the illusion of swirling golden rivers of realities in glorious golden cosmos. Being a miniaturized version of the immense authority of the infinite reality, as more powerful features could be expressed through this pocket dimensional reality as if it was the genuine thing, it shone with dazzling golden light and authority. As it seemed like a miniaturized cluster of realities itself, moving towards the dimensional gateway that was actually beginning to turn transparent at this moment, showing the scene of sandy golden storms swirling in the background as one of Noah's clones stood at the very forefront of the gate. Waiting, his hands beckoned, and the pocket dimensional reality began to float by itself into the dimensional gateway, the authority of a shockingly monstrous treasure seamlessly getting into the dream dimension as Noah's clone got his hands on it on the other side easily. In the palm of his hands, he grasped the authority of the infinite reality as it felt extremely heavy, his figure moving away from the gateway and gazing out into the expanse of boundless dream essence in the distance. He knew what he was about to do was not so simple. He knew that once he did it, he would not be able to stop as he was successful enough. Terrifying, powerful existences would be alerted. When he began to do something as ridiculous as swallow the domains of a dimension, sooner or later dimensional rulers and those overseeing the dream dimension would be alerted, not to mention the dream dimension itself. Everything seemingly had a will, as what would the possible will of this dimension do when it began to be swallowed up by something? Noah breathed out calmly as he knelt down with the pocket dimensional reality in his hands, setting it down on the golden earthen layer of sand below him as if he was planting a seed. Because of all the aforementioned factors above, he had to plan extremely well and be prepared, so he asked Lavalier, "How many uses have you accumulated so far?" He had allowed her to swallow the mountains of sextupled false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls to allow her to speak of secrets more freely without worrying about karma, release her restrictions, and be ready for a reality-altering concept that would only be made possible with absolute dream authority. 20 uses are accumulated so far. And I'm still not sure if they'll be enough for you to lay down the authority you wish for. Lavalier's sonorous voice rang out as Noah nodded with a smile, giving his go-ahead. "Then you can begin. Swallow more loot if need be, as this is something we must enact if my future pathway is to be successful." His words carried inviolable authority as within Noah's main body that was currently still the preponderant Irminsul. Lavalier's authority began to shine as Noah's will was pulled into a dream, and in the region of the dream dimension where Noah's clone had just laid down the miniaturized pocket dimensional reality, he called out silently, "Gourmandizing dimensional reality." Tendrils of destiny exploded beautifully. Surging essence of reality and dream essence bloomed and was burnt up as a terrific authority buzzed from the pocket dimensional reality. An unbelievable scene beginning to occur in The next moment, the surrounding earthen layers of golden sandy dream essence and what could be considered the lands of the dream dimension. They began to surge into the pocket dimensional reality as if they were being devoured. The moment this began, the surroundings began to tremble as the hazy gold skies wondrously split apart in the next instant. Space folded in on itself as it wasn't just the Earth that the gourmandizing dimensional reality was swallowing. But everything before it, the true domain of the dream dimension, began to be devoured at this moment, trying an impossible achievement. Chapter 1919 The Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon blooms an impossible achievement, WAA, in the cracked skies of the dream dimension. Boundless authority surged down. An impossible achievement has been attained as a tool under your control has begun absorbing the authority of a dimension, your authority in the age of quintessence increasing tremendously. Not slightly, not greatly, tremendously. Noah wanted it to be massively, but he would take what he got as even doing something like this. Was an action other beings could not so easily do, as it allowed Noah's authority to continue to increase. His backbone of a throne lit up in multiple areas as many more lights came to be, its outline gradually becoming clear as anyone who stared at it would be able to clearly tell it was forming into a throne, and the surprises weren't done. The maximum reserves of the essence of reality and dream essence of the gourmandizing dimensional reality begin to exponentially rise over time, and will continue to do so if the devouring and assimilation of the dream dimension continues. Your own maximum reserves of the essence of reality and dream essence reflect a portion of the exponential increase of the gourmandizing dimensional reality as they will rise so long as the assimilation of the dream dimension continues. His aspects of existence shone gloriously, dream essence and the essence of reality proliferated as in the periphery of Noah's vision. Prompts began to rise in a show of utter wonder. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have risen by 10. Your maximum reserves of dream essence have risen by 100. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have risen by 10. The same prompts were raining down every single second, every second. His maximum reserves of the essence of reality increased by 10 while dream essence increased by 100. It meant that every day his maximum reserves would passively be increased by over 800,000 while his dream essence would increase by over 8 million. What an unexpected boon, what a wondrous progression, and at the same time, Noah felt that at least this had to happen as the act of swallowing a dimension was too grand, and nor would it be possible unless he could defend against the powerful beings who would very soon make their way towards him. BZZD essence raged as Noah's will felt everything happening with clarity, the decretum of dreams tugging upon his soul as he saw domains of land being devoured before his eyes while in the infinite reality. Dream essence was proliferating madly as below all of the cosmos Noah had collected so far. A layer of golden earth began to form. It was like a transference as he took something not his and brought it under his authority. The infinite reality bound to get wondrously more powerful as even he did currently know what the results would be if he was successful in the assimilation of a dimension. As he observed the preliminary process and saw the disappearing lands before him, Noah gave a command. Slow down a little and expand the domain. HUUM, a droning sound boomed out as authority was stretched out. The area under the authority of the gourmandizing dimensional reality could be changed as like a circular domain of authority. The pocket dimensional reality began to extend the areas it was swallowing further outward, the domain immediately closest to it being an extension of its authority as it could even be considered part of the infinite reality that it had already swallowed up. A crackling circular boundary of light gradually formed and expanded outwards, the region outside of this circular lightning-like boundary being what was devoured as every few seconds, this domain would expand as the land within it was considered under the authority of the infinite reality. Noah was playing with concepts and undertaking actions that he didn't fully understand the implications of, but he only forged forward as it was a possibility for him, and thus he began forming an expanding domain that would continue to swallow the surrounding domains of the dream dimension. So long as the pocket dimensional reality was not destroyed, in this domain covered by a crackling golden lightning-like boundary, Noah had to protect it entirely from the influence of others, as this was where the hard task that was also considered another impossibility landed on his shoulders. If beta or alpha strata dream legends and nightmares came, he might be able to stop them. But if those at the ultima strata and above came? If dimensional rulers of this dimension very quickly grasped what was happening came? Existences who could wield absolute dream authority to some extent, disaster would follow, so he had to prepare. He wasn't daunted in the least bit as he had a treasure that didn't allow its origins to be known, even now a treasure that could utilize absolute dream authority. His will had already sunk into a dream as our viewpoint shifted once more. Within a dream, Noah found himself in a sea of gold, this time as not too far from him, he could see countless multicolored chains erupting from a central figure of light that couldn't be clearly discerned at this moment, yet around her, boundless authority surged that had an undeniable nature, the absolute dream authority, Lavalier. Noah spoke lightly at being shown all this as the sonorous voice spoke. Swallowing so much has allowed me to regain more of myself, so thank you for that. What are the specifications of this dream? She didn't seem to be too talkative at this time as Noah began to speak while staring at the endless chains of destiny. Karma, fate, and fortune that stretched out upwards, his eyes that were more perceptive even seeing chains of natural laws now, however many uses it requires to I want to forge a reality-altering absolute kainos ability, domain, or authority. What it may be called. I want to form it around the pocket dimensional reality at its core where the domain spread out around it cannot be entered. Noah knew that such a thing was impossible, but he began at a high point as he would specific based on what Lavalier told him. Entrance denial is impossible unless millions of uses of absolute dream authority are spent. Feedback came as Noah nodded and continued. It cannot be entered unless the realms of those choosing to enter are at the same equivalent realm of power as me. With their concepts, edicts, decretums, or natural laws restricted to the level I have achieved, the cost drastically decreases from there, but it becomes in the hundreds of uses. The concepts they can utilize are limited to one above me as the number of concepts, edicts, decretums, or natural laws are limited to a level above what I hold, 100 uses. Lavalier's replies came quickly as Noah continued. They aren't limited in their concepts or edicts, but are limited to only 25% of any and all of the decretums, or natural laws they grasp. Only their realm has to be suppressed to a level equivalent to mine, 25 uses. WA, 25 uses, designing the infinite runic écriture of modus operandi in the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique cost a minuscule percentage of this as their results were already astonishing. And yet such a large number was going towards forging an inviolable new concept with absolute dream authority. What exactly would it be? He nodded, and gave his agreement as his will discerned painfully as significant portions of his loot mountains disappeared, but a sufficient number of uses were collected. You can also make it easier by sharing the burden of karma with others. Noah nodded as he thought of the idealized conclusion of a domain around the pocket dimensional reality that would continue swallowing its surrounding dimension while also keeping out powerful existences unless they entered with a suppressed stage of power equivalent to his. Thereafter, it would be left to their concepts and unique powers to decide who the victor would be as Noah would defend the core of this domain, the pocket dimensional reality. As for how to cement everything into a single authority, Noah thought back to his home world and how the demon world has accessed his home in a bid for conquest. A smile formed on his lips as he spoke with his eyes shining gloriously. This domain around the pocket dimensional reality make it into something that can have its environment altered, with those entering needing to pass through regions or floors in order to reach the core location where the pocket dimensional reality is located. A location that I will be protecting. Make this domain into the concept of a dungeon where those who will come to try and stop me from devouring dimensions will be suppressed in their power and have to get through me before they can ever touch the pocket dimensional reality. Destiny whipped around madly as Noah's devilish smile only became more pronounced. Let's term it the quintessential absolute kainos dream dungeon. This shall be the domain of authority protecting the pocket dimensional reality. Chapter 1920 The Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon blooms. The quintessential absolute kainos dream dungeon. The concept of this terrifying authority was completed and defined in the dream as dense absolute dream authority went to work. It's an interesting concept that will only be made possible with absolute dream authority, with the effect applying to all those who choose to enter. But if those with powerful identities like beings who have a great understanding of absolute dream authority enter, the limitations you set could more than likely be manipulated for them. Lavalier's voice echoed out as she completed the coalescence of this authority. The one positive you will have initially is that the existences that have lived through the ages, the dimensional rulers and dimensional hellion rulers who should come across your domain sooner or later, they would so easily risk their lives and destiny to enter a domain where they would face a level of suppression. With your destiny wrapped around the heart of destiny, it would be hard for them to ascertain the weaving of destiny in this domain as they would move carefully and send in those under them. This gives you a period where you will need to explosively increase your strength. Because when the time comes that your devouring of a dimension has reached a critical level, dimensional rulers put aside their safety and choose to enter even with the unknown destiny. You might be facing an enemy whose understanding of natural laws and decretums are not limited to 25%, and their realm suppression could even be lifted multiple stages higher. Lavalier spoke succinctly as she made many things clear. Noah knew that the strength of powerful existences would come from Their natural laws and decretum of dimensions as just from polarity and gravitation. The full boost in understanding these two natural laws would be an increase of 2000% to one's true vitality. Damage and defense values. If Noah applied the 10 billion alpha strata damage values, that was 200 billion in damage values just by understanding two natural laws, and with Ultima Strata existence whose boundary of values was above 100 billion, or those at the Grotto Sanctum whose boundaries were above 1000 billion. Their might was simply disastrous. Noah was far behind as depending on the difficulty other beings had in their understanding of natural laws, he didn't know just how large the discrepancy was. He also had an inkling that the quantified boosts of natural laws didn't just end at boosting damage, vitality, and defense values, as the higher tier of fundamental natural laws should provide even more dreadful enhancements. For him to combat existences that had lived across the ages, he would need to make great advancements in natural laws and decretum of dimensions, as well as quickly saturate his first dimensional layer and build the next one. His sources of increasing power were many, as even the swallowing of dimensions would expand his reserves of the essence of reality, and if he had to play it dangerously, he could see how many more pocket dimensional reality he could call out from the infinite reality and utilize simultaneously in other dimensions. He might be able to devour multiple dimensions at the same time, but he had to move carefully to not attract the attention of too many powerful beings all at once. He had to elevate his power just a little bit more, and after seeing the reaction of the dream dimension and its powerful natives, he could better plan for the devouring and assimilation of other dimensions. After seeing the wonders and effectiveness of the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, his conquest on multiple fronts could fully begin. Lustrous waves of essence echoed out as a dream was coming to an end. Lavalier's might was dreadful as always, as she accomplished exactly what she said she would. Noah receiving information in his will soon after, from dream to reality. The quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon domain authority has been attained. A profound light of destiny bloomed. In the dream dimension, Noah watched the expanded domain of the pocket dimensional reality as it continued to swallow the lands around it, a dazzling golden text box rising before his eyes. Quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, and domain made possible through Absolute Dream Authority. It forms a domain around the pocket dimensional reality that challengers cannot reach until the designated boss of the dungeon is cleared. The cost to maintain this authority is purely dream essence from the source of the pocket dimensional reality. Those entering this domain will have their realms suppressed to the level of the designated quintessential dungeon boss, and face a limitation of 25% of any and all of the decretums or natural laws they grasp, with their concepts or edicts not facing any limitations. The environment of the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon is designated by the dungeon boss as the layout. Floors, traps, minions, and all other aspects of a dungeon are relegated to them. Whenever an existence faces true death in this domain, their aspects of existence will turn into quintessential Kainos loot that can be utilized to expand the power and destiny of the victors. The limitations and specifications of the Dream Dungeon can be altered in the future with sufficient dream authority. A profound domain and a tool for Noah to utilize for the effective conquest of dimensions appeared, with the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon. He would be killing many birds with a single stone, defend the area where he was swallowing a dimension, and with any of those coming to stop him, their realms would be suppressed as if they fell within this dungeon. He would absorb their power to achieve an even greater level, enact the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, HUUM. The command was given as the gormandizing dimensional reality moved. With the pocket dimensional reality at the center, swirling winds of authority converged as the expanded domain in this area that had grown vaster than millions of miles began to change. The image of a massive golden monolith beginning to form as around it, the swirling ecratures of quintessential were spinning with fervor. Chapter 1921 The Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon blooms. The domain and this authority expanded rapidly to reach light years as it soon exceeded the size of a universe, stabilizing with this relative size as its image became more defined. A massive golden tower-like monolith established itself as at its crystalline base. The land around it was constantly becoming absorbed into it as it would slowly expand every now and then. The lands of the dream dimension were being devoured and assimilated into the infinite reality still located within the boundary between realities, as it also moved to swallow realities, with its inner regions undergoing great changes constantly as they reformed what was devoured from the dream dimension into its own lands. If anyone wanted to stop this process for the dream dimension, they would have to get past the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, a dungeon that at this moment I shall be designated as the quintessential dungeon boss, with any challengers needing to get past me before they can even get a glimpse of the pocket dimensional reality. Noah spoke with a devilish smile as destiny surged, his tri-pupiled eyes shining as within his own definitions and titles, he saw the title of Quintessential Dungeon Boss, being tacked on to as many other titles. Now, he just had to have a clone manage this domain and be prepared for loot to come to him. He needed powerful existences to designate as minions. Subjugation dream legends and nightmares would be one method, and then there were also primordials. Ander was one of the first, but Noah would flex his authority and attain many more beings that he could then modify with his own means. Then there were Noah's own people. They had shards of a seed of reality, genuine seeds of realities, and even false grotto nakers to elevate their realms from the firmaments of ascendancy all the way into the stratas of legends. They had millions of taboo edicts to choose from, as with Noah's skill trees and techniques he handed down. They would make powerful defenders of his domain while also growing in power and forging their wills. He could also simply grant the power of an infinite dream automaton that were much easier to raise due to their nature, with Noah currently having 18 dream automatons that the infinite reality had been focused on and feeding them sacred herbs and loot that were close to breaking all three limits in their aspects of existence. Within a day, they would be complete, and as the gourmandizing dimensional reality devoured the dream dimension and vastly increased its reserves of dream essence, Noah would be able to produce even more dream automatons and raise them even faster, as an army of such existences would be but a reality. As for which dimension would be his next target, this was all left up to fate and destiny, as Noah would decide when the time came. Now, with the establishment of the absolute Kainos dream dungeon and the assimilation of the dream dimension proceeding smoothly, Noah left the work of defining the floors of this domain to it, as to strengthen this clone even further. The prime candidacy of the distinction of dream dimensional chassis moved from Alexander to this clone. Essence blared madly on the lowest floor of the absolute Kainos dream dungeon as Noah's will coagulated on this clone, feeling the shifting sands of the dream dimension below him as it was constantly absorbed into the infinite reality that, like him, would be divided into 9-dimensional layers, as the dream dimension would merely be the first. As Noah sensed all this, his body knelt down as resonance of nature rang out with glory, his voice coming out with distinction. Quintessential dream dimensional chassis, a term meaning body or structure. Noah called for this clone to attain it in the middle of a terrifying domain made of absolute dream authority. Within the dream dimension, pure dream essence surged down from the surroundings as the decretum of dreams descended with astounding authority. It swooped down and wrapped around Noah's body, cradling him and sinking into the very bones, organs, and musculature of this clone as everything about it turned pristinely gold. This feedback also went back to Noah's main body that was undergoing constant refinement through quintessential Emperor Kaiser, that was currently passively refining his bones at a 10,000% increased rate. This washing down of the regal essence of a decretum causing resonance across many areas as the clone at the lowest floor of the absolute Kainos dream dungeon became illuminated with golden light. As soon after, it exploded into a dazzling mass of golden dreamy sand, a golden mass of sand that an instant later reformed into a devilishly handsome young man that could steal the eyes and heart of any unsuspecting woman. Dense secretures of dream surging around him as a golden robe came to drape over him and cover his sculpted body that wondrously held not 6-pack abs, but 12-pack abs. At this juncture, you have designated the quintessential dream dimensional chassis. The elevation of the dream dimensional reality has been increased by 10,000%. The rate of progression in the decretum of dreams has been increased by 10,000%. The rate of progression in the natural laws of reality has been increased by 10,000%. All abilities that utilize dream dimensional essence have 100% increased penetration as they can bypass the masking of decretums and natural laws effectively. Glory descended unto Noah in a wondrous fashion, as even without being a domain similar to the emperor domain of nature, the decretum of dreams surged within his soul with understanding as its mysteries were slowly becoming quantified. His pristine quintessential dream dimensional body touched down on the swirling golden sand beneath him as he breathed out, taking in the stage that he had currently reached. His main body resumed the full absorption of the false grotto nakers, liquefied soul seas, and physique refining pearls after the inclusion of the 10,000% increased rate of progression. His clone of Alexander in the main reality exploded with understanding as the essence of the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics surged into him. His path was clear and proceeding smoothly as Lavalier's voice descended at this time. Your path has been distinguished and exemplary. You do not need to keep rushing forward hastily. Your will is spread around across many areas as you still haven't set a central one to smoothly follow. I know you work on a short time period, but realize that others plan and move on a timescale of millions of years. The eventual apocalypse. Will not be here for a probable millions of years. There is no harm in playing things safe when you have such unbelievable prospects and possibilities before you. The supremely powerful treasure came down with advice as while listening to it. Noah continued gazing at the weaving of destiny as a devilish smile formed on his mesmerizing face. Chapter 19:22 The Path Forward. Noah's pace of progression in the many things he was doing all at once. Lavalier brought this up as she knew that Noah was delving into areas where ridiculously powerful beings that had lived for multiple ages would begin to turn towards him, and she wanted him to have more of a scaffold when she faced them, as she didn't want battles or conflict where the outcome would be unknown. Noah also knew this was the pathway she preferred as it was safer. His clones would never feel like they might possibly perish. His main body would never be in danger. Whatever enemies he faced would be at his range of power, as he would never meet an enemy he could not overcome and then have to find a way to do so mid-battle, whether that was through forming a new authority or breaking past his current limitations. To overcome a mere will of a dimensional Hellion ruler, Noah had broken his limits to establish his first dimensional layer. If he moved like he was and faced enemies at the Ultima and Grotto Haven realm, what would he have to do mid-battle to overcome them? As if destiny did not favor him just one time. A clone could be lost and a portion of his authority would be taken, and since he was the quintessential Kainos Emperor, the existence whose very name resounded with this age, he could not be defeated by other emperors, as that would go against his very being. So Lavalier said, "Hit the brakes. I know a great deal about destiny, fortune, karma, and fate. I have reached greater attainments in all four than you have. I understand that the greater the dangers you face, the more grand the opportunities. I understand all this. And I still implore you to keep yourself somewhat reserved, somewhat more hidden. What is a time scale of a few months or even a year to you? I am sure that merely lying low for a year would guarantee a level of tremendous safety and even allow you to achieve another dimensional layer or two to place you more than like at the Grotto Haven realm. After that, things become even easier. The natural laws and decretum of dimensions you are only beginning on now. Others have delved into them for many years. They can bend reality to their will in shocking ways, as if you wait just a year or more, you might reach halfway towards them, if not more. That is how exceptional and how great the foundation you have set for yourself is. A year. It is nothing to think of on the grand scale of things. Negligible to imagine for some ancient beings, as they could sleep for thousands of years. Can you not let 1 year roll by while the dimensional races, ancient races, primordial beasts, and primordials set the stage? Lavalier was speaking from her heart at this juncture in time, as she knew. Even beings like her who had made tremendous progress in natural laws and decretum of dimensions could fall, even beings considering themselves exemplary in the understanding of the weaving of destiny, fortune, karma, and fate. They still fell. She was a prime example. As for her to be capable of utilizing absolute dream authority, her attainments in the decretum of dreams were high. Her power was even greater, as even with all this, she was still in her current position now. The reason was because she had utter confidence in her understanding of things like destiny, as she believed she would never whatever came her way and she could react sufficiently in time. She was now seeing this same mentality. With the existence she was bound to, I see my old self in you, Noah Osmont. It is not arrogance or ignorance, but a level of profound confidence after constant and continued victories, after utilizing fate and destiny. A confidence that so long as you continue like this, everything would be in the paw of your hands. But believe me, an insurmountable wall will come, one way or another. The profound confidence and over-reliance on destiny, fate, fortune, and karma will come to fail you, as ultimately it is your strength that reigns supreme. If you faced a dimensional Hellion ruler right now, even with the conditions of the quintessential absolute Kainos dream dungeon, let's say, I do not think you will make it out safely. Not just your clone, as with the pocket dimensional reality being at play, even your main body could be discovered. Your strength. That would be what keeps you safe, as at a certain point, destiny, fate, fortune, and karma will come to fail you. The waves of essence flowed serenely. A smile was still etched on Noah's face as he listened and pondered. His path, the paths of others, all of them were unique and yet interconnected, as they all sought the throne of the true emperor. Some sought to save themselves and their homes from apocalypse as they knew more. And every single one of them relied on destiny among many other things. And yet countless millions still perish across the vast realities and dimensions daily, from rank F all the way to those at the Grotto Haven stage. Many perished every day, as death did not differentiate between them. How was Noah different from all of them? Destiny weaved meticulously as a symphony began to ring, a sonorous piece from a paint began to play as heroic drums began to resound. The protagonist was at the cusp of choosing his path, as his decision would be accompanied by many effects: slow down, or proceed even faster. The quintessential Kainos Emperor closed his eyes as he gazed at everything. His will surged over the infinite reality that has layers of the earth beginning to form below the dazzling cosmos. Over his body in the form of a preponderant irminsel, over the countless bursts of life force spreading throughout mixed with the constant weaving of destiny, his will went even further as before the massive verdant stellar preponderant irminsel, a massive golden book began to form as the quintessential Kainos Emperor began to look upon the countless paths before him. Chapter 1923 The Path Forward LL. To decide the path that he would take, the quintessential Kainos Emperor gazed at the massive golden book surging with profound destiny forming before him. Radiant white words began to appear on its golden pages as they laid out his paths. In the dream dimension, his quintessential dimensional body had taken the identity of a dungeon boss as he protected the pocket dimensional reality from whoever would threaten it while he devoured the domains of Adention. This process would take quite some time, as a dimension alone was too vast, where when the truly powerful beings began to take notice he might have already achieved a realm of power to withstand them. Then he had his clone in the Avalon dimension. Depending on the movements of this clone and the power Lancelot could wield as a prince of the 12 domains of Avalon, this path could also be filled with immense danger, as Noah had to get his hands on the true sword of Avalon that was surrounded by the wills of the rulers of this dimension. Then there was his clone of Alexander in the main reality that was grasping the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics as he would head into the Nibelheim dimension to fortify primordial strongholds. Thereafter, forming merits that would eventually put him in the high ranks of primordials as a representative throne would not be far. Then, there was the path he had already promised to take with the dimensional royalty Caitlin into the mirror dimension, as he had to provide another clone for this. The journey of this relatively unknown on how it would begin and proceed, as there were too many unknowns, too little information. This was also something Noah had to get through. The golden book shone as next, it scribed down the words of the map of the Apollyon dimension and the preponderant irminsel dimensional bloodline. There were paths with these as well, as they weren't too clear at this moment. Once more requiring more information. When Noah thought of this, the white words on the golden book began to fade as new ones etched down with intensity. In the expansive space where a wounded Kuan Pang was held with life just beginning to surge from him, his mouth finally opened to answer the questions of the quintessential Kainos Emperor. I know not how my father was fooled, but I know how I was deceived. The tone of Valdez Tepes was sorrowful as this genius reflected back to how he had been utilized by a dimensional Hellion ruler, his animosity towards the existence that had saved him, who also turned out to be the true bearer of Commander Feng's will, entirely gone as he sounded tired when he spoke. My love for my father, and his words as he told me things he could not have known had he truly not had anything of Commander Feng. Oh? What was the crucial juncture that bound you all to the will of a dimensional Hellion ruler? The will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor that was pressing down from all around reverberated as Tepes continued on, a fragmented memory that my father held. As he spoke, his draconic head split open as a crystalline white fragment shone with astonishing light, radiating all around as it magnified a wondrous scene in the expansive space, a memory that showed the last vestiges of the great commander. Destiny whipped around madly as a shocking scene began to play. A raging sea of golden crimson blood that held sparkling ecritures reading, vitality, enveloped the visage of a being whose body did not hold a trace of life, even though his very blood was filled with life force. The whole body shone with a golden glow beneath the gaps of the torn skin as emperor musculature and bones could be seen, the surging rivers of crimson gold blood continuing to leak from it profusely as it lay silently. At that moment, an overpowering force cascaded from above as it did not even want to leave his corpse intact, but interference came at this moment as spatial cracks formed, billowing hellish crimson black essence surging out like tendrils of light as they reached out to grab the body of this existence. Oh, a terrific will felt this as it surged down, but there seemed to be an opposing will of equal ferocity behind the formed spatial crack that surged to clash with it, the pristine body of a great existence being pulled into it as the memory faded right then and their essence surged madly. My father was shown the last scenes of the great commander as he showed me a glimpse of it when he handed down the emperor appendage. That is why I believed so much that I was carrying his will, because his visage slipped past the emperor deceiver as an unknown influence took the great commander into a dimension. RUUMBL essence exploded out madly as Noah's will became bathed in a pristine light. Aged remembrance shone lustrously in his skill columns as it was activated at this moment. The same scene from before began to play in Noah's mind as when it reached the point where the body of Commander Fong disappeared into the cracks of a dimension. The scene continued as Noah watched the crimson-black tendrils of fiery essence wrap around the body of the great commander and stably bring it through into a domain of fiery heat and brutality as he appeared in the skies that held a crimson throne, skies that had pillars of crimson lava like essence shooting upwards across it all around as it was reminiscent of the most hellish atmosphere on the crimson throne in the skies. A figure was situated really as their hands beckoned towards the listless body of the great commander, Noah's eyes focusing on this existence when shockingly, a horrific scene occurred as the clouded face and gaze of this existence atop a crimson throne turned to stare directly towards where Noah's will was gazing from. A surge of billowing hatred and fury exploded out from it an instant later as the memory Noah was in exploded into countless fragments, his soul feeling a jolt. As it shockingly took dimensional soul damage, from a memory, from a scene that showed the body of the great commander being pulled into none other than the Apollyon dimension, the white words etched themselves on the vibrant golden book as at this moment. A path was gradually making itself clear, chapter 1920 for the path forward LLL, the Apollyon dimension. This was where the last vestiges of the great commander were actually pulled into as a shocking influence had taken the body of Commander Fong right before the eyes of Oppenheimer. Noah had triggered aged remembrance due to the memory that Valdez Tepes shared as while his mind surged with possibilities. He spoke out, "You can wallow in despair. Or you can find out what it means to truly carry the will of the great commander. Since I shoulder the burden, all you will have to do is," shuring, a light of tyranny rose, the glory of fealty pervaded the surroundings as Noah's powerful will descended unto the shaken soul of an exceptional genius of this era. While this took place, Noah's main body ascertained the words on the page as he thought about his movements from here. Lavalier was telling him to just take a step back and stop constantly putting his foot on the gas pedal, with the reasoning behind it being that of care as she laid out the very simple truth that at the end of it all, even destiny can fail the being most proficient in it. But Lavalier. Has destiny really been all that I relied on? WAA, he addressed the astounding treasure that had reached an extremely high stage before it was shackled as Lavalier remained quiet. When the times came where destiny told me that a clone might perish or they had a high chance of perishing, what did I rely on to get past it? Since even destiny, fate, fortune, or karma could not aid me during those uncertain times. What did I rely on? His words bellowed out powerfully as tendrils of the four aforementioned concepts surged around him. During the ambush of primordial beasts, during the chase of the ancestral Beowulf and the Emperor of the Golden Eye, during the Kuanpeng's cataclysm nest, in each of these instances, destiny had told him that his clone was in peril as the only biggest decider of how he got past them. Was his own actions and what steps he took after even destiny said it was a 50-50 chance, in the most recent instance where his clone felt the threat of death. He chose to proceed forward even when the path was not fully clear as his decisions to go against Lavalier's words and establish a new system of power was what saved him. Where the establishment of his first dimension sealed the deal, it was himself. At the end of it all, past the treasures and relics, past destiny, fortune, fate, and karma, it was his choices that brought him where he was today. He didn't doubt that other existences had profound treasures just like his or even more wondrous. Other beings could also hold the heart of fate, the heart of fortune, the heart of karma. Or even the unverified heart of reality, the infinite reality. Well, others couldn't possibly have this, but the primordials reigned over the main reality where wondrous things like the emperal domains of nature existed. All of them held profound destinies as there were many chosen emperors, even in the past ages. There were supremely powerful beings and chosen emperors as by the end of it all, an existence who wasn't even a chosen emperor came to rule. This wasn't due to destiny or any other factor as ultimately it was all up to the choices that Oppenheimer and all others made in the past age. It was all an accumulation of one's choices, whether to hole up for millions of years and build your foundation, whether to seek fortune and treasures in dangerous locations. It all came down to the choices that one made as factors like destiny. They could only steer what choice one made, and destiny had steered Noah many times. But he ultimately made his own choices as he had ignored the sense of danger for greater profits many times in the past. It is my choices, Lavalier. That will set me apart from the countless others seeking the same thing. The words of the quintessential Kainos Emperor resounded out as they seemed to conform to some unknown truth. Multicolored essence surged as Noah's soul became bathed in authority. Information surging into his mind as a prompt rose. Your soul resonates with an unknown fundamental natural law of reality. When he thought about his nature and the reality of choices, he faced a resonance of nature as it made his heart even more tranquil. The clones in the Avalon and Dream Dimension can continue their paths. The clone of Alexander can continue his path. And there shall be other paths I shall follow, as the central one will be seeking for the truth of this place you call the barren lands. And whether the infinite reality truly would be sufficient to save it all from apocalypse. The mind of the quintessential Kainos Emperor was made, of course. Lavalier's words still contain truth within them, as even with the confidence in himself and the choices that he made, he would still not lose out from making careful choices and calculated moves. It was why he prepared for the devouring of the dream dimension with an authority that manifested to become the absolute Kainos dream dungeon. It was why he saved Valdez Tepes, as now he had gained truth that would direct his will towards a wondrous pathway. In the end, it seemed like it was the domain of Lilith that Noah would be delving into and place a central focus on, the Apollyon dimension. This could be considered a main pathway on the same level as the dream dimension that he had just begun to devour, if not greater. And this was because he placed great importance on Commander Foam, the one being to realize and understand Oppenheimer before anyone else. If Noah was to be successful in reversing what this being did, he had to first understand him. The clone of Alexander King would gather information from the side of primordials. His clone in the Avalon dimension would try to grasp the perspectives of powerful beings from these anchors, as when he sent another clone into the mirror dimension with Caitlin, this would serve the same purpose. His clone that he would send into the Apollyon dimension would be meant to explore its mysteries and also use this vast and brutally hellish domain as the prime location to attain loot and establish his layers of dimensions even faster. The absolute Kainos dream dungeon would bring loot to him, and he would also actively chase loot in the Apollyon dimension while looking for the traces of Commander Foam. Chapter 1925 Apollyon. This path would be one of utmost danger, as the Apollyon dimension was different from all the rest. With one being capable of running into even grotto haven existences in its outer periphery, but Noah. He held immense advantages when it came to delving into the Apollyon dimension, as he had the Heresy Relic Obsidian Queen and the map of the Apollyon dimension. One allowed him to smoothly teleport across the boundaries of dimensions, as the other could allow him to choose specific coordinates from the Apollyon dimension, as it contained the experiences of the dimensional Hellion ruler, Lilith. With these in his hands and more, Noah was sure of his plans. His will calmed down while he thought of Lavalier's words and his own thoughts, his voice coming out slowly. I won't simply forge ahead while relying on destiny. Lavalier. I'll rely on my own plans and contingencies. If I am to stay true to my name, I'll do it in a way no other beings can in this age. The quintessential Kainos Emperor, he would represent what a true emperor was in this age. Besides, my enemies have been living and moving for millions or billions of years. If I start moving like them, I would lose my pace of progression that is catching up to their millions of years of foundation in mere weeks. Noah finished his words as Lavalier remained silent. Just like before, she could see that he wouldn't change his mind, so she simply sighed and continued to gaze at the weaving of destiny silently while Noah prepared. Everything was going smoothly. His will turned over to a corner of the expansive space where vibrant golden black randomized loot crates had yet to be opened, his shining will thinking about a certain loot that stemmed from these crates as he sent his command for them to open. 183 supreme dimensional bloodline shards have been attained. Attaining 10 shards will allow for the birth of a supreme dimensional bloodline. A fragmented map of the Necro King's domain has been attained. 130 seeds of nature that contain purified wisps of the essence of natural laws of reality have been attained. The memoir, Journey to the North, has been attained. Prompts came down as Noah let them through while he focused on two in particular. The seeds of nature that could be infused into concepts, and the supreme dimensional bloodline shards. Let's mix you all up and see what more you can provide my bloodline. The quintessential Kainos Emperor bloodline was elevating past venerable as Noah would do anything and everything to aid it getting there, where at this moment, he was looking at all the areas he could optimize to be able to display his greatest self. The synthesis of 190 supreme dimensional bloodline shards has begun. Shuring, a lustrous bloody light shone, the supreme tier dimensional bloodline emperor mushroom crystal has been attained. Absorbing it will grant this dimensional bloodline. The supreme tier dimensional bloodline bloodlich crystal has been attained. Absorbing it will grant this dimensional bloodline. The supreme tier dimensional bloodline adenoid skeleton crystal has been attained. Prompts came down for 19 new dimensional bloodlines that Noah could utilize in a variety of different methods. He didn't have to absorb them himself, as he could give them to his people to grant them dimensional bloodlines, and then he could easily replicate them with hematopoietic progenitor. This was all in preparation and for the sake of even greater power. As he watched over this process and got ready for the entrance into the Apollyon dimension, a designated clone had already appeared close to his main body as he became adorned in the Dharma relic Noah had attained from the quintessential treasure cache gravitation reality armament. This was a unique relic that acted like an armor, with its display being utterly magisterial as it wrapped around Noah's body like a regal knight's armor carved from rivers of reality. Tendrils of the natural law of gravitation surrounded it as it gave off an oppressive atmosphere. Dharma, gravitation reality armament, a defensive relic forged from a cluster of the essence of gravitation and budding realities. The resonance of a natural law within it adapts to your aspects of existence as it replicates your innate dimensional barriers' protective values to grant you an even more robust defense. The push and pull of the natural law of gravitation and the budding realities that this armament was made from causes sparks of singularities that have their essence transformed into pure essence of reality, granting the wearer the generation of 1 million units of the essence of reality every second. The attacks thrown towards you from your enemies are prevented from ever coming near you unless they are infused with the essence of natural laws or a decretum of a dimension. It is a powerful Dharma relic that cannot be easily forged or replicated. It was a stupendous defensive relic that effectively granted Noah a third layer of protection past his innate dimensional barrier and the Lich's armament of devotion that was now always active. Apart from this clone also grasped the Atlatl of reality and the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion, as there was a third offensive weapon in Noah's hands that he had also obtained from the quintessential treasure cache. The heresy relic, Silent Killer. But this was meant for another clone to utilize as it was left behind with its own wonders. This clone was ready as Noah's will surged down to call out the Obsidian Queen, the massive circular obsidian vessel that seemed small in size and yet had the space equivalent to hundreds of realities. He didn't need this to teleport into the Apollyon dimension since he had the map that could teleport him to any location he chose, but when it came to the speed of the spatial movement, the Obsidian Queen was something Noah would utilize if he ever needed to escape. With this and many more things prepared, the Atlatl of reality, Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion, and the Obsidian Queen turned into streaks of light that were absorbed into Noah's body as he came to grasp a fantastical map. A map that laid out the major regions of the Apollyon dimension and all the regions that Noah could choose to teleport into. Where would he make his entrance in the dimension that was deemed to have the strongest creatures because of its hellish environment? Chapter 1926 Apollyon. The map of the Apollyon dimension was unique as it broke down the major regions and then broke them down even further into smaller clusters from there. The massive Apollyon dimension as a whole fell under the influence of two-dimensional Hellion rulers, the daughter of hatred, Lilith, and her close kin, the hellish pontiff, Lucius. These two-dimensional Hellion rulers reigned over half of the Apollyon dimension each, as Noah didn't have too much information about their power, only that they opposed each other while still maintaining the stability of the Apollyon dimension. Gazing at the map, Noah looked away from the lands under the daughter of hatred as he turned towards those under the reign of the hellish pontiff, Lucius. Both of them were dimensional Hellion rulers. As to distinguish them from dimensional rulers, the former were powerful existences that moved to expand their hegemony across different dimensions, while the latter remained and ruled in their own dimensions. So both dimensional Hellion rulers Lilith and Lucius were existences that reigned over half of the Apollyon dimension and also domains of other dimensions. Noah wanted to delve a whole lot more into Lilith, but this shocking existence had already tangled with him and tried to bind him through many methods, and he would not treat her lightly as he wouldn't step into her domain without gathering some information first. So the location was decided upon after Noah gazed at the domains under the hellish pontiff Lucius and read the brief details they held. Demon Orc Ravine, Shuring. The location was decided as a crimson-black light wrapped around Noah and the map of the Apollyon dimension, a dimensional light flashing as he disappeared. The life of a demon was a wretched one. The life of a succubus demon was even more wretched, as even their dimensional royalty did not escape its shackles. Among the demon bloodlines of the Apollyon dimension, they were venerable and revered, but their power was weaker as they specialized in more mystic areas. Hecate knew this very well, as she was currently surrounded by the entourage of the mad orc demon commander Stefan, being led from her own home, as her father could do nothing but acquiesce to the requests of this commander, who was close to grasping the Grotto Haven stage. Simply, she was sold off so that her family could retain her dominion. She was surrounded by a demon battalion with 10 Alpha Strata Orc demons at the lead, hundreds of Beta Strata Orc demons filling up the ranks, as their huge muscular bodies and grotesque faces with tusks coming out of their faces would cause anyone to recoil. When Hecate imagined being put under the body of a being like this, even if it was a peak Ultima Strata Orc demon commander, her very soul denied it. In their dreams, she sneered as she felt the imperceptible eaves of the essence of Apollyon, an essence of shocking destruction and brutality that even her father at the weak Ultima stage could not fathom. But with his luck as an incubus to catch the eye of a Hellion demon royal under the hellish pontiff Lucius, Hecate came to be as her body carried a potent royal lineage that the orc demon commander Stefan now sought after, but even though her father failed her, Hecate did not fear, as from the musings of the essence of Apollyon, she could feel immense destruction coming. All she had to do was focus the little control she held of this essence to steer this destruction towards them. And she would figure things out from there. She thrived from chaos and destruction, as this was where she could ensnare and display her abilities the most. She was on top of a flat vessel that seemed like a jagged piece of rectangular crimson rock that floated across the red magma-filled earth below them, their surroundings being filled with flaming pillars of lava and flames that rose to the dark skies. The heat alone was suffocating, as even the death of Cosmos couldn't produce such a high concentration, with those surviving in these conditions being the top of the top, those at the peak of power in their respective stages. The word average could not be applied to any demon in the Apollyon dimension, as they always exceeded the average whenever they were compared against other dimensional races. Hecate herself was at the center of this rock-like rectangular vessel under the control of one of the Alpha Strata orc demons, her surroundings untouched, as no matter the lustful gazes of the grotesque orc demons around her. They were under strict orders to bring her to their commander, as they would never dare to even lay a hand on her. That was how much the one known as Stefan was feared, an existence with decent attainments in the decretum of Apollyon, as he even grasped 2 natural laws under his banner. With his power, he managed to win and retain hegemony of a small region under the vast expanse of domains under the rule of the hellish Pontiff Lucius, and he had now begun to expand his power onto the surrounding lands as he neared the cusp of Grottohaven. Not being surrounded closely by any of the orc demons, Hecate's astonishing beauty could be appreciated, as she had dazzling crimson black hair flowing past her shoulders. Her blessed body of a succubus, proportioned in an unbelievable manner, as just mere moments from her could put weaker beings under her control. Even now, she had released imperceptible strings of her pheromones into the bodies of multiple Beta Strata orc demons that were at the same stage as her beings, that she could now control like mindless fools, as her main goal was to get 1 or 2 of the Alpha Strata orc demons under her control before whatever unknown destruction that the essence of Apollyon foretold came. A tight crimson gold dress hugged her visage, as she had hidden her body with a black robe that could barely hide her blessings, the crimson wings of a succubus erupting behind her back as on her head. 2 horns that formed golden crowns at their tips shone with utmost brightness. This was the only part of her more powerful bloodline and physique showing, as everything else stemmed from her blood succubus dimensional bloodline, her body giving off silent waves of power as she waited. Her fair face could not hide her luminous crimson eyes, as red lips soon opened in surprise as a few miles from where the vessel they were on was passing, storming fluctuations of the essence of Apollyon erupted out. Her devilish eyes squinted the most. She felt these fluctuations and saw the leading Alpha Strata orc demon turn his head towards it. Good, WAA, let us see what destruction has in store. And how I can use it to escape a fate under a grotesque demon. Would it be a mindless monster that would kill everything it came across? A natural phenomenon that would disrupt the current balance? Or a hellish existence that would be a better path than being under the grotesque reign of a orc demon? Chapter 1927 Apollyon. LLL. As a vessel crossed the flaming magma-filled earth of the lands below them, they felt an unnatural storm of Apollyon essence converge in an area not too far from them. Since this was the southern ravine of the demon orc ravine, a domain of the orc demon commander Stefan, anything unnatural had to be investigated, as the leading orc demon stopped the advancement of the vessel. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere of the Apollyon dimension pressed down as tendrils of flaming magma shot from the earth and into the skies in a wondrous show of majesty. The eyes of 10 Alpha Strata orc demons and their followers landing on the storm of Apollyon essence. As things gradually became clear, in the midst of the dissipating storm, the pristine figure of an existence came, as it caused the eyes of all the orc demons to flash with a profound light, the eyes of the leading Alpha Strata orcs actually flashing with destiny, as before they even moved they tested the weaving of destiny when gazing at this new being, as this would decide how they acted against him. Beings at their levels were proficient in destiny, as the orc demons were a brutal race, but they were taught well. They always consulted with destiny before making any grand actions, as when none of them felt any dangers or reactions from the weaving of destiny when gazing at this being. The leading orc demon released his horrific aura of power while his lips covering his tusks formed into a brutal smile. A pure human? A pure human actually dares to traverse into the lands of the great orc demon commander Stefan? Utter impudence, bring that fool here. Before them, the visage of an exceedingly handsome human appeared, as his eyes held a hint of power and confidence, his enemies not feeling any sense of a threat to him as even when they faced him. Their destinies would not be able to provide an accurate representation for his level of danger. He was masked with the authority of the heart of destiny, as this would be a terrifying subterfuge tool that would always mislead his enemies, but his eyes took in the surroundings as he felt his body pressed down on all sides by a terrifying pressure and heat, his dream-dimensional body easily withstanding it as his mythical natural-born infinite dream physique made the heat seem like a mere dream. He felt the foreign destructive essence of Apollyon as 5 unique-looking dimensional races floated towards him, their bodies adorned in crimson-black suits or armor as they had the anthropomorphic faces of pigs. These being existences that would commonly be known as orcs, he had appeared in the orc demon domain as the first scene he came across was one of wonder. In the Cohenpeng's cataclysm nest, the minuscule will of Lilith had brought Genevieve to the Alpha Strata level, as from it, he had attained stupendous rewards. Just his entrance into the Apollyon dimension had him coming across a unique dimensional bloodline that had 10 Alpha Strata legends and hundreds at the Beta Strata standing powerfully in a formation of what seemed to be the transport of an existence. Tendrils of destiny weaved when Noah crossed his eyes over the crimson-winged form of a robed succubus whose pristine and undaunted face was clear to all. When Noah saw this cluster of orc demons and the Beta Strata legends coming towards him, he couldn't help but smile, as this was exactly what he wanted from this dimension, astoundingly powerful beings that rushed towards him to become loot. Now all he had to do was play it carefully to not alert the most powerful existences nearby as he established an identity here and enjoyed the brutality and destruction of the Apollyon dimension. Ugly thing, why are you smiling? The leading Beta Strata orc spoke out with a powerful voice as his thick hands reached out towards Noah, his hand alone being nearly the size of Noah's body as they were wrapped by an innate dimensional barrier that should have totaled a bit over 100 million. Yet as this orc demon approached Noah's body to grab him, he found that his hands could not proceed forward when he was a meter away from him. Ugly? You're calling me ugly? The quintessential Kainos Emperor raised his brows with a laid-back smile as he gazed at the massive being who couldn't even get near him. The gravitation reality armament shone with a surge of realities as it released profound waves of the essence of the natural law of gravitation that wouldn't even allow weak existences or attacks near him. And Beta Strata legends. Were now considered weak before Noah's eyes as his smile became even more devilish. The gazes of the Beta Strata orcs lost their smiles and laid-back expressions as the 10 Alpha Strata demons on the vessel became careful. At this juncture, Noah's eyes flashed as he also actually received a mental message, and it stemmed from the existence being escorted atop the vessel. Sir, you do not need to show off in the Apollyon dimension. Battles here are brutal and quick, as you shouldn't even give the time for your enemies to fuse with their authorities. You also do not want them to alert their squadron leader. Please make a move and save me from their grasps. And I shall reward you kindly thereafter. Tendrils of destiny weaved as Noah's smile became even wider. This clone of his had already taken the ascendant quintessential Kainos Emperor true form that any clone could display, as he could erupt with over 10 billion damage values easily, and the effects of the Emperor's ruined Blade of Oblivion and the Throne of Quintessential Tyranny could even propel these damage values further for him to easily reach above 20 billion. Against beings that hadn't even fused with their ascendancy halos to attain their true forms, Shuring, Noah moved quickly as before it could even be processed. Crimson Gold Emperor's ruined Blade of Oblivion had appeared in his hands and swung horizontally, terrifying essence surging around it as it instantly bisected the bodies of the 5 Beta Strata orc demons nearby. If they had not died, this swing would have further been mirrored by the feature of this blade, as Noah could choose to cast an ability from it or swing it as a weapon, but his base damage would still exceed 10 billion. Before this scene could even be absorbed, his tripupil eyes flashed as his thoughts were directed towards the remaining hundreds of Beta Strata orcs and the 10 Alpha Strata ones. Perish, thoughts. They carried the Emperor's haki, as even his thoughts carried over 10 billion damage values, smashing into the minds of his selected targets, as those at the Beta Strata did not stand a chance. Those at the Alpha Strata, were bleeding profusely from their orifices as their innate dimensional barriers that had reached 10 billion saved them as they scrambled to fuse with their halos, their true vitality values already being drained as their life force tried to bubble forth, but the quintessential Kainos Emperor would not have it. Time slowed as Noah breathed out and felt the natural law of gravitation. The tendrils and particles of this law wrapped around his body as the distance between him and the 10 Alpha Strata orc demons was shrunk in an instant. A terrifying gravitational force wrapping around their bodies and pulling them towards the same location, a location where he had already arrived in as he swung the Emperor ruined Blade of Oblivion with his right and brought down the Otlotl of reality to his left. Below him, the assassin Emperor of Severance had arrived to thunder down, while above, The ecstatic face of the saintess of fiery damnation formed as it already rained down a fast and deadly ball of nuclear flames, 10 supremely powerful existences at the Alpha Strata, not yet fully fused with their authorities as they faced a base minimum of 10 billion damage values on all sides after their innate dimensional barriers had been taken down. The result was a disastrous one. Space roiled and tumbled as the essence of Apollyon erupted out and rose to the skies, crimson gold true blood flying out as the scene gradually became clear. Surrounded by a rain of crimson gold blood and the shattered armaments of orc demons, a devilishly handsome visage of a human wielding a blade and a spear of reality was all that remained. The husks of bodies of Beta Strata orcs that had lost their souls from the initial attack lying down on the vessel he now stood on as the only ones to remain atop it. Were him, and a unique dimensional royalty who was gazing at his location with shining crimson eyes. 10 Alpha Strata legends. He had only ever taken one down before, is just within seconds of his entrance into the Apollyon dimension. He took down 10. Destiny weaved madly as a shocking monster had arrived in a dimension full of monstrous existences. The changes his presence would cause being something no being in these lands could even guess at this moment. Hecate was the only one living to witness the coming of this being, as when she sensed the wild essence of Apollyon in the surroundings, her lips curved into a devilish smile. She could see another path. A path that she utilized her somewhat profound understanding of the decretum of Apollyon to pull towards her. The only question about this path was whether this being that was capable of immense destruction that caused Apollyon essence to run wild was whether he would be someone that she ensnared with her charms and made to work for her, or whether she would be placed under his feet. Neither options were against her nature as a succubus is for her. Any possibility on this path was better than coming under the oppression of the mad orc demon commander. Chapter 1928 Hellish Tyranny. As the events played out in the Apollyon dimension, Noah was still staring at a golden book with his preponderant irminsel form as he was collecting focused information in order to make the best possible decisions through author's viewpoint. He was currently viewing information of the curvaceous crimson-winged existence who was being escorted into the domains of the mad orc demon commander Stefan. The memories of the orc demons Noah had just erased flowing through his mind as he learned of many things. Hecate Iranilin, daughter of the golden incubus Iranilin. She was to be presented to Stefan to quell his domination of the rosebud domain that incubus Iranilin controls. And I have just stopped that escort as from this. Many possibilities and paths rose as Noah could choose to play this in multiple ways that would benefit him by giving him an identity in the Apollyon dimension that wouldn't draw too many eyes while he also attained the loot he wished. Let's do this. So he began to decide plans and consult with Destiny on how they would unfold, while in his mind, the boons of eradicating just the 10 Alpha Strata legends strata rolled in first. 5 obsidian tier randomized loot crates have been attained. Noah had divided the loot half and half into loot crates and then through the normal method of attaining loot and the concepts and bloodlines of his enemies as the surprises were abundant. First was the attainment of the first obsidian tiered randomized loot crate when initially, the highest he had gotten were gold black in color. Thereafter, 25,000 alpha blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 25 Emperor Physique refining pearls obtained. 25,000 ionized soul drops have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 25 ionized soul seas have been obtained. 5 reality panaceas have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 5 grotto panaceas have been obtained. An incalculable number of skill points have been obtained. Ding! The essence quantified as skill points is unique as it had been altered. 50 Kainos dimensional resource points have been obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. You have attained 5 shards of profundity that contain the musings of the decretum of Apollyon. 50 shards shall grant a preliminary understanding of the decretum of Apollyon. You have attained the taboo edicts of Magma Emperor, brutal sustenance, emboldened reproduction, obscene regenerator, the quasi-taboo. The dimensional bloodline of the orc demon has been attained. Beautiful prompts cascaded down as the first enemy of the Alpha Strata that Noah had killed was Lilith/Genevieve as she was turned into a quintessential treasure cache. These orc demons were the next ones for Noah to kill as they left behind new loot to enjoy, namely Emperor Physique refining pearls, ionized soul seas, and grotto panaceas. There were other wonders for Noah to go through as while he did this, the meeting in the Apollyon dimension played out. Sire, atop the floated vessel filled with crimson gold rivers of blood that flowed down onto the magma-filled earth below and burned into dazzling flames. A unique existence that was half succubus and half something else bowed down her curvaceous body towards the existence that had just wiped out 10 Alpha Strata legends in an instant. She was learned on the ways of men due to her nature as she knew what they wanted. This man before her didn't seem like the breed of many others, as even then, Hecate knew what to do as she tested whether she had a chance of controlling him or if she would be out under his heel. Shirring, unseen red mist erupted from her as she pulled upon innate abilities from the depths of her soul. Her expansive red wings opened as she rose, her crimson eyes coming to lock onto this being as the moment she saw his knowing smile with his head turned sideways and his eyes turning sharp. Clang! Hecate instantly dropped to her knees. I apologize, I shouldn't have tried to test the one who saved me. Her soul trembled as her heart pounded the moment she had locked her eyes onto him, telling her many things as if she chose to disrespect him any further by directing her abilities towards him. A grim future might be awaiting her, so she chose another route. What she had to do first was give just a little bit of importance to herself. This young one is Hecate Uranolon of the golden succubus lineage and the dimensional royal lineage of the prime Apollyon demon. My weak father could not protect me as he bent the knee to the mad orc demon commander Stefan, sending me to him as a tribute, as I would have to spend my days under the disgusting oppression of an orc demon. Ferocious creatures whose need for wanton destruction is only met by their lust. For having spared me of this fate, I shall submit myself to you. Her buzzing mind moved rapidly as her will gazed at the minute changes of expressions and behavior of the powerful human before her. It mattered not to her whether he was truly human or not. In the Apollyon dimension, strength was the only thing that ruled. Those that were weak would be subjugated under the strong as Hecate. She had tried her best to be among the strong as she was an astounding genius who even grasped a significant understanding in the decretum of Apollyon, but she still could not escape the fact that she was young. Even if she broke her limits in her body and soul before establishing her reality and managing to crystalline her aspects of existence to attain the beta strata, what she missed was time to grow. Those who had lived longer than her were still stronger, as here she was being shipped off as a tribute to a tyrant. She hated that she was weak, and she hated even more that those she could depend on to protect her were also weak, but this being before her that could eradicate multiple alpha strata legends in a second. Shirring, Hecate could see a wondrously radiant destiny as she realized it might just be possible to change her fate and attain the strength she always sought, no matter the cost. Chapter 1929 Hellish Tyranny 2. So the first thing that Hecate did was submit herself to this being the moment she saw that he was too powerful for even her charms as a succubus to sway him. You submit yourself to me. But why should I accept you? What can you give me that I do not have? This being walked towards her slowly as his visage became more towering by the second, the crimson wings behind Hecate expanding as while reading the constantly changing facial expressions of this being, she saw a hint of less interest than before as she instantly changed her tactics. She sought his expression and eyes as she realized that this being was not one who simply enjoyed someone docile bending the knee and treating them like a king. His eyes held the majesty of someone who had countless existences that had bent the knee to him. As this didn't interest him, then what he would want is the mind of this unique being spun as she thought about powerful dimensional emperors throughout history and what every exceptional being in this current age wanted: power and influence. When she thought of this, her mind was made up as she rose up powerfully, changing her entirely docile demeanor as her crimson black hair flowed smoothly while she also walked forward to meet the being before her. As the daughter of the golden incubus Uranolon, I know the secrets and have access to the rosebud domain that has trillions of golden succubi. I can work with you to attain that domain if you wish. Her eyes shone with an enticing allure and ingenuity as she continued. My father is a weak Ultima Strata incubus as he doesn't boast the greatest battle power. Thus he bent the knee to the mad orc demon commander in order to keep reign over his domain. When the mad orc demon commander does not receive me as expected, he will send even more powerful forces and eventually just come to wage war and conquer the rosebud domain as if master wishes it. I can also aid you in whatever ways possible to overcome this mad orc demon commander, as you can set your sights on his domain as well. Her feet were moving lightly, and yet she had arrived before Noah as her face looked stern yet enticing, her eyes shining brilliantly as her expanded crimson wings made her look like a holy demon that should not be touched. Lastly, I hold both the lineages of the golden succubus and the royal lineage of the prime Apollyon demon. I have the mythical natural-born prime Apollyon physique as paired with my origins as a succubus. You can have me serve you whenever you wish, as I can promise you that nobody else shall taste better than me. Her visage was astounding, her gaze was unshakable and filled with a robust resolve as she stared at the being before her, whose smile had returned to being that of great interest. All I ask is for you to allow me to also grow stronger than the current me. I also wish to move unhindered and protect myself. I also wish to not bow my head before another, as I have my own pride. But I will bow my head before you and aid you in whatever you ask for, as I know the current me is still weak. So in all this, just grant me the opportunities and time to grow so that I can also move with the same confidence as you." Her monologue finished as the quintessential Kainos Emperor gazed at this unique being and even clapped his hands lightly, his mesmerizing voice ringing out, "What is your title?" Her title, what defined her, Enticer Emperor, WA, above her head. A dazzling crimson-black crown was unveiled as the words, Enticer Emperor, shone with glory. Noah nodded as he observed her resolve and unique power while erupting out with the essence of the tyrannical emperor. Pledge fealty, HUUM. The essence of conquest thundered down as Noah was thorough, the dimensional royalty before him bowing down as even her wings did the same. Noah's hand coming to raise her chin as he stared into her crimson eyes that were currently trembling slightly as they felt the shocking change on destiny and soul power as she became connected to Noah. Her eyes were extremely big and wide as they would draw anyone in, with her fair face being young as she seemed like royalty that was at most in her late 20s. The crimson black hair flowing down to her shoulders on top of her blessed figure was enough to drive any being crazy as only lifted her chin up and asked, "So if you were me, what would you do now that you have stopped the escort of a prize of the mad orc demon commander?" A simple question that caused this existence who just became bound to Noah to step out of her reverie and refocus. Looking towards him with even greater shock and respect as a second later, she actually turned stern, "Master, if I may, you have just recently begun exploring the Apollyon dimension." Yes, after becoming bound to him, Hecate felt much freer to speak as when she saw her new master nod, she actually spoke sternly to get across a fundamental lesson. "Then I will tell Master that if you seek to attain power and influence in the Apollyon dimension, you need to display an even greater level of brutality and destruction. Not just in your attacks, but in your words and behaviors. Even if you must act, you must make it seem like below the crimson skies of the Apollyon dimension, nobody can look beneath you. You must not just display tyranny, but the hellish and brutal tyranny only privy within this dimension, WAA. In this dimension, only pure power and strength speak, as if there is any sign of weakness even the ants will crawl up to try biting you. So your manner of speaking, how you look, and the grandeur you release has to already be stunning that no common being can just look your way. For example, how long does Master plan to keep your human form? Are you able to take on the form of a demon or something similar?" The golden succubus Hecate Aranelin spoke powerfully as her unique demeanor only caused Noah's smile to widen, his sharp eyes shining as he called out lightly, "Archdemon Lord Transformation." BZZZT, fiery crimson energy blazed upwards as the ascendant quintessential Kainos Emperor Trueform became altered ever so slightly, the transformation ability from the 7 deadly sins returning on this day and making its debut in the Apollyon dimension. Chapter 1930 Grotto Panacea. Hecate's eyes pulsed with wonder and power as she saw her new master. His body transformed as he became taller and more imposing, a demonic air whipping around the surroundings as Hecate felt the surge of a powerful bloodline. It didn't give off the same feel as a dimensional royal bloodline, and yet it had the same intensity as the man adorned in an armament of swirling realities had obsidian wings erupt from his back. His hair becoming dyed entirely black as 2 horns rose from his head and pointed to the sky sharply. Between the 2 horns, dark flames came to be as they formed into a spinning crown of obsidian flames, his whole face becoming immensely more devilish as it held a demonic charm that could put even the most mesmerizing incubus to shame. This was because even though the Archdemon Lord transformation was not able to display its boosts like before, as its authority just wasn't enough in this stage of reality, it still held the innate abilities of the absolute sin that included all of the 7 deadly sins. It still had within it the sin of lust. His demonic nature could not be denied as Hecate Aranelin felt like she was standing in front of a demon royal. "Master, I do not know too much about you, as I have many thoughts and aspirations, but not enough knowledge on how to best put them to use. Could you enlighten me just a little about yourself?" Her eyes were dripping with interest as she asked, Noah waving his index finger as his will formed a ball of memories and information about him that most of his vassals would know. This ball of light flowed into her mind as when it did, she closed her eyes briefly, only to open them soon after and release a cry of disbelief as she breathed out deeply while gazing at him. The tyrannical emperor. The quintessential Kainos Emperor. Such titles caused Hecate Aranelin to tremble as she realized just the sheer gravity of the being she bound herself to. If she could guide him in the Apollyon dimension, not just the demon orc ravine, but the vast domains of dimensional rulers might be a possibility. For the one she had bound herself to actually have the title that corresponded to the current age. Anything was possible as Hecate's eyes shone with glory and destiny. Then Master. You already have a rousing will of tyranny as to thrive in this dimension. You have to truly act in a manner of hellish tyranny that borders near overbearing. Display anywhere you go that when you arrive, other emperors lose their qualifications. As she spoke, her crimson wings buzzed as her curvaceous body glowed with light, the essence of the decretum of Apollyon buzzing around her as she unexpectedly took on an admonishing tone. And I mean hellish tyranny in all aspects, master. Like currently you have a golden succubus that also holds the bloodline of a dimensional royalty who has just submitted herself to you. Why have you not swallowed her up yet? You will benefit to gain a semblance of a royal dimensional physique and attain the momentary boosts of a golden succubus. Let your reservations free and take what is right in front of you first, then after you are refreshed I shall present to you the rosebud domain that my father rules. Her words truly turned admonishing as she stood straight and actually tested the tyranny of the quintessential Kainos emperor. Hellish tyranny, the vessel they were on trembled as a domain erupted to envelop everything. Noah's mesmerizing obsidian-winged demonic figure walking towards the crimson-winged Hecate, who couldn't help but blink her eyes multiple times in a short time period, hoping that she didn't provoke her new master too much as there was much to be done. The quintessential Kainos emperor made a move towards a dimensional royalty as unlike what he expected. The weaving of destiny was unpredictable, as it wasn't Caitlin that he would manage to test the concepts of dual cultivation when it came to dimensional physiques and what their boons would be. It would instead be a new helper that had just bound herself to him, as she was even bold enough to try and rouse him in a bid to have him act in a more tyrannical manner. He would begin showing glimpses of his tyranny here, as after this there was a domain of the lineage of golden succubi demons awaiting him, as the ultimate enemy in the short term would be the mad orc demon commander that was at the peak Ultima Strata. A golden book still floated before Noah's main body as the events in the small corner of the Apollyon dimension unfolded, his will observant on how unique the effects of dual cultivation would be and what he would gain from a dimensional royalty. It is just like any other form of reality-altering advancement. Across the myriad of races and existences, some gear their progression by focusing on absorbing and assimilating the essence of their surroundings to the extremes. Others specialize in devouring the strength of others, and others rely on natural treasures. You forged the resplendent treasure emperor concept to allow you to devour the strength of others in a multiplication fashion. Others, like the universal emperors, simply absorb the origins of their enemies to attain their power, with orc demons and many of those in the Apollyon dimension actually being similar in nature. Lavalier spoke out for the first time since her silence after Noah made his choice as she continued. Brutality and destruction thrive in the Apollyon dimension as the decretum of Apollyon rewards destruction, with the bodies of one's enemies being taken as boons and devoured for the dimensional races to refine their power even more. Some races like the orc demons and golden succubi demons focus on the aspect of lust as a method of progression to get stronger, with the concept of dual cultivation being just like your multiplicative loot attainment. Just another reality-altering method of progression. With you stacking so many methods of progression in your path, of course you will be immensely faster than others, but in this case, there is an intimate interplay of essence, as if you can achieve harmony during it, the progression of both of your aspects of existence would be even faster. And the nature of succubi allows them to benefit from this the most, as this Hecate Uranelin should benefit more from this encounter. Even if you are able to attain a dimensional physique from this, Lavalier expanded on the workings of dual cultivation as Noah nodded lightly, giving more thought into it, as at the end, maybe I can forge a keystone ascendant skill tree, edict, or REFIED ability geared towards this to obtain the most out of it. He just came up with more possibilities for even more optimization, but as this was underway, his eyes came to focus on the loot he could obtain naturally from Alpha Strata Legends, as he had yet to even open the pristine obsidian tier randomized loot crates. Just how effective would things like the Grotto Panaceas be in helping to saturate his first dimensional layer? Grotto Panacea, a loot for all purposes. It holds within it the pure natal essence that births reality singularities. After coming to fruition from the increased loot quality and quantity of the resplendent treasure emperor, it pronounces itself as one the highest ranking top-tier loot under him. A single Grotto Panacea has the distinction of an ultimate limit-breaking tool, as an existence in the firmaments of ascendancy can utilize it to exceed their foundations and break their limits in one aspect of existence. This feat only applicable once on any existence, as taking more Grotto Panaceas thereafter will not have the effect of limit breaking. As it is a panacea, it is usable at any stage of life, from those who cannot utilize mana to those grasping the natural laws of reality. If the purpose is not to break one's limits in the firmaments of ascendancy, a single one is capable of allowing a smooth absorption of its essence to bring one from whatever stage they are on all the way to the peak of the firmaments of ascendancy. The absorption of 2 grotto panaceas will allow one to liquefy their primogenial strata, with 3 panaceas allowing the crystallization of the beta strata. 4 panaceas allow for the ionization of the alpha strata, as 5 panaceas will allow for the birth of the ultima strata. 500 panaceas will make way for the formation of a grotto haven. In the context of the quintessential Kainos emperor, a single panacea is capable of forging 3 trillion Kainos dimensional cosmos and expanding your dimensional layer slightly. The formation of 100 trillion dimensional cosmos will signify the saturation of a dimensional layer, as a single grotto panacea can be utilized to begin the formation of the next layer whenever the prerequisite of the next dimensional essence is met. The grotto panacea tells the quintessential Kainos emperor to remain steadfast in butcher more alpha and ultima strata existences if he wishes to obtain more of it, with the existence of ruination not being enough to replicate it at its current stage. Current grotto panaceas 5. Chapter 1931 Panacea, Astonishing Results. The appearance of a grotto panacea was alarming and fantastical, as just its description alone was unique from others. It gave off a great deal of information, but none was as crucial as the fact that Noah needed 100 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos to get close to saturating his first dimensional layer. There was also the expansion of the golden plane-like earthen layer, as this treasure was something that could produce beautifully visible results towards Noah's path of progression. Currently, he had been undergoing the slow and arduous process of birthing more cosmos and expanding his dimensional layer with false grotto nacres, but his newly designed realm retained its truth that it would be harder to raise and force than anything else, as even after a few mountains of this loot were devoured. Noah had only managed to return to 14 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos. The loot of 5 grotto panaceas from 10 alpha strata legends would be capable of granting 15 trillion more cosmos, as Noah's speed of progression would shoot up once more. Good. What about the rest? His will was brilliant as the life force of the preponderant Irminsul surged in the surroundings, the golden book still monitoring the waves of destiny before him as he turned his attention towards the other 2 new forms of loot. Emperor Physique Refining Pearl, a considerably powerful loot in the hands of the quintessential Kainos emperor that only sits below the grotto panacea. A single pearl is capable of suffusing into your bones, organs, and musculature to aid in their transformation to emperor, with any physiques in the process of being forged having their progression increased by 10,000%. It can also be considered a limit-breaking tool, as while it does not guarantee it if one cannot make a breakthrough in the aspect of the body while consuming this, they should give up on the path of power. In the context of the quintessential Kainos emperor, a single Emperor Physique Refining Pearl is capable of aiding in the completion of cycles of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique, with the hard-to-progress cycles after the 30th cycle requiring only 10 Emperor Physique Refining Pearls to be completed. Similar to the grotto panacea, this treasure currently cannot be replicated under ruination, as the blood and bones of alpha and ultima strata existences must be ground down to pave way for its descent. Ionized Soul C, a considerably powerful loot in the hands of the quintessential Kainos emperor that only sits below the grotto panacea. It is an expansive and formless sea of ionized pure soul power that can aid in the limit breaking of the aspect of the soul. The stronger the soul, the greater the perception and understanding of concepts one can achieve. The crystallization and ionization of one's soul benefit from the grotto panacea, but the supplementation of the ionized soul sea is most effective as it strengthens the resonance between your aspects of existence and allows this process to occur even faster. Dimensional resource points, an amalgamation of authorities stemming from the 9 dimensions. The dimensional resource points can be utilized to form new types of skill trees geared towards dimensions, or they can be burned into your soul to help elevate the understanding of a decretum of a dimension. While now, the immaculate branches of the preponderant Irminsul vibrated powerfully, the new loot promised utmost wonders, as while the Emperor Physique Refining Pearls and ionized soul seas were stupendous, the dimensional resource points. These were something else entirely, as there was a possibility of exploding Noah's authority and power with them. They had the capability to increase one's understanding of the decretum of a dimension. For one to grasp this, they had to first understand what a decretum entailed. For this, Noah pulled up the description of the decretum of dreams that should have been quantified sufficiently for now. Decretum of dreams, an extremely high authority stemming from the dream dimension, sitting above edicts and equaling only the natural laws of reality. Merely being capable of commanding this authority puts you at a higher stage compared to others. Grasping any understanding in a decretum is immensely arduous, as one has to normally live and be nourished in the specific dimension for many years, understanding its mysteries over time and eventually commanding it themselves. The decretum of dreams is unique in its effects as with your slight understanding. You can utilize it to call forth a domain of dream essence to reject other decretums or natural laws of reality. The decretum can also be infused into abilities, as they can be bolstered in unique ways, with the most powerful augmentation of abilities coming to fruition when one is proficient enough in the decretum to the point that they can utilize absolute dream authority. The essence of this decretum can further be infused into relics or concepts to birth heresy, a powerful distinction, as concepts bathed under this decretum gain significant authority. Further uses and understanding of the decretum are being extrapolated, as the current understanding of this decretum is at 65%. Current boosts granted to you through this understanding: 6.5% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. Every time you fall into a slumber, there is a 6.5% chance to experience the dream of the oniric that allows you to delve into the dreams and realities of the possible immediate past and futures of selected targets. Be careful in your selection, as if it is someone who is highly proficient in a decretum or natural law, there is a chance of them perceiving you unless you hold a higher understanding. The decretum of dreams was robust as Noah gazed at its wondrous details while voicing out, assign 50 dimensional resource points to the decretum of dreams. BZZZT, authority and essence surged into an abstruse authority as Noah observed the results, from 0.65% understanding, current understanding of the decretum of dreams 0.70%, Chapter 1932 Panacea, astonishing results. 2. The understanding of the decretum of dreams surged from 0.65% to 0.70%, as a single-dimensional resource point was equivalent to 0.001% understanding in a decretum. The number may seem immensely low, but just the sheer fact that Noah could tulips this brute method of progression showed fantastic promise, as this method would be something that could allow him to catch up to the dimensional rulers and dimensional Hellion rulers that had been understanding the decretum of dreams for countless millions of years. He was proceeding forward smoothly, as just an entrance into the Apollyon dimension was already paying off within minutes, his will surging powerfully and gazing at the weaving of destiny as he thought of how to extend his advantages even further and obtain droves of loot like the grotto panaceas and dimensional resource points. The focus and spotlight came down onto the grotto panacea once more, as after calculating and illuminating countless paths before him, Noah made his choice as he sent a question to his gourmandizing dimensional reality: what is the progress with the infinite dream automatons? The 18 leading automatons have broken all three limits of the aspects of existence as they are currently establishing their realities. Dozens more automatons have begun their production, as the same number of triple limit breaker automatons should be produced after another 24 hours, the ridiculous weapons Noah was working on the side. Autonomous creatures born from the gourmandizing dimensional reality whose entire power and realm could be transferred onto any of his vassals. These existences that were easiest to raise in the whole infinite reality were what Noah thought of first when he grasped the ridiculous grotto panaceas. 5 panaceas were enough to bring an Alpha Strata legend into Ultima. For the best use of these grotto panaceas at this moment in time, Noah felt like it wasn't actually for himself, as he could bring forth an even quicker and more astounding result another way. And that way was with an infinite dream automaton. They were the easiest to raise as they could be optimized in shocking ways. And Noah had full control of them, as they could later even hand down all their power and realm to whoever he chose. His eyes flashed with might and power as he waves his hands while speaking out: focus on a single dream automaton. Spend all the current resources to quickly elevate it from primogenial strata into alpha strata. And be ready for the utilization of an ultima strata automaton. WAA. Shocking commands left Noah as a few mountains of false grotto nacres, liquefied soul seas, and physique refining pearls were transferred to be used by the infinite reality. Noah even sending 20 ionized soul seas and emperor physique refining pearls there, as this matter was of utmost importance. This was because he wouldn't be able to fully saturate his first dimensional layer until possibly after a day or two, depending on his movements in the Apollyon dimension, and if any nearby domains in the dream dimension were alerted to the absolute Kainos dream dungeon. This alone was ridiculous enough, as it was a feasibility in a mere few days, but the rising of a dream automaton who already had all the resources? Where Noah could pack as many taboo edicts as it could handle and optimize it with any skill trees he chose? Destiny surged around him in a maddening fashion as it told him this wouldn't even take a few hours, with the advent of the grotto panaceas. Bringing to light an ultima strata combatant under Noah that was a triple limit breaker was just a matter of time now. And when he commanded an automaton with such power. The average Ultima Strata golden incubus Iranilan overseeing the Rosebud domain and the peak Ultima Strata existence that was the mad orc demon commander Stefan Noah would not worry about meeting them too soon, as when conflict broke, an Ultima Strata dream automaton would return back to Noah everything he had invested into it and more. So essence exploded out as this was placed in focus. As for the dual cultivation session in the Apollyon dimension, resonance of nature reacts to the connection and oscillation of the quintessential Kainos Emperor and his partner. In the shrouded domain veiled from our prying eyes, the robust and mesmerizing archdemon lord was connected to the golden succubus Hecate Iranilan as after some time, essence had surged around them uniquely in a manner of feedback that seemed to be tugging onto their very bloodlines and physiques. The quintessential Kainos Emperor felt new sources of essence and concepts flowing into him as wondrous prompts rose before his eyes. The pure bloodline and physique of a dimensional existence are being deconstructed and replicated. The lineage of the prime Apollyon demon is 5% understood and replicated. Maintain a connection with the chosen partner and reach the very depths of their heart and soul for full understanding and attainment of this bloodline. The lineage of the golden incubus demon is 8.9% understood and replicated. Maintain a connection with the chosen partner and reach the very depths of their heart and soul for full understanding and attainment of this bloodline. The strong connection and resonance is unearthing a full mythical natural-born Apollyon physique. Maintain a connection with the chosen partner and reach the very depths of their heart and soul for full understanding and attainment of this physique. The reality-altering boost of life force propagation is granted as true reality vitality values are temporarily increased by 25% for the next hour. The reality-altering boost of nature's cultivation is granted as the understanding of concepts, natural laws, and the decretum of dimensions is increased by 1000% for the next 10 hours. Prompts rose as Noah experimented with the uniqueness of dual cultivation with a target that had much to give. The golden succubus Hecate currently wasn't even capable of formulating a coherent thought process, as she wasn't sure which one between the two of them had the dimensional bloodline of a succubus/incubus. This current session destroying everything she thought she knew and understood. With the increased understanding of the intricacies of dual cultivation, this session continued in the Apollyon dimension as during this time, Noah was forging a terrifying weapon in the Infinite Reality, chapter 1933. The demon of tyranny is set loose. At the depths of the dimensional Holy Land, above a sandy golden plain with fantastical Kainos royal dream cosmos swirling above, the body of a single dream automaton floated in a golden space as seas of loot constantly surged into it. 17 other similar-looking automatons had smaller portions of loot surging around them in the distance as their bodies that gave off a crystalline metallic sheen, while sharp weaponized hands that looked like sickles glimmered dangerously with power that could tear apart space. The shoulders of these sharp appendages ended in a round oval shape as they floated grandly, connected to the oval main body by a thin golden line that connected all its smooth metallic body parts. The oval head of the isolated automaton that floated above the whole body silently had changed as, apart from the emotionless slits of eyes, a crown shone resplendently above it as it read, Daedalus Automaton, grandly. This was a triple limit breaker metallic existence that was currently infused with 10,000 taboo nomological edicts, with 120 obsidian halos hidden within its body as above it the allure of 50 infinite reality passages could already be seen. The most powerful geniuses Noah had come across so far were beings like Caitlin and Acarus, who were dual limit breakers, and this automaton far exceeded them as after stabilizing in the primogenial strata, the infinite reality continued to focus all given resources to it as its false liquefied soul that had resonated with all aspects of existence was the first to be stimulated, everything else following behind it. Within its ovoid body, the allure of a reality could be seen as new cosmos constantly formed, with the aspects of existence shining when the number of cosmos neared 25 trillion as the false soul of the automaton began to undergo crystallization. The vast golden sea was hardening all around as in a short period of time, it turned into beautiful crystalline structures that still perfectly bound and held together the resonated aspects of existence. Beta strata, essence surged as emotionlessly, the infinite reality continued the same process. Dazzling, ionized soul seas, and emperor physique refining pearls, appeared and surged into it silently. Minutes passed as the processes of sublimation and ionization occurred at the same time, the crystallized solid particles of the soul becoming faster and faster as it began to turn gaseous and go towards becoming plasma. The number of cosmos within its singular reality also reached 100 trillion as soon after. Booming waves of essence surged out as a circular golden blast emanated from this emotionless automaton as it attained the alpha strata. the infinite reality gazed at it silently as spatial waves fluctuated. Soon after, blinding multicolored light bloomed as one of the most powerful loot under Noah was taken out, radiant in color and as vast as the Kainos royal dream cosmos spinning above. A massive flower whose petals were formed from rivers of realities came out, its reality. Petals seemed innumerable as they shone with incandescent beauty. A blinding light clustered at the center of all these petals as four more just like it appeared soon after to surround the figure of the infinite dream automaton. 5 grotto panaceas to produce an ultima strata existence rotated around the golden automaton as the wings of light behind its back glimmered wondrously, its emotionless eyes opened with a blinding light as the grotto panaceas unfurled. The glorious body of the archdemon lord stretched side to side as Noah gave a contented sigh. A domain he had enacted and imposed the 1 to 20,000 time ratio of the infinite reality disappearing at this time as the figure of a radiant golden succubus could also be seen behind him. She seemed more powerful as shockingly, she was not of the beta strata anymore as after the passage of a mere hour in the outside dimension and the passage of 20,000 hours within the isolated domain she had achieved the alpha strata from the dual cultivation session. It was in the nature of succubi and incubi to have a faster elevation in power when they controlled lust and everything to do with it, but this result was just unbelievable as even while looking weary, Hecate Ranelin continued to affirm it multiple times, Master, you might need to obtain more dimensional princesses and queens and form a harem. I do not think I alone will be sufficient. Hecate spoke seriously as she felt the foreign circulation of dream essence and the beginnings of a physique she didn't fully grasp as she thought back to the last 20,000 hours. Her gains were ridiculous as she couldn't fathom how, but Noah's origin that was a dimensional reality contained more essence and power within it than any existence in the alpha strata. Every time they were connected and underwent a feedback of essence between each other, the burst that Hecate received allowed for trillions of cosmos to form constantly as thereafter. It was only the strengthening of her remaining aspects of existence before she broke through from peak beta and to the alpha strata realm. This was also the method Noah was utilizing to ridiculously elevate the power of Adelaide, Barbados, Athena, Valentina, Anna, Elena. And a few others as they had already broken one of their limits in this manner. The ways of elevating strength and power were unique in the vast realities and dimensions as Noah's ways were simply ridiculous. It was different with Hecate Ranelin as she held innate physiques and dimensional bloodlines as even though she had benefited stupendously from Noah. His own benefits were not little. The prompts were as always, glorious to see. The venerable Primo-Apollyon igneous demon dimensional bloodline has been attained. The quasi-venerable golden incubus bloodline has been attained. Due to the strong connection and its length, the full mythical natural-born Apollyon physique has been attained. The results were stupendous as this wasn't all. On top of attaining a venerable dimensional bloodline and an innate dimensional physique. A reaction had occurred when they bloomed inside his body. Chapter 1930 For the demon of tyranny is set loose. LL, the bloodline of the quintessential Kainos emperor was already trying to surge past venerable. It had attained the preponderant irminsal dimensional bloodline as now, a brilliant Primo-Apollyon igneous demon dimensional bloodline had also appeared as its effects. The quintessential Kainos emperor absorbs the aspects of the Primo-Apollyon igneous demon and the golden succubus dimensional bloodlines. The path past venerable becomes clearer. BZZT. Bubbling bloodline power surged around Noah as new possibilities and forms became accessible to him. His archdemon lord gradually changed as the horns became painted crimson gold, the fiery flaming throne above his head enlarging and letting off fiery bloodline authority. His body became even more robust underneath the Dharma relic gravitational reality armament as his wings became surrounded by constantly burning golden flames. His face becoming even more handsome and devilish as his tripupilled eyes surged with demonic light. The mythical natural-born Apollyon physique is being absorbed by the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique as it undergoes evolution. The number of infinite reality passages that can be withstood by a single cycle of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique has been increased to 6. WAA. A fundamental change also bloomed for Noah's physique as from gaining slots for 3 infinite reality passages per cycle, he could now attain 6. Multiple mountainous reality passages began to form the moment this prompt rose as they wanted to make their way past 100. This was the most immediate effect of the absorption of another dimensional royal physique as any other changes were still being quantified with Noah always receiving feedback that they would be similar to the abilities he could utilize in the dream dimension as they would now be applicable to the Apollyon Dimension 2. Slow and steady, well, not really slow but Noah was steadily rising and optimizing his power even more as mind you that this was just after an hour passed since he entered the Apollyon dimension. Now that there was conquest of dimensional domains that remained. Noah collected his thoughts as towards Hecate Uranilan's very serious assertion that she didn't think she would be sufficient for him and for him to obtain a harem of dimensional royalties. Well, there's already a harem that isn't too small. Noah replied with a smile as he appreciated the beauty and majesty of his archdemon lord form that he wanted to term as his official demon form. Hecate nodded as if she expected it, her crimson wings expanding as she still asserted seriously. Then the master may need to double or triple the current harem. Dangerous words came out of her mouth with seriousness as Noah only shook his head with a devilish smile while causing surges of spatial essence to wrap around them, if need be. For now, let us see the Rosebud domain and whether it has the strength to withstand the enraged mad orc demon commander. Shuring, the spatial essence wrapped around them as with the memories from those he killed and Hecate herself, Noah chose to instantly teleport towards the boundary of the Rosebud domains to tour the first lands that were vaster than any kingdoms or domains he had come across. The number of dimensional creatures in this domain alone toppled trillions as it was part of the lands that had been occupied for countless years in this powerful dimension. And he wanted to put it all under him as with conquest, there would be the rise of the true stars of conquest, there would be more tools for empowerment, and with the countless existences in a dimension, Noah wanted to get as many as possible as he planned to move with care to not alert the dimensional rulers and two-dimensional Hellion rulers too quickly, especially the one whose will he had decimated once. He would move under another title in this Apollyon dimension, as the spatial essence that had wrapped around them dissipated. Noah's voice echoed out while a new scene painted itself before their eyes. Hecate, as we move, I shall take on the identity of the demon of tyranny. WAA, yes, master. The cunning eyes of a dimensional royalty shone as she bowed and nodded to her master in existence, who came to the bounds of the Rosebud domain with the daughter of the current master of this domain bowing towards him. The scene around them was unique as the immense heat of the Apollyon dimension could still be felt while tendrils of magma pillars of flames rose up the endless skies. What was unique was the vast stretches of land holding twinkling lights of civilization of a massive empire that had countless structures emitting wondrous light stretching as far as the eyes could see. The further in one's eyes went, the taller the structures became as one could see they were built from powerful minerals that shone with an incandescent gold-black glow. The entire area was wider than many realities put together, as some areas included stretches of mountains and forests as wide as cosmos, these acting as borders that defined different clusters of smaller domains in the larger Rosebud domain. In the central domain with the tallest structures, there was a shocking phenomenon above it as in the skies. The massive skeleton of what seemed to be demon dragon floated powerfully. Its body gave off fantastical waves of power as its skeletal jaws were open wide, releasing a drizzling of essence onto the core of the Rosebud domain where the golden succubi dominated. That's the preserved body of a prime Apollyon dragon demon bloodline that had reached the upper bounds of the grotto haven. It has been showing its vital essence for the last 10 million years, Hecate spoke calmly as their figures were teleporting across the skies and getting ever closer to the central area of the Rosebud domain that was filled with life. Today in particular, there was an extra bustling of activity as a somewhat somber celebration was being held. A few hours prior, they had watched Princess Hecate Uranilan escorted by orc demons to be taken as a concubine of the powerful mad orc demon commander, who caused the nearby local emperors to hesitate. This meant they were effectively allied with this terrifying force, as they wouldn't be embroiled in war and destruction until they submitted to the reign of the mad orc demon commander who loved brutality and chaos. So for the vast majority of legends, this was a cause for celebration. The reality-sized core of the Rosebud domain was bustling and active as golden succubi and incubi demons moved along with a few minor races, with the Golden Lust City where the ruling succubi lived being the most bustling, as the ruler of this domain was present in the celebration here. There was an expansive feast as those who could be considered succubi nobles enjoyed themselves on top of circular golden platforms that stably floated in the skies. Thousands of these disc-like platforms holding those in the firmaments of ascendancy and legends rankings from primogenial to alpha strata, the weakest being celebrated in the buildings below, as the largest circular golden platform that took the highest peak was the one where the current ruler of the Rosebud domain was situated. Powerful alpha and beta strata legends surrounded him as with a drink in hand. His devilish handsomeness showed a tinge of sadness hidden in his kingly visage every time he drank. He didn't know that two particularly unique beings were crossing the crimson skies of this domain, as their target was the very highest golden platform that held the most powerful succubi and incubi demons. Master, are you sure about going straight in like this? My father may be a weak Ultima Strata incubus, but he is still of the Ultima Strata. Has Master already reached this stage as well? Hecate's voluptuous figure shone with increased beauty and valor as she asked, the reply that came being a unique one. No, I haven't personally reached this stage yet." With a mesmerizing and mysterious smile, Noah spoke out such cryptic words as Hecate's mind and chest buzzed. Personally, the wording of the quintessential Kainos Emperor left much to be implied as seeing his worry-free expression. Hecate Iranil entrusted her master unquestionably as the demon of tyranny delved into the first domain within the Apollyon dimension. Chapter 1935 Fearless and Unfettered. A vibrant domain with countless existences, hellish pillars of magma like flames rose up to the skies as they were incorporated as markers, with multiple clusters of densely packed domains shining with activity throughout. This was the rosebud domain of the Incubus Emperor Iranil, and one of the weaker domains in this region as it was filled with vitality. Golden disc-like platforms littered the skies that had a giant demon dragon skeleton floating above, the highest golden platform in the center of this domain holding the core powerhouses that contained even the Incubus Emperor himself, seated on a light red throne. This Ultima Strata existence had a solidified crown that valiantly read the words Emperor. This was an existence that had broken their shackles before the age of quintessence was fully underway, as his authority didn't match his power. He looked aged and powerful as his face contained an evil handsomeness. Twisting horns rising from his head as wings with picking light flames burning around them stretched out from behind him as he was adorned in a silky layer of armaments. The golden platform he was at the center of was bustling with activity as he drank the golden cup within his hands and showed traces of sadness which would be drowned out and faded away soon after. He was thinking about one particular figure at this time that he had carried back into this domain with his very own hands after. He had begged the dimensional royalty he had been with not to discard his daughter just because her mixed blood would be looked down upon in her prime Apollyon demon royal lineage, Hecate. He seemed to have been thinking of her so much that he heard her name being called out, a wry smile rising from him as he gazed up to see the vibrant figures of succubi and incubi come to a stop. "My goodness, it really is Hecate." The same voice that had come out before rang out again as all wills were roused, their eyes coming to focus on figures that were descending from the skies, as among them was none other than Princess Hecate Iranilin. Was she not supposed to be serving the mad orc demon commander Stefan by now? Puzzlement and doubt were prevalent on the faces of exquisite beta and alpha strata succubi and incubi as their eyes couldn't help but also focus on the devilish demon descending with Hecate in his glorious form, and the realization that Hecate had somehow reached the alpha strata. Hecate Iranilin's gaze was difficult to see as he came out of his stupor and sighed at the sight of his daughter. "Father." The reply from Hecate was cold as there was no hint of warmth in her words even as she called out her father's title. Her eyes also carried a hint of sadness and disappointment, as she didn't hate many things in this dimension, but she utterly detested those who were too weak to protect what they love, for her own father to pawn her off in order to keep his domain and prevent a possible war that would decimate trillions. Even if his excuse was doing it for the safety of the domain, it was still inexcusable, so even though she saw a hint of sadness in his eyes, it didn't reach her even one bit. Seeing the coldness from his daughter, many thoughts surged out in the Incubus Emperor's mind and the minds of many of why Princess Hecate Iranilin would be here. His eyes also turned to the being beside her as he asked the both of them, his gaze retaining the majesty of a king, "What is this? You were supposed to be on your way to the domains of the Mad Orc Demon Commander, as if any problems arise, he will use it as a reason to attack. Where is the legion of orc demons that were escorting you?" The might of a king was pervasive as all other voices quieted down in this region, their eyes on the figures of Hecate and the devilishly handsome demon that even caused the seasoned succubi to lick their lips. "They have all perished, father." Hecate's answer caused alarm to rise in the eyes of many as Iranilin's eyes turned sharp. "What happened? What could eradicate such a powerful legion and still have you stand before us? I killed them." Bzzzt. A laid-back voice actually interrupted the Incubus Emperor as the surroundings became oppressive an instant after. What? His space crackled and malformed as a terrifying pressure cascaded from Iranilin, the pure grandeur of an Ultima Strata existence beginning to permeate outwards. All focus came onto the being beside Hecate as his devilish figure took the spotlight, his expansive golden black flaming wings and muscular visage looking extremely laid back as he actually adopted an annoyed expression soon after. "I don't like repeating myself twice." An air of freedom and tyranny emanated from him as even while standing before the undeniable might of an Ultima Strata existence who could dish out 100 billion damage values with their full power. He seemed unfettered. His words were in direct opposition to the grandeur of the Incubus Emperor Iranilin as dozens of nearby Alpha Strata incubi and succubi instantly rose into neat and oppressive lines before Noah while Emperor Iranilin himself expanded. His authority, the skies becoming infused with a pink light as the throne he sat on trembled, destiny flashed in his eyes as he spoke dangerously. You dare to ruin the relations with the Mad Orc Demon Commander and I while insulting my authority in my own domain? Who are you? What do you seek? Astonishing pink flames were beginning to surge around him as he continued. My dear daughter. Who is this being you bring into our domain and stand beside? The regal wrath of the Incubus Emperor was palpable as lines of Alpha Strata legends continued to form before him in a fantastical fashion, yet even while facing all of this, the expression on Noah's face remained unimpressed as he spoke while his eyes turned sharp. I protected your daughter when you failed at such a job. And then I thought of coming here and taking over your domain. Eyes blinked multiple times as all nearby beings processed the casual words they just heard. It was just too straightforward and simple. Chapter 1936 Fearless and Unfettered. The demon of tyranny didn't beat around the bush or use any schemes, simply stating that he planned to conquer this domain without any pretenses. Wild waves of essence erupted as rows of Alpha Strata legends instantly called out, their halos infused with them, their powerful wills surging towards the being, casually saying unbelievable and dangerous words. All those in the surroundings were commanders of the Incubus Emperor's legions, as they were seasoned fighters, instantly moving in formation as their legions that were spread out across the Rosebud domain were also alerted. The princess had returned with a foreign being who had eradicated a legion of the Mad Orc Demon Commander, as he now casually spoke about usurping the reign of the Incubus Emperor. This was a situation that had to be handled delicately, as when the Alpha Strata commanders attained their strongest forms, Princess Hecate Iranelin shockingly moved in front of the being protectively as if she didn't care for her life. The wrath in the eyes of the Incubus Emperor was palpable at such a juncture as he raised his hand to command the rows of Alpha Strata legends. There was a problem on their side, as they knew nothing about their enemy, and he didn't make his realm visible, as when they checked him they couldn't be sure what level of power he was. For him to talk like this, would he have the power to back it, or was he merely bluffing? The answer to this lay with destiny, as in order for the Incubus Emperor Iranelin to read this accurately, the wonder that was the heart of destiny would have to be absent. You don't need to play the guessing game on whether I am powerful and can back up what I said or not. The mesmerizing voice of the demon of tyranny surged as his eyes were not even on the Incubus Emperor. His gaze focused on the rising prompts and changes as the dimensional bloodlines he had gained continued to be assimilated, along with the mythical natural-born Apollyon physique being incorporated into his infinite dream physique. You have gained a preliminary understanding in the decretum of Apollyon, as a royal bloodline was assimilated by him while an even more pristine physique was swallowed. The gains continued to come as he waved his hands at this moment to control the pervasive Apollyon essence that was in the surroundings. It gradually formed into a throne of the decretum of Apollyon behind him as he went to sit down, while beckoning for Hecate to come sit on the wide hand rest of the throne, his voice continuing to echo out in this tense situation. You see, you've got a nice domain here with trillions of beings. Noah's hand motioned to the vibrant lit-up domains below that stretched out endlessly as his smile became even more devilish. It would be a shame if it was all raised down by the Mad Orc Demon Commander because you couldn't protect it, so I'll just be doing it on your behalf. Our lives are made up of choices, and 2 of them lie before you now. You can choose to doubt me and send out an attack to test me. Or you can take my words as true and inevitable, and you can submit yourselves to me. He sat on the throne of crimson black essence as his grandeur shockingly surpassed the Incubus Emperor, whose face was becoming dark and clouded. I will allow you to retain a ruling position if you submit yourself, but if you choose to even test me, I cannot guarantee your life even if you submit after that. Tyranny. Boundless and hellish tyranny emanated from this being as he spoke so confidently while facing an Ultima Strata existence. The weaving of destiny lulled as all succubi and incubi in the surroundings got into formation while waiting for the command of their emperor. Dozens of Alpha Strata legends in neat rows were ready as they had taken their true forms while waiting for the command from a single existence. An existence that had lived for millions of years and fought off the advancement of other regional lords this whole time, an existence that had even sacrificed his daughter in order to not have a catastrophic war with a powerful existence that was nearly stepping into the Grotto Haven realm. Would he really bend the knee from the words of a single being, Father? Hecate Iranelin seemed to know this as her eyes shone with ingenuity and seriousness. At the end of the day, the man before her was still her father. Since she completely trusted her master, she knew his words carried immense gravity. As if she wished to save him and those of her lineage. If there was ever a time for you to listen to me, it would be now. Bend the knee. The one I now serve will lead us towards boundless glory. An oppressive silence hung in the surroundings as oppressive wills bubbled up even further. What had to be said was already said, what remained now was a choice. Like always. After beings discern destiny, there came time for them to make a choice, as this would ultimately decide their path. But the choice was made long ago. Noah's thoughts were vibrant as he knew the choice for the emperor before him was made the moment he made his will known. It was why he spoke the way he did, as ultimately, it served Noah better if he was attacked. It served him better as it would open up paths of even more loot. After millions of years of hard work and elevating his domain to where it was now, would the incubus Emperor Iranilin really leave it all at the threat of words and even kneel to another being? Bzzzt. The pink flames rising in the surroundings became even more oppressive as the eyes of the incubi and succubi demons flashed with power and oppression. The choice was made. Zing. The rows of dozens of Alpha Strata legends moved as tens of billions of damage values in the form of abilities erupted out. This wasn't all as from his throne. The incubus Emperor Iranilin also made a move, as he didn't just command his commanders to do so. Incandescent RAFIED concepts formed in the now pink flaming skies as seated on a newly erected throne made from the essence of the decretum of Apollyon. The smile on the demon of tyranny became increasingly deep. Chapter 1937. The Inviolable Automaton. The scorching skies above the rosebud domain lit up and changed colors, attaining a pinkish hue as the flames of many succubi and incubi demons rose. They coagulated into forms of a myriad of demons and variations of themselves as they echoed out with boundless destruction, many of them carrying the essence of the decretum of Apollyon. But this wasn't the most dreadful sight. The most dreadful thing to see was that above the visage of the incubus Emperor Iranilin, a pair of incandescent, illusory wings with countless pairs of pink eyes manifested. And when these eyes opened, they shot out radiant beams of light that formed into a singular dreadful pillar of light that would reach the target far faster than anyone else. Attacks from dozens of Alpha Strata legends and an Ultima Strata existence, they all surged towards the figure of the demon of tyranny as he sat on his makeshift throne, the gaze of this being in the face of this actually remaining calm and pristine as he didn't seem fazed. Seeing her master's expression as terrifying attacks surged towards them, Hecate also didn't move a single muscle as she completely trusted him. As terrifying waves of essence surged towards him like an endless sea that would swallow everything, Noah did nothing but watch as in the next instant a golden wave flashed before him. The surging seas of attacks shockingly faded when they came across this golden wave of light as if they were nothing but a dream. The only one that vibrated and buzzed when it came in contact with the golden dreamy light was the attack from the incubus Emperor Iranilin, as even this flickered and out of existence before it soon disappeared. The demon of tyranny had seemingly still yet to make a move. The atmosphere became utterly oppressive and silent as this laid-back being now spoke. If you had simply commanded your Alpha Strata commanders to move as a test, I would have spared you and demoted you from your position due to your daughter. But for attacking me yourself and aiming for my life, that is worthy of death. RUUMBLE. The scorching skies trembled as a sandy good light began to drizzle from above. The wills of many beings quickly rose up in shock as above them all they noticed a point of golden light had appeared as waves of golden sandy light emanated from it, this light soon coming to cover everything as it was filled with the potent essence of a decretum of dreams, a domain. Before anyone noticed, a domain was laid down through the authority of a decretum of another dimension as it enveloped everyone in this area in less than a microsecond, and the source of this all caused the souls of those that gazed at it to shudder at its emotionless gaze. Glorious in stature and bright in grandeur and color, it was a dazzling dream automaton. Expansive golden wings stretched out behind its back as its sharp golden arms that seemed like blades shone with a menacing light. Dazzling ecratures of dream swirled around it as wondrously. There was also an obsidian glow of authority that surrounded him like a bubble, an obsidian bubble that seemed to constantly be moving as it was actually the rapid rotation of ascendancy halos. The number of halos was high as this was the first surprise Noah was shown when the dream automaton was raised to the stage of Ultima. Its aspects of existence could enact and control 150 ascendancy halos, and at this stage, it could link and have a stupendous connection with its halos to attain something at the same level as Noah's ascendant true form, with its usage being unique as it linked with its halos while they spun rapidly enough until it didn't seem like they were single obsidian rings spinning around it, but a single constantly spinning obsidian circle that threatened to erase anything that came near. The emotionless eyes of this automaton shone as after laying down a shocking domain, its sharp blade like limbs swung down methodically. Dream reality splitter. Shirring, the erected domain of dream essence trembled as in the next instant, it seemed like the skies had been sliced in two as this occurred directly before the front line of over a dozen Alpha Strata legends. Whether it was dream or reality didn't matter, as the life force that was holding together these alpha strata succubi and incubi demons began to flicker away, as none of them could withstand damage totaling above 100 billion. It was a dreadful nightmare to be experiencing, as this enemy seemingly came out of nowhere. And it didn't give any moment for its enemies to understand, as after seemingly splitting the skies in half, it disappeared, and then an instant later, its massive figure appeared above the throne of the grim incubus Emperor Iranelon, whose whole body was currently burning with astounding pink flames as he bellowed out his millions of years of knowledge and foundation while pulling on the decretum of Apollyon around them. But the right blade-like hand of the dream automaton shone as the image of a variation of an assassin Emperor of Severance formed to its right, while its left blade-like hand also shone as a variation of the Saintess of Fiery Damnation appeared on its left. No fluctuations or usage of essence could be felt as to cast them, no resources were required. This dot was another surprise. Once the dream automaton reached the ultima strata, each of its different body parts gained an effect of an emperor appendage, as if it had bathed them and refined them for millions of years. Noah's abilities were branded into its different limbs, as this dream automaton held many surprises, with another surprise being its own specialized abilities and skills similar to Dream Reality Splitter. It was a terrifying existence to command, as its reserves were directly pulled from the infinite reality, this being an extension of one of its features, and now, it descended onto a local Ultima Strata ruler of a domain in the Apollyon dimension who was known to be average. Could such a being withstand the terrifying power raining down when even the domain and the surroundings was being covered by the sandy essence of dreams? Chapter 1938, The Inviolable Automaton. Towards the unfolding battle between two Ultima Strata legends, the answer was crystal clear as in the distance. Hecate could see it clearly as her eyes flashed with a profound light. She turned away from the unfolding fight that showed succubi and incubi demons scrambling in shock and stupor. Her visage coming off of the throne of Apollyon essence as her crimson wings tucked behind her body falling onto the lap of the calm demon of tyranny that was watching the unfolding scenes coldly. She placed her head on his chest as his gravitational reality armament didn't push her away, her eyes closing as she spoke sonorously. "You do not need to spare him for my sake, master. He abandoned me to be toyed with by a mad orc demon, as why should I hold the same kindness? I've already done my duty by trying to dissuade him, and he didn't listen." Her closed eyes were surging with boundless light underneath as she could feel her heart go through many changes while she spoke. "Continue to display your hellish tyranny. Let all the succubi and incubi demons know and see your capability for destruction, as at the end, you can establish the beginning of your reign here with the death of the ruler of this domain." Her voice was low as she spoke, Noah taking her head from his chest and raising her to look at him as her sultry crimson eyes opened slowly. She told him before that all she sought was to establish her own source of strength to rely on. As she continued to prove herself and her unique thought process, Noah appreciated her even more as while a shocking battle unfolded, he stroked her crimson black hair as if to console her. It was a ridiculous scene to look at, as essentially a daughter was telling her new man that he could eradicate her father after he didn't heed her many warnings, and that her father's death would simply act as the springboard for this new master she served to elevate himself even further. The ideology of other beings might never be able to grasp the intricacies and morality of this, as it may even feel disconcerting to observe. And as surging pillars of pink flames rose around the body of the incubus Emperor Iranelon, his will was able to see his precious daughter in the lap of a terrifying emperor, as she wasn't even gazing in his direction while he fought for his very life. An unbelievable mixture of emotions surged as this being fought against the demon of tyranny who would make his conquest in the first-dimensional domain soon. Even more powerful nearby rulers catching wind of this soon enough, as a cataclysmic shift was slowly budding in a small area in the lands of the dimensional Hellion ruler, the hellish Pontiff Lucius, in the dream dimension. The strings of prompts from Noah's achievements in the Apollyon dimension crossed through the mind of the dream-dimensional body as the glorious allure of grotto panaceas began to flow in once more as alpha strata incubi and succubi demons fell. His body in the Apollyon dimension was doing well as Noah patiently waited for the inevitable discovery of the absolute Kainos dream dungeon, and he wasn't given the privilege of waiting too long as the eyes of the dream-dimensional chassis opened up with a sharp light at this moment. Outside of the absolute Kainos dream dungeon, what contraption is this? It continues to expand its domain while seemingly swallowing up the surrounding lands. A grating metallic voice echoed out as the image of a massive grotesque floating head was its source. The head had many pairs of white eyes as lacerations ran across its surface that shone with a golden dreamy light, the rest of its body shrouded by a black gold color as this was a nightmare. Beside it, the humanoid form of another nightmare could be seen as half of its body had skin and musculature as the other half had a black skeleton that blazed with golden flames. the face of this particular nightmare was grim as it spoke slowly. It is more than that. You might not be in tune because you're such a dumb oaf, but the reason we discovered it wasn't just that it was expanding in size for us to see it, but the distance between this contraption and our domains. Has also gotten shorter. They were gazing at a massive golden monolith in the distance that pointed its peak to the golden skies, an air of mystery and authority behind it as in its immediate periphery, the surrounding lands could all be seen surging towards it, genuinely swallowing not just the surface layer of dream domains. But everything around it for it to be able to cause the constriction of land. A semblance of the terrifying truth was seen by the two nightmares who blazed with auras at the Alpha Strata. A few hundred more nightmares behind them as they awaited their orders on how to move. We must go in to see what it is. The humanoid nightmare spoke seriously as the head nightmare asked doubtfully, we could send word to the detestable dream legends nearby or those who have Grotto Haven powerhouses within them. This seems serious. The weaving of destiny flowed serenely. A time of choices descended once again. The humanoid nightmare contemplated before sending a transmission behind him, alerting a party of 10 nightmares to head out to alert the major forces in somewhat deeper regions of the dream dimension while we'll send word and enter at the same time. After all, this could also be a tremendous opportunity if we got our hands on a contraption that can absorb the very dream essence we stand atop of. Careful confidence could be felt as the two nightmares came to an agreement, moving forward with a small legion behind them as they entered the periphery of the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, a dungeon that the moment they entered, welcome to the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon, a brilliant set of golden words flashed before their eyes as their bodies buzzed with their full power, ready to erupt at any time they felt a level of danger, but shock was coursing through the two alpha nightmares as well as ecstasy as a single thought crossed their minds, a relic of our age of quintessence. Their hearts shuddered as they felt like they had stumbled onto something unbelievable and grand. Proceeding forward even faster as they had high expectations, yet another set of words appeared before them as they shone with the same gorgeous gold, obtain loot or become loot, that is the question, a simple pondering or musing, and something that all those who stepped into the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon would face. Chapter 1939 Tendrils of Conquest Across Dimensions and Realities. Obtain loot or become loot, that is the question, a prompt that would rise for anyone entering the domain of the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon. In the case of the nightmares, their eyes only became emboldened as they flew towards the entrance of the enormous golden monolith that pointed to the hazy gold skies. But, their senses grasped onto an anomaly as in the middle of the gateway leading onto the first floor of the dungeon, the REFAED form of a curvaceous woman wrapped in a fiery gold robe could be seen as her eyes shone like the sun. With an expression of excitement, she beckoned towards the two Alpha Strata nightmares and the small legion of Beta Strata nightmares behind them. Nuclear balls of flames already began to bloom at her fingertips. The Saintess of Fiery Damnation greeted the first entrance of the quintessential Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon as the dungeon boss of this domain was just too unfair, releasing an attack before the enemies that had dived in could even fully step onto the first floor. Outside of the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon monolith, the small party of Beta Strata nightmares that were given the command to bring information back about what they saw to a nearby cluster of powerful nightmares and dream legends were nearly out of the periphery and about to disappear into the sandy waves of golden essence when, an existence wielding a sickle and moving like a beam of light instantly surged and linked between each of their bodies, severing their aspects of existence. Before they could even know what was happening as their massive grotesque bodies slumped down soon after, a moment later, the figure of one of Noah's clones appeared as he looked at the bodies of these nightmares. This clone beginning to change as he morphed into one of these nightmares who had a humanoid visage but a head that had no eyes and seemed forged from crystals, perfectly mimicking this nightmare. Noah delved into its memories and the memories of others as nearby domains of the periphery of the dream dimension were painted in his mind, his eyes shining with ingenuity as he moved. He could have allowed this party of nightmare legends to get the word out as they were told, as this would bring more existences for Noah to attain loot from, or even could kill them and stop them entirely. Noah chose a different route as he eradicated them and took their place in order to control the information that would spread out in this region. The actions he was taking of swallowing the lands of a dimension were grand, as he knew sooner or later those with the power of dimensional Hellion rulers, beings who could influence absolute dream authority. Even they would step into the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon. This was something he couldn't control, but he could control the pace of the information and who received it for as long as he could, keeping a steady stream of enemies he could handle before the truly maddening existences entered the fray. In the form of a nightmare, he moved to pull on the strings of powerful domains while the Absolute Kainos Dream Dungeon swallowed the first hunters that stepped foot into it. The 9 dimensions were known as the anchors that held down the barren lands. or more commonly known the desolate mausoleum that referred to the infinite realities. For them to be anchors, they naturally had a job. For a job to be carried out, a will had to be present, whether something connected to the dimension itself. Or an existence placed in that position to keep it that way, at this moment in time, in the innermost depths of the dream dimension. The decretum of dreams was thick in the surroundings as hues of sandy gold covered everything, with wisps of absolute dream authority surging in the surroundings as a figure was massed within this terrifying cluster of essences. His figure was utterly massive as very little could be seen of him within the surging essences. The only thing that flashed every now and then being the allure of an uncountable number of realities. It signified his status as an existence that at the lowest was at the grotto haven realm, as he could very well be leagues above this. Yet at this moment, the luminous eyes of this being opened as they shone like golden suns, these eyes locking onto the surroundings as if they were reading the essence moving around him. And it was truly so as streams of absolute dream authority surged out from above and sunk into his visage. Thereafter an ancient voice arose as it very clearly distinguished itself to have the vicissitude of a being that had lived across multiple ages. Something is. This ancient voice was seemingly getting information from the absolute dream authority flowing into him as he seemed to actually be having a difficulty interpreting them. But it wasn't due to power, as there were many other factors in play. After some time, this being was able to decipher and understand the full message. Something is encroaching upon the authority of the dimension, WAA. Such a shocking message flowed down as the surging essences in the surroundings turned chaotic. Yet it wasn't done as one more stream of the essence of absolute dream authority sank into his unseen visage. It took an even longer time for this to be deciphered, but in time, this existence was able to get it as his luminous eyes released seas of blinding golden light. Dimensional Inimicus it is the dimensional Inimicus. A burst of shock and anger rose in the eyes of this massive being as these two words floated in his mind, dimensional Inimicus. The word Inimicus has a relation to hostility or enemy. Quite frankly, it was another way of saying enemy of the dimension. Something had been termed the enemy of a dimension as such a thing stood directly opposite to the aims of a dimension, aims that dimensional rulers had to make sure were flowing smoothly, and one such being had received such information as even then. This was all he got. Where was this enemy? What exactly were they doing? None of this information flowed into him. This was because it was much harder for the role of the dimensions to be carried out, as communicating with them had become nigh impossible after the actions of a certain being. Chapter 1940 Tendrils of Conquest Across Dimensions and Realities. When there was any sort of communication with the will of a dimension after the olden era ended, it meant the matter was simply of that high importance. Those receiving the connection and words of the dimensions themselves were known as dimensional rulers. Dimensional rulers were set in place to carry out the will of their dimension. Dimensional Hellion rulers ignored this glorious purpose as they encroached their authority onto other dimensions for nothing other than the seeking of power and authority, with the Apollyon dimension being one of the dimensions that had entirely fallen under the ruling of dimensional Hellion rulers, who also stretched themselves to other dimensions. They were able to move more freely and became even bolder after the grand changes that caused the propagation of realities and the unstable expansion of dimensions. The balance between the 9 anchors and the desolate mausoleum was disrupted, the restrictions that had to be in place in order for the dimensions to carry out their tasks loosened. Some beings were able to slip through the gaps of dimensional walls that they couldn't cross before, as dimensional existences appeared in the vast realities, and those under the banner of the Emperor Deceiver stretched themselves further into the dimensions. Chaos was unfolding as it was up to the dimensional rulers to set things back on the right path. They, and their lineage, they would carry the task entrusted to them over generations, even if some of their lineage fell along the way. Such a thought made this massive being contemplative as he thought about the most recent being to fall from their lineage, Eowyn. The image of a bright girl rose up in his mind, yet soon after, this image was changed to reflect the same girl bound by countless chains of dream, destiny, fortune, karma, and fate among a few. The future was unpredictable and ever-changing. One would never know when they would lose everything they have, even if they believed they were at the top of it all. So when he received such a revaluation from the dream dimension itself, he would do his utmost to act. Hear me, absolute dream authority, see that along with the decretum of dreams, as the voice of this dimensional ruler emanated out to those he reigned over, an enemy of their dimension had appeared. They had to track them down with everything they had and eradicate them before they encroached on the authority of the dream dimension any further. In the dimensional Holy Land, Noah was gazing over the prompts that continued to come from the works of his clones across dimensions. 150,000 alpha blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 150 Emperor physique refining pearls obtained. 150,000 ionized soul drops have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 150 ionized soul seas have been obtained, 30 reality panaceas have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 30 grotto panaceas have been obtained, 300 kainos dimensional resource points have been obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied, you have attained 30 shards of profundity that contain the musings of the decretum of Apollyon. 50 shards shall grant a preliminary understanding of the decretum of Apollyon. You have attained the taboo edicts of Demon of Lust, Long Emperor, Incubus Emperor, the quasi-taboo. A variety of prompts came down as these were only from the Alpha Strata legends that Nka reaped the lives of. With there being even more prompts that could fill up the pages of the Beta Strata legends that included false grotto nakers and liquefied soul seas that Noah simply breezed through, he was taking in all of this loot while planning ahead on how to best utilize it when hung. His ethereal crown of authority surged with boundless light above his illusory backbone of a throne that represented his candidacy as the quintessential Kainos Emperor, an impossible achievement. You have been labeled as the dimensional animicus by the abeyant will of the dream dimension. The backbone of his throne shone resplendently as many more points were added to it, his tripupilled eyes letting out rays of shocking light as the prompts continued. Due to the title of dimensional animicus, your rate of understanding the natural laws of reality and decretum of dimensions has drastically increased. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality are elevated by an additional 50 million. Untold wonders of essence draped down over Noah's massive preponderant irminsel form as he continued to experience glorious changes. But his will was moving around actively as he repeated the word he just heard, dimensional animicus, enemy of a dimension. He had actually been marked as an enemy of the dream dimension just hours after he began absorbing it, such a thing bringing up many wonders and questions. This was because at this same exact time, Noah had his massive gourmandizing dimensional reality moving around the boundary between realities as it was assimilating emerging and prime realities at this very moment, and he had assimilated even more realities through his infinite dreams as until now. He was never labeled as the enemy of reality, yet the moment he touched dimensions, I did not think it would progress to this. WAA. Lavalier's voice echoed out as Noah could sense a tone of somberness in her words. It means a coordinated effort will soon start by the dimensional rulers of the dream dimension. With their understanding of the decretum of dreams, they may be able to locate you within a matter of days, if not even less. Dimensional rulers actively sought for him who was now an enemy of dimensions. When Noah thought of this and Lavalier's words, he couldn't help but smile. A lot can change in a period of a few days. WAA. His will surged with power as he gazed at the coming loot that would change many things as well as the scenes across dimensions and realities that he was stretching his influence and power in. He was not fearful even when something like this happened. In fact, he became even sure that the path he went forging for himself was correct. Chapter 1941 Tendrils of Conquest Across Dimensions and Realities. 3. For Noah, a lot could change in a matter of days. Like even at this instance, he was only wondering of the best possible paths forward as there were many. On his side, he could make a crucial choice right now that he was still affirming with his understanding and destiny among many others. He had 30 grotto panaceas on hand as they were enough to have him complete his first dimensional layer, or grant him 6 more Ultima Strata automatons. For him, he only had the question of efficiency in his mind as when he pondered on what he could do. The factor to look at was whether he would attain Ultima Strata power after establishing his first dimensional layer. And the answer was no, with the completion of the dream dimensional reality putting him close to this stage, but not entirely there. It seemed that halfway up the second dimensional layer or its completion would be equivalent to the Ultima Strata stage, in terms of efficiency. So long as Noah took the Ultima Strata stage, he could deploy his true sanguine clones that would exceed any automatons of the same stage, but if he could control 6 more Ultima Strata automatons, he could deploy them across the dimensions he was moving in to also attain even more loot. A game of choices came once more as Noah's eyes flashed powerfully. There was still loot coming in and there were still preparations to be made. Noah would continue to devour the lesser false grotto nakers, liquefied soul seas, and physique-refining pearls to still build up his dimensional layer while also elevating dream automatons to the Alpha Strata stage just to have them ready in case he took another path. At the same time, he gazed at seeds of nature that contained wisps of multiple natural laws as well as the dictum emperor that he was infusing with wisps of only the essence of polarity. He gazed at concept amalgamation and skill succession. As he planned, he had time in all these plans as after getting more information from Destiny and his clones moving across dimensions, he could make a choice soon enough. In a majority of the dimensions he was moving in, there was conquest and bloodshed, and then there was Avalon. Being led by a prince of the 12 domains of Avalon, there was actually little action as this being was proficient in what he did, getting Noah across the domain of the enchantress Morgana and closer to his father's domain so they could get even closer to the sword of Avalon. The environment always made Noah light up his inner self that loved the wonders he saw, as comparing the vast, stretching golden sandy landscapes of the dream dimension, the hellish magma pillars of flames rising up in the crimson skies of the Apollyon dimension, and then there were the beautiful floating islands released purple waterfalls of essence as far as the eye could see in the Avalon dimension. It felt like a dream as he moved to accomplish his aims, the scenes of Avalon passing by quickly as Lancelot led Noah across the domains easily until they neared a massive floating island that could be seen many light years away, an island the size of hundreds of realities out together, one of the 12 domains of Avalon, the Dragon Knight's sanctum and the one my father reigns over. So long as Enchantress Morgana's forces aren't actively moving about here, we should be free to get through. So long as I can get the support of my father, I will at least be able to grant you a chance to near the sword of Avalon. The purple hair on Ezekiel waves in the beautiful hues of the skies they floated on as Noah nodded while locking his gaze onto Ezekiel. Then, let's make the job even easier. Let me have a few drops of your blood, huh? The burly and handsome Ezekiel/Lancelot blinked at Noah's request, but seeing Noah's serious expression, he used his sword to decisively cut open his left hand as streams of gorgeous crimson gold blood filled with purple hues came out and surged towards Noah, who reached out and absorbed it through his fingers. He couldn't start dual cultivating with Lancelot to attain the bloodlines and physiques of a dimensional royalty, but he could just take the blood of this being to utilize hematopoietic progenitor on to duplicate the bloodline of an Avalonian royalty. This would make the current path they were on even smoother. As for the Avalon dimension, Noah had yet to see any blood on his path towards the sword of Avalon, but this was very different for the Apollyon dimension. In the Rosebud domain, at the very core of it where the Incubus Emperor was having a feast with his people. His legions were mobilized and surrounding everything nearby as the commanders on the highest golden platforms where the celebration was taking place. The vast majority of them lay eradicated as at this moment, the terrifying dream automaton was sinking its sharp spear-like limbs into the body of this powerful existence. Hook. Crimson gold blood sputtered out of the mouth of this being as his aspects of existence were lulled to the realm of dreams. His robust foundation and powerful might taken down in a way he could have never imagined, by a being he never thought of nor knew. He was known to be on the weaker side of the Ultima Strata rulers. As due to this, he had even sacrificed his daughter to the mad orc demon commander to avoid battle, as when he faced a dream automaton equipped with the decretum of dreams and holding unique abilities that didn't have even half of their might shown. What could he do? Name: Dream Automaton Number 1. Lineage: Infinite Dream Automatons. Realm: Reality. Titles: Overpowered Construct. True Dimensional Vitality Values: 200 billion. Innate Ultima Barrier: 100 billion. Reserves of Essence of Reality: 50 million. Mana: 1,500 trillion. Destiny: Fate, dashed. Overall battle power: Ultima Strata. It was a creature whose very title stated that it was an overpowered construct. Its destiny and fate had nothing to discern from, as it was merely a construct of the quintessential Kainos Emperor as the Incubus Emperor Iranolin. He could do nothing against such a monster. Chapter 1942 Tendrils of Conquest Across Dimensions and Realities. 4. The eyes of this emperor that had lived for millions of years lost their light while gazing at the incredulous scene of his daughter sitting on the lap of a devilishly handsome demon situated on a throne, the demon that would take his hard work and labor from here onwards. How ridiculous! This was the only thought in his mind before his aspects of existence entered a deafening slumber. A lustrous surge of pink flames barreled upwards as the wills of many succubi and incubi that were held up by the might of their emperor crashed down. 10,000 Ultima blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 100 Emperor Physique refining pearls obtained. 10,000 plasmoid soul drops have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 100 plasmoid soul seas have been obtained. 25 reality panaceas have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 25 grotto panaceas have been obtained. 25 Kainos dimensional resource points have been obtained. The loot from a single Ultima Strata existence flowed down as many more prompts followed, but Noah only breezed over them as the most crucial ones already came. The crucial loot that had made his decision on which path he would take for utmost efficiency from here on. BZZZT. His imposing will and haki began to surge out with the death of the Incubus Emperor as it held a somewhat somber and sad tone. Hecate Uranolan gazed at her father's empty husk as she took it as a reminder, taking only a few seconds to mourn for him as an instant later, her crimson wings unfurled as her eyes shone with powerful flames, rising up from Noah's throne as she gazed at the legions of incubi and succubi coming to this location from the surrounding regions, while crimson gold blood of Alpha and Beta Strata commanders still flowed on the golden platform they were on. My father's rule has ended, Hecate rose to the skies to declare this, while Noah's throne made of the decretum of Apollyon rose to the skies, the menacing Ultima Strata automaton floating beside him, while the curvaceous figure of Hecate Uranolan pulsed with the bloodline power of royalty while she continued. He was someone who sacrificed his own daughter to keep his hegemony, someone weak that you did not need to follow. We now have a protector to oversee this domain and many more. A master I serve as with my will and royal lineage of the golden succubus. I command you all to do the same. Her fair face carried an alluring trace of power and might as in the skies. She gazed at the crimson-black throne of essence and the being that sat atop it coldly. Her voice had projected far and wide as it covered all the incoming forces of incubi and succubi. The scene in the skies, clear to all as the only remaining member of the royal family, took the lead of falling to her knees towards the demon on the crimson-black throne. Pay fealty to the one who will lead us with power and grace across the Apollyon dimension. Pay fealty to the demon of tyranny that will propel us to the peak of power in this region and even further beyond. The existences of the Apollyon dimension thrived on power and destruction. They only followed those who were powerful, as this spoke to them the most. So seeing their own ruler so easily decimated while his own lineage paid fealty to the demon who had done it, the rest of them had no complaints, as they knew they weren't stronger than the incubus emperor. So with Hecate Uranolan as the first, the few remaining Alpha Strata legends followed. The burning light of conquest began to emanate from the demon of tyranny and bathe the surroundings as the many Beta and Primogenial Strata legends followed, with the weaker ones not being a second later as they did the same. From the central point of the Rosebud domain and to its periphery that was many realities vast in size, the tyrannical light of conquest expanded out as the first dimensional bludgeon subjugated itself to the demon of tyranny. We pledge fealty to the demon of tyranny. We pledge fealty to the demon of tyranny. A symphony was resounding in the skies to usher in a new rule. The crimson wings of many succubi and incubi yielding and bowing towards the demon of tyranny, dazzling true stars of conquest beginning to arise from all across this domain as they were numbering in the hundreds. This was only the Rosebud domain that fell under the shadow of a principality of the hellish Pontiff Lucius. There were many domains to still lord over as the bowing Hecate took initiative at this moment, floating towards her master, who she saw to be taking in pristine soul essence from all those pledging fealty, as she spoke sonorously. Master, the Rosebud domain is under you as we are on the fringes of the burning earth palace. How do you wish to proceed? The burning earth palace, under the hellish Pontiff Lucius, who reigned over half of the Apollyon dimension, he distinguished his lands under a few domains. The one where the hellish pontiff resided in and had his prime Apollyon demon royal lineage rule was known as the Crimson Hell Palace, an expansive domain equivalent to hundreds of thousands of realities in size, as it consisted of 3 expansive domains within it. Within this Crimson Hell Palace that was half of the Apollyon dimension were the distinguished domains under the hellish Pontiff Lucius, where his strongest commanders and rulers reigned over the Great Magma Sea Palace, Bloody Skies Palace, and the Burning Earth Palace. The other half of the Apollyon dimension, where the dimensional Hellion ruler Lilith ruled over, was known as the Apollyon Sanctuary Plains, which consisted of the Mahayana Palace and the Sanctuary of Hatred. The demon orc ravine Noah had arrived in and the Rosebud domain were contained within the Burning Earth Palace under the dimensional Hellion ruler Lucius. As Noah had a great range of freedom and versatility on how he could move, he had only taken over a small domain within the Burning Earth Palace, as there were the equivalent Great Magma Sea Palace and Bloody Skies Palace for him to go into and conquer, and then after all these were the domains under the Dimensional Deceiver herself. It was a long and strenuous path ahead of him, as when he stared at all the demons bowing towards him, he knew it would only be a matter of time. We will not be waiting to see the response of the Mad Orc Demon Commander. As soon as the preparations are complete, we shall make a move. After eliminating the Incubus Emperor Uranolan, his loot allowed Noah to make a choice on the path to take, as with the loot on hand, the time came for him to complete his first dimensional layer. His tripupilled eyes carried a trace of devilishness as he smiled. It has been over a day since I established it. It is about time that I complete it. The maddening ridiculousness of his pace revealed itself as after coming out of the Koanpang's cataclysm nest. A day and a half had passed, as this was enough for Noah to make the choice of going from Alpha Strata to Ultima Strata. In this short period of time that others may not have done much, he had distributed his clones to multiple dimensions and converted the aspects of existence of powerful beings into fuel for his own purposes. Who else was doing this? Who else could say they stood out as an exceptional emperor of this age? Who else but the quintessential Kainos Emperor? Chapter 1943 My Dream Dimension L. The clones deployed across dimensions and realities became serious and stern in their actions as a critical moment came. In the dimensional Holy Land, the massive body of the preponderant Irminsul changed and fluctuated as it faded away to reveal Noah's stellar human form, showing a being whose very wisps of hair carried a stellar cosmic light that was radiant with a hue of gold. His eyes carried terrifying magnetism as they shone with 3 pupils. Half of his body was entirely painted stellar gold as it showed trillions of rotating Kainos royal dream cosmos above an expansive golden plain filled with rolling sand dunes and magnificent mountains, his first dimensional layer. He had 9 to forge as he had attained the resources to complete the first one, and so he would move like he always did and grasp this opportunity as he prepared to advance. With the constant devouring of the dream dimension by the gourmandizing dimensional reality, certain portions of this reality were fully bathed in dream essence and pure landmass that could be distinguished as the dream dimension. Noah's main body weaving through space and appearing in the centermost location where all incoming devoured landmass of the dream dimension was proliferating. It was an area of dense propagation of dream essence as the space was filled with sandy gold seas of essence that rolled powerfully, the area that birthed new dream cosmos and had the densest coiling of energy in the whole infinite reality. It was here that Noah floated at the center of while waving his hands to call out 30 massive and radiant grotto panaceas. They released a multicolored light as they looked like massive flowers of life, their petals beginning to unfold slowly as their essence was being streamed towards only a single being. Lavalier watched this scene silently as even she didn't know what the results of all this would be. Not too long ago, he was labeled as the enemy of this dimension. Now, he wanted to complete it as what changes would take place when a second dream dimension was established? Especially if it was done within another person's origin, since it was an unexploded territory, they would see the changes for themselves soon enough. The dance of dense concentrations of essence began to surge as the potent workings of the grotto panacea flowed into Noah's origin, beginning their process smoothly as each one was equivalent to 3 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos. Noah took everything in as he floated majestically in the vibrant stellar golden space, beginning to watch the propagation of cosmos and land in his dimension as this whole process was in 2 parts, expanding the dimensional plane that acted as the earth below, and the Kainos royal dream cosmos that swirled majestically above. The essence of the grotto panaceas floated equally onto both aspects of Noah's origin as billions of singularities began to bloom every second. The golden land expanded and contracted as it spread outwards in size while the massive cosmos grew and bloomed. As if they weren't the hardest thing to form, it was extremely hard for Noah to advance in his newly enacted realm, and yet his pace was utterly shocking at this moment as the number of his cosmos grew. Grotto panaceas has their petals entirely used up as they faded into stellar particles of dust, sacrificing their essence to elevate the quintessential Kainos Emperor. 35 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos, 40 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos. With the right tools in place, the speed was explosive as the loot did its job exceedingly well, and the boundaries of the dream dimensional plane expanded immensely as Noah forged forward, until 50 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos were reached. Bzzz tendrils of beautiful lightning like golden light surged over his beautiful figure as his whole vision illuminated bright gold, prompts rising before his eyes. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have risen to 100 million. Your maximum reserves of dream essence have risen to 1 billion. The paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality now grants 40,000 base boosts to damage and defense values. Your rate of progression in the decretum of dreams has increased by 100,000%. Your understanding of the decretum of dreams has been forcefully increased to 12.5%. Your maximum true vitality values have risen to 75 billion. WAA, glorious light pervaded outwards as dense life force accompanied it, the origin of the quintessential Kainos Emperor that was connected to his body and soul exploding with immense life and majesty that the surrounding space trembled, and this was only the halfway mark. Only the halfway mark had granted Noah the highest percentage in any decretum or natural law as the decretum of dreams rose to 12.5%. Other gains in stats were even more ridiculous as Noah continued, intent on showing how grand the changes would be when this dimensional layer was fully complete. At the same time as he did this, some imperceptible changes were occurring in the dream dimension as the very hue of its skies began to change. Its calm and gracious demeanor wavered as dream storms began to rise explosively. At the same time, the dimensional rulers of this vast stretching domain became utterly grim as they received yet another point of communication from a will that at this point couldn't even speak freely. The authority of the dream dimension is being encroached upon. WAA, eliminate the dimensional inimicus. Eliminate the dimensional inimicus. It seemed to be taking great effort and valor to even send out its will, and yet it did so without delay as something shocking that no beings in the previous ages could have predicted occurred. An enemy of their dimension had risen as he was moving at a pace so fast that it was incomprehensible. Did he not just begin encroaching on the authority of the dimension? How had it reached such a drastic point now that the will of the dream dimension was calling for the elimination of this being right away? And how could they find him so quickly when they had just begun to search? Chapter 1944 My Dream Dimension LL. What was unlucky for them and a wondrous progression of events was that the being they were looking for was greatly masked by a terrifying tool that there were only a few of in the vast realities and dimensions. The heart of destiny silently triggered its abilities as the direction that destiny was surging to was unknown. The dimensional rulers that controlled powerful domains and empires moved at this moment as they sent out commands. Wait across the dimension. Find the dimensional inimicus. The forces of powerful existences were stirred as they began to move to look for an unknown enemy. But how could this unknown enemy be so easily found when he was taking such a shockingly unheard of route that even though he was encroaching upon the authority of the dream dimension, he was doing it outside and inside as both he and his dimensional reality were doing the same thing? The only distinction was that what he was doing was immensely faster, as the replication of the dream dimension wasn't just recreating a concept. It was taking what this dimension stood for, as this was an action that would have drastic consequences that even Noah had yet to know about. The waves of essence didn't stop as back in the dimensional Holy Land, the grotto panaceas continued to unfurl and release their essence as the process continued. And this was another point to keep in mind when looking at the whole situation, with the 20,000:1 time dilation of the infinite reality, the time that passed between the wardings and commands of the latent will of the dream dimension was very little. Just as dimensional rulers began to move to locate this enemy, what he was doing would be completed before they could even assemble their forces. Tendrils of essence surged out as the halfway point was passed, 60 trillion kainos royal dream cosmos being forged at this moment. Noah's body was releasing innate waves of dream essence at this point in time, as even the area he floated around was affected. A magnetized pull emanating from him as the essence that was surging into the gourmandizing dimensional reality due to the pocket dimensional reality in the dream dimension. This essence began to rapidly pick up the pace that the pocket dimensional reality, or really, the absolute kainos dream dungeon, was devouring the dream dimension increased as the devoured lands of this dimension began to disappear even faster. 70 trillion. 90 trillion, an air of majesty and power descended as the solidified crown floating above the backbone of the throne shone with resplendent light, the bottom of this crown gradually becoming painted gold as a band of this color wrapped over the entirety of the bottom of this crown. A halcyon golden color unlike anything Noah had ever seen exploded out at this junction as every part that made him shone resplendently, an astonishing radiance that was blinding to the eyes as 100 trillion kainos royal dream cosmos were forged. At this moment, it felt like all time came to a halt. The halcyon waves of gold stopped, the constant movement of essence and what made up the very fabric of reality stopped. Silence, utter and complete silence overcame everything, as even Noah had an inexplicable sensation that would make any other common being erupt in fear. He couldn't feel a single thing, not even his own body and origin, as this alone was enough to terrify any being who knew of themselves and their power. He could only barely feel his consciousness as in the deafening silence. There was also immense darkness, His soul buzzed as he contained himself. There was no fear, he only waited. It felt like he could hear a distant calling, and yet at the same time not. Yes, he could hear a voice. Noah, boom, as if he had received a jolt. The voice of Lavalier rang out in his mind as it only acted as the spark to bring back some sensation. The darkness and silence slowly began to fade as a point of light bloomed. This point of light brought forth a scene that caused Noah's will to shudder, a scene that was hidden in the darkness and only made visible to him now because of his recent actions. In the darkness, he could see countless and immeasurable stellar rivers of light contained in a constantly changing space. The rivers of light seemed to be constantly multiplying and stretching this space further as shockingly, 9 massive objects surrounded this constantly twisting space. 9 objects that expanded in size outwards and became as thin as a point of a needle when they sank into the constantly changing space filled with endless rivers of light. They sank into it fervently and with immense power as each one shone with its own distinct light, one being pure gold, another being silver, purple, black, verdant, crimson. The colors were vibrant and shocking as these 9 objects acted like anchors that sunk into this constantly twisting space. These anchors having their bright light shining unstable every now and then as the points where they were connected were getting influenced ever so slightly. This influence caused subtle changes that couldn't be stopped at the 9 points of light also seemed to be expanding. Thump. At this juncture, Noah's wool was pulled towards the golden anchor. It was massive in size as it seemed different from all the others. Noah feeling a connection to it he didn't have with the others as he felt an instinct overcome him, an instinct that caused his wool that didn't have any sense to surge towards the massive golden pike. He felt somewhat connected to it, as if he could affect it. When he saw how far down it sunk into the constantly twisting mass of rivers of light, he instinctually wanted to ease this burden even a little, so his surging wool that was connected to the massive golden pike pulled upwards. Ruuumble. His actions instantly caused a shocking change in phenomenon as from the golden pike he had enveloped, a wrathful sensation surged out maddeningly, a latent will of immense power and wrath as it instantly caused him to be thrown away from this shocking scene he saw. The 9 massive anchors of light faded as shockingly, the golden one could be seen lifted just a little bit higher than all the others. It wasn't as fully sunken in as it was in this. This caused a shocking and fundamental change in a long-kept balance. Chapter 1945 My Dream Dimension LLL, a fundamental change brought about by instinct, and its consequences were simply too widespread to grasp. In the boundary between realities, a dimensional crack bloomed in the void as it spat out a dark-haired vivacious woman who was supported side by side with 2 abyssal gigantomachia undead that towered over her like titans. Her expression was that of annoyance and somberness as she breathed in the essence of the boundary between realities. Content on being back here as she detested the cold and dreary atmosphere of the Nibelheim dimension, whole legion wiped out and fucking Eckert uses the Kuanpang Emperor Bone to silently try assimilating the soul of a dying Grotto Haven expert, and that isn't even the least of it. Europa's vivacious figure began to move as the 2 abyssal gigantomachia undead beside her followed, the somberness in her eyes increasing as she continued to speak to herself while she moved. I have to warn them, it is not simply a mere alliance that the ancient races are forging with dimensional races. The casualties will be astronomical if they go in like this. She was rushing back to the main reality as Eckert had put 2 abyssal gigantomachia undead to escort her while he played a dangerous dance with destiny. Her aim being none other than the main reality as she had to pass the information they had collected, but just as she began to cross the boundary between realities, space twisted and coiled as in the next instant, an explosive force of natural law essences erupted out along with surges of incandescent blue mana. They didn't just erupt from the region she was in, but all across the boundary between realities and any nearby rivers of reality that pulsed as if they began to expand. At this very moment, what the fuck is happening now? Europa cursed under her breath as she witnessed this shocking scene that seemed to only be increasing in its effects. Boundless surges of essence bloomed as the most fundamental changes of all occurred in the faraway main reality. Its skies became painted with a multicolored aurora of light as the massive emperor domains of nature that Noah's clone was still in one of. These domains experienced the most changes as the essence of natural laws vehemently increased in concentration and density as any beings currently in any of such domains would greatly benefit. It was a surge of the concentration of essence across the infinite realities that was an immediate effect. The multitude of other effects were currently unknown as things were just beginning. The dream dimension was shaking, no, not necessarily shaking, but it could instead be said that it was seething. Countless storms of sandy gold light raged as in the minds of the dimensional rulers that carried the will of their dimension. A piercing voice echoed out, the dimensional Animicus is in the desolate mausoleum, BOM. Descend unto the desolate mausoleum and eradicate the dimensional Animicus. An explosive burst of information surged out as 3-dimensional rulers looked at it in a stupor. The enemy that was encroaching upon the authority of the dream dimension was not even in this dimension, the desolate mausoleum. Once more these vile existences do something to upset the very workings of nature. The dimensional rulers were divided by their domains from afar, but one of them exploded out at this moment as terrifying wrath built up within him. The dimensional walls had been getting thin this whole time as their people could move in and out. And now with the support of the very dimension, prepare the forces and assemble the legions. We shall seek the dimensional Animicus in the desolate mausoleum. A shocking advancement bloomed as the future turned murky and chaotic at this moment. Forces of the dream dimension were to be deployed to search for the enemy of their dimension in the vast realities, and yet it wasn't known that a clone of this enemy was already making moves in the dream dimension. The latent will of the dream dimension was only able to sense a location after a shocking action was done, but how had it still not been able to sense the movements of the quintessential dimensional body? The reverberations of a wrathful will followed Noah as his consciousness sunk away from the scene he had just access to. His vision and senses returned as he felt his own body that also felt a little bit foreign as it surged with boundless power and strength. The bottom half of his body shone with an incandescent golden glow as a dazzling band of gold light illuminated everything, the illusory image of 100 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos swirling above this band being apparent as this was the first dimensional layer. It was an unheard of achievement that Noah had accomplished while also being given the chance to peer into a shocking truth. At this time, a myriad of prompts that he had not been able to see surged in. You have successfully completed the first dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly increases. You have gazed at the truth of reality. The rate of understanding the natural laws and decretum of dimensions is greatly increased. Through your reign over the dream dimension reality, a level of influence can be exerted in the dream dimension. You have grasped an undefined authority. Its usage is hard to grasp and understand as you may not be able to actively trigger it. An undefined authority. There was much to be learned and understood as when Noah gazed at himself and his aspects of existence, he realized he had been wrong. He had expected and planned for the changes of the establishment of the first dimensional layer to be grand. But it was nothing like what he sensed right now. The scene he saw in his actions as well as the prompts before his eyes, it was all too astounding as this was just the first trench of the many shocking prompts. There were still many more that boundlessly followed. Chapter 1946 My Dream Dimension LV. Stupendous sensations were going through Noah's body as he felt the many changes, the full completion of the first dimensional layer coming with too many surprises as the prompts continued. Your maximum reserves of the essence of reality have risen to 150 million. Your maximum reserves of dream essence have risen to 10 billion. The paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality now grants 80,000 base boosts to damage and defense values. Your rate of progression in the decretum of dreams has increased by 1,000,000%. Your understanding of the decretum of dreams has been forcefully increased to 25%. Your maximum true vitality values have risen to 100 billion. The maximum number of ascendancy halos you can enact has been raised to 150. The elevation of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique during the assimilation with the mythical natural-born Apollyon physique has been effected and undergone an even greater mutation. Your dream dimensional body and soul are undergoing fundamental changes. Power course through him along with boundless life forces even though the dream dimensional reality shows itself at the base of his lower body. It illuminated everything in the surroundings with a stellar magnificent glow. The completion of a single dimensional layer had utterly astonishing results, making Noah's status explode in a shocking manner as the power he felt was simply unbelievable. This was more so for his life force as the sudden advancement of the decretum of dreams to 25% after simply establishing the dream dimensional reality. This percentage came with ridiculous possibilities. When Noah gazed at this percentage last, he had just spent 50 dimensional resource points to raise it to 0.7%. That mere 0.7% granted him a 7% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. 1% understanding in any decretum or natural law granted a 10% augmentation, and this was how existences reaching hundreds of billions of damage values in the Ultima Strata and Grotto Haven realm made this a possibility, through their understanding of natural laws and decretum of dimensions and the boosts they provided. Noah's minuscule 25% in the decretum of dreams meant 250% augmentation in damage values, defense values, and vitality values. It meant his true vitality value of 100 billion had to be left behind and instead, an additional 250 billion had to be added to it. This was the simple augmentation in advancing just 1/4 of the way through a decretum. And then there were still damage and defense values, with the now base 80,000 granted from the establishment of the first dimensional layer. And accounting for the additional base boosts from physiques, the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor, the dual enhancement of the throne of quintessential tyranny, and factoring in the caste skills and abilities. A rough estimation of 20 billion in damage values could be made, and when bringing into the picture the 250% augmentation purely from the decretum of dreams alone and not accounting for the natural laws of gravitation and polarity or even the decretum of Apollyon, this alone brought Noah past 70 billion damage values. And when putting the chaining effect of ascendant reality sever, 100 billion could easily be achieved, and this was before the mirror effect of the Emperor's ruined blade of oblivion could be applied. Crazy, this was the only word possible at this moment, as something even more ridiculous was his innate dimensional barrier that had the effect of displaying 3 times Noah's strongest defense values. I was wrong, WAA. His majestic voice came out as Noah would admit things when he was wrong. he was wrong to think he would need to at least be halfway towards the second dimensional layer to gain the capabilities of withstanding an ultima strata existence by himself. The establishment of the dream dimensional reality alone and the boosts it brought were enough to put him at this level. The numbers for his innate defenses alone exceeded the boundary of 100 billion, as with Noah's Ascendant Lich's armament of devotion in the picture. He didn't have to worry about any beginner ultima strata existence, and when bringing his overall battle power, infinite mana, and other tools on hand, he wasn't particularly fearful of even the powerful existences of the ultima strata. This was the achievement of the establishment of a single-dimensional layer, and Noah still had over 25 grotto panaceas to go, as he had yet to start his second-dimensional layer. He breathed it carefully as pure golden essence emerged from his mouth, capable of acting as a panacea to allow others to elevate their realms from his breath alone, as for anyone lucky enough to cultivate with him. The effects were bound to be unreal. He collected himself as what the prompt showed was not everything. The establishment of the first dimensional layer held much more significant effects than what was mentioned, as Noah recalled the scene of 9 pikes stabbing into a dazzling and constantly twisting mass. He had lifted one of these pikes, one of these anchors, and the shocking effects of it could not be ignored, as he felt them in the infinite reality, and his clone felt it even more in the main reality. Lavalier, what did you see? He spoke out slowly, sending his will into the radiant layer filled with 100 trillion Kainos royal dream cosmos. What do you mean? I was simply proven wrong as you continue on your own path, and I am feeling the seething of the very dream dimension itself. Did something else happen? Does it deal with the truth of nature that was mentioned in the prompts? Is it why essence is proliferating all around at this moment? Lavalier asked inquisitively, as she knew there could be a great deal of things that could snowball from Noah's actions. But she did not know about the scene he saw. She could only infer from the many shocking changes around her as Noah gave a light nod. Did you gain any of the actual authority of the dream dimension? Its purpose for the desolate mausoleum, Lavalier continued by asking, as Noah replied in a thoughtful tone, I will have to observe and understand it more. It is not entirely like the dream dimension, as mine is a dream dimensional reality, but it carries that undefined authority that I need to have it defined. His eyes flashed with power as he tried to illuminate the way forward, the next layer to establish. The rapidly increasing pace of the pocket dimensional reality and its job of devouring the dream dimension that would undoubtedly be felt by the latent will soon enough. The intricacies and understanding of everything to do with the 9 dimensions and the desolate, the most efficient path forward, as he grasped the power of the Ultima Strata just over a day and a half since clasping the Alpha Strata. Chapter 1947, The Weaving of a Bloody War. Reality was in a constantly changing motion, as chaos in one region that had been ongoing for millions of years could subside in an instant, or unbroken peace for many ages could be ended in an instant. In a region of the boundary between realities, essence was constantly proliferating as the veils of space danced, these veils beginning to tear ever so slowly in the next few moments until they ripped apart, with massive golden gushes blooming in this area and propagating in the surroundings. From these massive golden rifts, terrifying auras began to flow through, as at the center of it all and at the very forefront, the most maddening of all auras could be felt. A congregating mass of golden sand formed a cloudy platform below his feet, as waves of shining black sand could be seen mixing, this black sand falling off the body of this being like a waterfall as the decretum of dreams surged around him. His form was titanic as it had humanoid features, but his head was utterly dreadful, as each side of the head had a different face. One was that of a dreary tortoise, another a tiger, a phoenix, and lastly a dragon was the central face of this existence of the nightmare. Countless more nightmares and dream legends surged behind him as his power far exceeded Ultima Strata and wasn't something common experts at the Grotto Haven realm could even reach. The veil between realities and dimensions had thinned as due to a certain progression. Dimensional races in the dream dimension even received support from the very dimension itself to reach this restricted location. So this being entered the boundary between realities as he was one of the 8 dream masters under one of the 3-dimensional rulers of the dream dimension, the aged Slumber, the dimensional ruler of nightmares Jajigan. Other dream masters from the dimensional ruler of nightmares and the other rulers would soon follow, as the consequences of their presence in the vast realities would be shocking. Scatter and scour while forging towards the main reality. The draconic face of the nightmare boomed out with a deep voice as he continued forward. Locate the dimensional Inimicus and kill on sight. More and more golden rifts spread out as even larger and more expansive legions of nightmares and dreams pervaded into the vast realities, their goal being a single existence, as they were prepared to eradicate as many as possible to attain him, at the same time, across the vast realities within the realities under primordials where primordial temples stood. Crack. the statues representing the bloodlines of primordials cracked and began to bleed profusely crimson blood, showering the temples with an astounding bloody light as many seers rose up with somber expressions. In the main reality, in the skies close to the northern emperor domain of nature, Representative Aileron, Acarus, Caitlin, and many others were watching the confounding changes of the proliferation of essence that had started not too long ago while they were waiting for Alexander King. All of a sudden, their gazes changed as they felt a suffocating force press down from all around. The force stemming from the very fabric of reality around them. As soon after, their communication medallions lit up as their faces changed, the primordial seers capable of peering into the mysteries of destiny, fortune, karma, and fate had seen a shocking change of possible futures as large swaths of dimensional races would be attacking. Will-bearers and adjudicator legions had to be mobilized to take care of this threat quickly. This was the side of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines. There were then the primordial beasts and ancient races that were lying in wait this whole time, in the folds of space in another faraway region. A gargantuan figure whose entire body glittered with the light of stellar rivers of light floated silently before a glorious Kuan Pang whose body lit up with a myriad of realities. The forces of the dream dimension have begun to move. Our forces there say this stemmed straight from the latent will of the dream dimension as a dimensional animicus had appeared. The Kuan Pang spoke while gazing at the massive body of the primordial beasts that seemed like a beast of apocalypse made from rivers of realities. An enemy of one dimension is an enemy for all dimensions. It is only a matter of time. WAA, the massive primordial beast spoke calmly as his stellar eyes showed aged vicissitude, but they lit up with light soon after as he spoke with power and valor. We shall use this chance to strike then. We have been waiting and preparing for so long, and an opportunity like this will cause the blooming chaos and destruction to be even more pronounced. The primordial beast emperor conversed with a Kuan Pang elder as the clusters of legions of primordial beasts who had been stationed across the vast realities would soon be unleashed as this weaving war had many sides, with the only thing of importance being the aims of all sides and the choices they would make. Father, they have started to mobilize. Far away from all this, a young boy that was born not too long ago gazed at a clone of his father as this child's own clone was in the boundary between realities observing a cluster of primordial beast legions along with Hyperion and others of Noah's vassals who wished to chase destiny. These legions of beasts consisted of powerful existences in the stage of legends as the weakest were in the firmaments of ascendancy. And yet little Henry was undaunted as he had utilized the tools provided by his father to break the limitations of all aspects of existence and stepped into the primogenial strata. He was among many others that came after him as the Emperor Penguin, Blue Slime, Tiamat, and many others had done the same. Their main bodies would continue taking in the resources Noah gave them as they participated in this war, the realm they would reach at the end of it being unknown at this moment. Go forth and conquer, my son. Chapter 1948. The Weaving of a Bloody War. Go forth and conquer, my son. Noah spoke with a light smile while patting the blue and black head of hair of his son that shone with incandescence. I will send a few alpha-strata dream automatons for you to lead and keep everyone safe. A ridiculous set of words unfolded as they stood true during the Kuan Pang's cataclysm nest. For alpha-strata legends of the pure-blooded primordial bloodlines had accompanied a portion of the geniuses of this lineage, and yet mere days later, Noah could manage to send forth alpha-strata legends to watch over his people and participate in this blooming war. They sought their own destiny amidst this war as so far, Noah's destiny was eclipsing everyone else's. If this was a chessboard with countless moving pieces, Noah could at this moment be considered to have a large weight and pull on this board, and the most shocking thing was that many major players did not know this yet. Primordials had not caught on to him, and nor had the primordial beasts. Some dimensional rulers and dimensional Hellion rulers knew of him, with Lilith being the most dangerous as she spoke of the term irregular when referring to him, but those who knew of him were little as even now. He was only known by the title of dimensional animicus by those who were invading the vast realities. He would keep it this way for now as he continued to elevate himself ever higher. A single completed dimensional layer had granted so many surprises as what would happen when he forged all 9. He had been able to slightly lift the anchor of dream as many changes were still propagating. What authority would he have if he could replicate the other 8 dimensions? The other 8? Noah's vision refocused on his stellar main body that had a decision to make right now. Which dimension would be forged next? When he attained the preponderant irmensal dimensional bloodline, the prana dimension was set in stone for this to be the next one, as Noah didn't have any strong links to other dimensions that would be able to cause the proliferation of cosmos of this dimension. He either needed a strong physique or bloodline relating to the dimension or something like its decretum in order to be capable of producing the essence of this dimension in his origin. So many Things had changed in the past few days that he had now gained an Apollyon dimensional bloodline and a corresponding physique, and similar to the reserves of dream essence and significantly lower reserves of prana essence he had attained. He now also had reserves of Apollyon essence. The prana dimension had a strong link to life, as it could be said it stood in direct opposition to the Apollyon dimension and even the Nibelheim dimension, but Noah had yet to delve into this vibrant dimension yet. He had gained a semblance of Nibelheim when its periphery was warped with the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest as he was actively moving in the Apollyon dimension. And here came the conundrum: between the prana and Apollyon dimension, he would have chosen the Apollyon dimension as the next layer if it was just an hour ago, but he had now seen what happened when he completed a dimensional layer. The latent will of this dimension would mobilize the most powerful beings under it and mark him as an enemy to be eradicated. The Apollyon dimension had two-dimensional Hellion rulers that had even subjugated the dimensional rulers within this dimension under them, and one of these rulers had already come in contact with Noah. She had already tried to mark him and attain anything about him as due to this, and Noah, not wanting to draw any more attention from her currently, his eyes veered off the Apollyon dimension. He wouldn't look down at a Hellion ruler that had spread her influence to multiple dimensions as when he had a better understanding and was confident that he would not be located. He could enact the Apollyon dimension at any time, but at this moment, the second dimensional layer would be the prana dimension. His body began to glow with a verdant light as the essence of immense life force flourished. The conditions to birth the second dimensional reality seed had been achieved. The prerequisite dimensional essence had been designated. The prana dimensional reality seed is undergoing fruition. WAA, the dimension of life. With the venerable dimensional bloodline of the preponderant Irminsul, Noah could spark off Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos. He just needed a spark, as outside sources of essence like false grotto nakers and grotto panaceas would do the rest. The second layer was chosen like this, as with it, Noah's true vitality values and chances of survival would experience a ridiculous jump when they were already extremely high. The decretum of prana had yet to be attained, as Noah knew when he established his prana dimensional reality and reached the halfway point with 50 trillion Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos. He would forcefully gain a 12.5% understanding, and when he completed it, a 25% understanding. This percentage in a decretum that seemed to be in opposition to Apollyon and Nibelheim would greatly aid him with his paths in these dimensions, apart from bolstering his own life force to ridiculous levels. So Noah forged ahead without any fear. Dazzling stellar verdant Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos began to bloom. A new dimensional reality seed was being born, as it would soon pave the way to another dimension, and also grant Noah the honor of being labeled as the enemy of another dimension. As this went underway, Noah was still studying the many effects of the already established dream dimensional reality, as nobody would be best served to do this than the quintessential dream dimensional chassis that was acting as the dungeon boss in the dream dimension. This clone had the purely dream dimensional body, as it now had its corresponding dimension forged, the effects being felt by it the most, with its location being the genuine dream dimension itself. All of its aspects of existence were buzzing. Your unique body paired with the dream dimensional reality resonates with the very nature of dreams. Your gaze is beginning to tear the veils of dreams and nightmares to see a glimpse of the absolute dream authority. Chapter 1949 Life and Mana L. Your gaze is beginning to tear the veils of dreams and nightmares to see a glimpse of the absolute dream authority. Absolute dream authority. One had to at least get past the halfway mark of a decretum to begin utilizing its highest authority. The decretum of dreams had absolute dream authority, while the decretum of prana had the absolute prana authority. Other decretum of dimensions had their own authority, as those who controlled them were beginning from existences directly under dimensional rulers and dimensional Hellion rulers. They had made great strides over the millions of years of their lives and reached this place, but as always, Noah was reaching this same stage in a ridiculously short period of time. At this time, though, due to the factor of his quintessential dimensional body and establishment of the dream dimensional reality, he was beginning to see a glimpse of absolute dream authority. What made Lavalier as important as she was right now with her uses so long as she devoured different forms of loot? She had gradually been breaking her shackles over time, as her utilization of absolute dream authority would only get easier, and Noah could start grasping this himself and what the cost would be to bring his own dreams to reality. This would be the task of the dream dimensional body as it remained in its position as the quintessential dungeon boss. A job it would have to be active and extremely soon, as the progress of devouring the surrounding lands of the dream dimension was becoming even faster. Another task would be for it to slumber and enter the land of dreams. This was due to another effect of the decretum of dreams. Dream of the oniric. Dream of the oniric allowed him to delve into the dreams and Realities of the possible immediate past and futures of selected targets, with his current targets being limited to those he had to take care of in the Apollyon dimension, as he couldn't target beings like Lilith unless he wanted to deliver himself on their platter. The targets would be beings like the Mad Orc Demon Commander, who had nearly touched upon the Grotto Haven realm that Noah would soon have to face. With the decretum of dreams above 1/4 completed in understanding, Noah had 1 in 4 chances of experiencing the dream of the oniric every single time he slumbered, the chance to gaze upon the dreams of others as they could display their past or futures. Such a tool would be crucial to gather information as the dream dimensional body spread out its will across the absolute Kainos dream dungeon while beginning to undergo cycles of slumbers. At the same time, Noah was enjoying the birth of his second dimensional layer, while at the same time feeling great pain within his heart as a prompt rose up from the self-proclaimed greatest loot under him. The Grotto Panacea regrets to inform you that for your second dimensional layer, it can only form 1.5 trillion Kainos Royal Cosmos. Its abilities being halved isn't due to its weakness but due to the path you chose, where obscene amounts of resources are required the further up you traverse on this path. Yes, when Noah established his new realm of progression, he was told that the resources he required would be insurmountable. They would only increase the higher up he went, as from being capable of forging 3 trillion Kainos Royal Cosmos for his first layer, he could only do half of this for his second layer. When continuing to utilize Grotto Panaceas, it meant Noah's need for Grotto Panaceas increased even more as wondrously. He would have many sources to obtain it as the weaving of destiny and war unfolded in the next day. The prana dimensional reality seed had flourished as Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos began to fill up Noah's second dimensional layer. The process was a little slower than the formation of Kainos Royal Dream Cosmos, as the difficulty on Noah's path remained to be true even as he provided the essence and treasures for it. But dazzling stellar verdant cosmos continued to bloom from singularities as they pulsed with a shocking amount of life force. Before the boons of a seed could even be quantified, Noah could already feel his ridiculous true vitality value rising ever so slowly with every formation of a Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos. The effects and boons of the coming dimensional layer bound to be astonishing. A seed required 10 trillion cosmos before it could bloom into a dimension reality, and such a thing was easily achievable with 7 Grotto Panaceas. Under the time dilation of the dimensional Holy Land, this process was completed in a sufficient period of time, as after 10 trillion Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos were achieved, the seed began to bloom into a dimensional reality. The paramount Kainos Dream dimensional reality is being established. Profoundly verdant light began to emanate from Noah as above the golden plane and halcyon cosmos of his lower body, chunks of verdant mass began to form as they coagulated into intricate and massive tendrils of life force that seemed like roots, vibrant and powerful roots that twisted across each other and caused a planar floor to begin forming. This mixture of roots forming a floor as above it, geysers of life force erupted that formed into verdant clusters of roots in the shape of islands that floated above this floor. And these islands filled with life force formed into the shape of gorgeous and massive trees that had their branches and leaves twirl and wrap around the spinning Kainos Royal Prana Cosmos that were forming. Along with them, the dream dimension has a sandy golden floor of essence with rising dunes and mountains. The Avalon dimension had floating islands with waterfalls of purple essence, and the Apollyon dimension had pillars of magma-filled light shooting to the skies while connected to a magma-filled earth with blazing skies all around. The prana dimension showed the weaving of countless roots that formed a floor as above them. Floating tree-like islands bloomed as verdant essence bloomed below them, while vines intertwined with each other to connect everything. The whole dimensional reality was filled with astounding life force and beauty that it nearly took Noah's breath away but then the prompts came as they were what really took his breath away. Chapter 1950 Life and Mana LL, as Noah's body lit up with verdant light while a second dimension was being forged, magisterial prompts and information sunk into his mind. Your infinite quintessential dimensional reality passages have resonated with the birth of your second paramount Kainos dimensional reality and are undergoing further evolution. The decretum of the dimension you have forged in your origin will be generated and nourish you amidst all other essences. Increased understanding of the decretum of prana will slowly be formed as its essence melds with you. Any dimensional layer he forged, he would no doubt attain the decretum of this dimension and even have its percentage raised when he completed important benchmarks. The abstruse understanding of the prana dimension was being formed as at the end of it all, Noah would undoubtedly wield the decretum of all dimensions, but from the many changes brought by the formation of the second dimensional layer, an infinite quintessential dimensional reality passage can now generate 90,000 units of the essence of reality per second. The rate of refining emperor bones, organs, and musculature has been greatly elevated. Pure wonders bloomed as when Noah established his first dimension. Many changes occurred. The infinite reality passages had become infinite quintessential dimensional reality passages that were elevated once more with the formation of the second dimensional layer, and Noah's traits had undergone a change back then as when is his tripupilled eyes being born. As the authority of his advancement had taken many aspects of him and upgraded them, but that was then, and this was now, a symphony began to play as the surroundings turned glorious, at this point in time. Noah wanted to be more methodical and gain greater benefits in one extreme, more surgical and precise. The authority of the birth of the second dimensional layer is being focused on the trait of infinite mana, greater authority and elevation are being bestowed on the trait of infinite mana, WAA, the features of skill succession, concept amalgamation, and resource master have been greatly elevated. Surges of essence and authority raged within Noah's body as his tripupilled eyes released beams of radiant light. He wanted to be more focused in his elevation as he brought out even more power in one extreme, and his main goal for this current venture was the infinite mana trait, yes. But more so the skill succession feature of it. The will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor gazes expectantly at the feature of skill succession, when casting an ability, a second ability can be linked to it to be cast at the same time as the second ability's resource cost is replaced by pure mana. This feature has been further enhanced as now, additional abilities can be linked in exchange for an extremely high cost that ignores reality-altering effects as it must be paid by you in its entirety. A third ability can be linked to form a chain of 3 abilities, with the cost of bringing forth to fruition 3 linked abilities being 1 trillion mana and 100 million units of the essence of reality. Bringing to fruition a skill succession of 4 linked abilities costs 5 trillion mana and 500 million units of the essence of reality, and 5 linked abilities cost 10 trillion mana and 1,000 million units of the essence of reality. The high cost of casting the linked abilities is a testament to their power as once more their cost must be paid in full as they ignore any and all reality-altering effects, even resource cost nullification. A description of pure wonder lay before Noah's eyes, skill succession. He had utilized it last to bring forth Ascendant Severing Soulstar that turned the Assassin Emperor of Severance into a multi-target ability that instantly wiped out millions of legends no matter if they were primogenial or beta strata. It wasn't simply 1+1 as the linking of abilities brought about unknown changes and heavily increased their damage, with the linking of a third or fourth ability being something so far-fetched that it might be twice or 3 times Noah's normal damage value with any skill. If he could currently unleash 70 billion true dimensional damage values, a number that had undoubtedly changed, as he would be getting another boost to his base damage value for establishing the second dimensional layer and blow up this damage even further. But if we utilize this 70 billion as an example of a normal damage value, a single cast of a 3-linked ability brought forth by skill succession could possibly deal 140 billion or 210 billion. If not even more, depending on the resonance of the abilities and what effects they would bring. When facing against an uber-powerful enemy where the multiple links of Sever could not be achieved against them, Noah being capable of dishing out a single ability that could deal hundreds of billions of damage values would be indispensable. He could utilize up to 3 chained abilities at this juncture with the undeniable price of 100 million units of the essence of reality that would deplete close to a third of all his reserves in a single shot. But the chains of these abilities that formed into different skills and techniques would be as killing blows against obscenely powerful enemies. He wanted to give a simple quantification for these techniques and those to come, as he wanted to group them all under a banner of specific abilities, a banner of specific techniques meant for killing and annihilation that would be one of a kind in this age and era. His eyes lit up as the ideas swirling in his mind came to fruition, his voice coming out to cement them in stone. Quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques. WAA, sets of abilities that when linked together and cast, they formed into new techniques that when the quintessential Kainos Emperor cast, his enemies could do nothing but face annihilation. This was the distinction Noah wanted to give his optimization of skills as his second dimensional layer was being established. The Ascendant Severing Soulstar was only the first of these annihilation techniques, merely the first form of what was to come. Author's note: Quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques, techniques brought forth by the quintessential Kainos Emperor as when cast, his enemies can only face annihilation. Currently available forms based on the capabilities of skill succession: Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique first form, Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique second form, and Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique third form. Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique first form, the descent of the Ascendant Severing Soulstar. The Assassin Emperor of Severance becomes a multi-target ability that initiates against all those that gaze at the Star of Illumination. and the amount of times the assassin emperor of Severance can chain is limited to once under the multi-target effect.